Peggy 16.
The HCS EU Super is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and Paramount Plus.
Hello and welcome to your HCS EU Super Championship Sunday. There are 4 teams left with only 1 trophy to be claimed. Who will be coming out victorious? That is the question, and we'll find out exactly that by the end of the day. But a very warm welcome into the DreamHack Studios. My name is Lottie Van Prague, and I'm going to be your desk host for this final day of the EU Super. But I do have 2 extraordinary gentlemen guiding us along the way with all of the action. I have Lethal and Clutch. Fellas, one absolutely incredible couple of days we've had in the EU Super. First and foremost, good morning, good afternoon, Lethal. Are you excited about this final day here at the EU Super?
Super excited. What else am I going to do on a Sunday? Let's be real here, apart from either watching or casting this. And now, yeah, it's all about ascend. Who can take it down, if they can be taken down? But apart from that, some great matches throughout the day.
I think that's going to be on everyone's minds. Apart from ascend right now, for them, it's just about getting the job done. Are you excited to see if anyone can tackle these Titans, Clutch?
Yeah, absolutely. Not only is there a lot of money on the line, but this is really Ascend's first opportunity to capitalize on the monetization of their dynasty, right? They've ran the scene in the EU for quite a while now, but this is the most money that's been on the line in the history of EU. So this is a big moment for Ascend. Do they handle the pressure well is a big question they'll have to answer today.
That is very true. They have run it for a while. Let's see if anyone can run them out of town. Now, before we do get into some of the action today and talk about that, I want to talk about, of course, the brand new series Halo, which is exclusive right now, and you can watch it on Paramount Plus. It's pretty epic, I've got to say. But if you guys haven't actually managed to catch any of the action so far, or maybe not even the trailers, then don't worry, we have you covered. Take a look at this.
You're special. In fact, I'm counting on it. We're lost in the dark. But you give people hope. And I will always be with you. I see this as a new beginning.
Halo, the series, is available right now to watch on Paramount Plus. Of course, it is the adaptation of that gorgeously well-loved universe brought actually to life back in 2001 with Xbox's release of Halo. So you guys may know it, but bringing it to life, I think, on screen means something extra, I think, to all of us Halo fans in terms of the lore and the way that is actually dictated on the screens as well. So make sure you guys are going to check that out right now, and you can do so for free on ParamountPlus.com as well. So make sure you go and take a watch. But bringing us back into things here, final day of the HCS EU Super, of course. And I've got to say, before we bring it into this day, let's talk about yesterday. My goodness, we saw a lot of battles happening. Of course, it was the beginning of the championship bracket, and we had a lot of ups and downs here for some of our teams, but I think a couple of teams on the rise as well. I've got to ask you, Lethal, what were some of your favorite moments with our highlights yesterday?
I think just how Jadings were performing overall the last 2 days, a massive step up from what we saw compared to scrims, and it's nice to see him continue that form. Just a lot of the teams, they took different routes, different paths in order to make it here in the top 4, but in terms of predictions, it seems that the top 4, as we noted, seems to be able to come into fruition in the end anyway. But apart from that though, Ascend just assuring themselves a little bit more structure this time around compared to what we're used to the heavy improvisation, especially the coordination, still that top 6, top 4 NA level. Still a couple of weak points here and there, but like I said, it's going to be the Ascend show. It's just a matter of who can take them down.
Very true, and I think we've seen a couple of different opponents coming through the woodworks here, and especially coming through the bracket, who potentially can start to tickle Ascend and their title as well. But the question is, who is it going to be? You know, we've had our eyes on that for a little while now, Clutch, and based on yesterday's performance with some of our teams, who do you think that person's going to be? That team, should I say?
Based off yesterday's performances, I think Na'Vi has the best chance out of anybody. They looked much better yesterday than they did Friday, but I still give the tip of my hat to Ascend. I love what I've seen from them all weekend long. They haven't stuttered in any of their gameplays, and if they can continue to play at that rate, I think they're going to continue the run that they've been on for quite a while.
I think so too. I think right now this is Na'Vi's time, and Na'Vi could put a stamp on that once and for all and really start this legacy, I think, with this journey that they have been on. And talking about journeys though, why are we here? Why are we doing the EU Super? Well, I'll tell you what, it's because we want to put Europe on the roadmap. And speaking of, we've got Kansas City around the corner. The 4 teams in it today have qualified for pool play in Kansas City. And you can see in our roadmap, this is going to be the world stage portion. We've had all of our regions competing in Supers to get to this point. And of course, everything then leading up to that Halo World Championship right at the end of things. So make sure you mark your calendars because Kansas City is going to be wild. Going to be absolutely amazing. All the best from all the regions performing there and seeing exactly where they land across the globe, of course. But bringing it back into today, of course, you know, not only was qualification on the line pretty much yesterday, we already have that set in stone today, but right now it's about this historic prize pool. $100,000 for Europe. This is the most it has ever been. And we kind of talked about the pressures, but not only that, I think in terms of the motivation across the board here, Lethal, that amount of money, that's got to put a fire under these gamer chairs, surely.
It certainly will do. It's a huge bonus for every one of these teams, but you can see from Ascend as well, it's not about the prize money, it's the pride to continue to being the best. And it's great the fact that they got that much killer instinct, even though they've been winning for well over 18 months, they're still continuing to make sure they are the best in the business here, especially in the EU region alone. And you can tell it's not even just the 4v4s, they've actually all taken turns winning the FFA. So it just shows they're trying to win absolutely everything in order to secure themselves as the dynasty of EU Halo on Halo Infinite.
100%. I couldn't agree more with that. And I think with prize pool being this big as well, this is cementing, you know, some of our players' careers here. This is giving eyeballs to different organizations to pick them up and showing the true potential of our teams. And I think with money like this, it really does provide that motivation for these teams to get better and continue to push forward with their careers in Halo as well. But you're probably wondering, you know, look, day 3, Lottie, look, I'm so sorry. I had plans this weekend. I didn't manage to catch day 1 and 2, but could you talk me through it? I certainly can. Our format was pretty simple. We had pool play the first day, but we did have 20 teams in the double elimination bracket coming into day number 2. We did have 16 in the pool play. They worked their way in, but we did have 4 teams already in the open bracket waiting to find out who they'd be playing in the elimination bracket as well. And of course, we did have top 4 teams from yesterday qualify for pool play for Kansas City. So right now, it's pride and prize pool on the line at this moment in time. Kansas City is done and dusted. They're pretty happy with how they've secured this, but right now it's about who's the top dog going into Kansas City? Who's going to be feeling confident heading that way? And right now, is it all about Ascend, or do you see that being somebody else, Clutch?
It's all about Ascend, but each one of these placements is going to be very important for their seeding in those pools, right? So 1 through 4, you're going to be placed into those pools in Kansas City and playing against some very different style of teams, very different style of pools based off how you perform today. So you can caveat it with that little extra cherry on top that, hey, we play extra good today. Even one series win for a team like J-Wings would be massive for their opportunity for pool play.
Exactly. And talking about seeding, etc., let's take a look at the bracket, because we've already seen how seeding can really play a vital part, especially for the likes of somebody like Quadrant, who in pool play didn't quite get where they wanted to, ended up on the wrong side of the bracket, and honestly have had to fight their way back into things here as well. See, our championship bracket here, our winners finals are set in stone. Ascend versus Na'Vi is going to be happening. One of these teams is going in the grand finals. One is going to be going down to the elimination final as well. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket and see who we've got in store today. Our Elim semi-finals, Quadrant versus J-Lings Esports, a highly competitive match here. This is going to be pretty big. I'm very excited to see this one go down. I've got to say, Quadrant looking a little bit more in form, and hopefully they can continue what they finished yesterday coming into today.
I hope so for their sake. It didn't look too good the last couple of days. I was even noting a lot of weak points that they seem to be the shadow of their former selves. I think it's the best way to put it here. But we need to see a lot more from you guys. I've seen a few weaknesses here and there. Fragger definitely needs to step up his game. The damage dealt across the board is perfectly fine. It's just, in terms of their coordination, it's not in sync. Sometimes they're out of place, sometimes too separated. In terms of their strategies, a little bit slow on the mark. That's not what you normally see from Quadrant. Quadrant are normally on the par of things, but this is day 3. This is Quadrant at its finest. And hopefully, with the elements we saw in the final series yesterday, hopefully we'll see something a little bit better. And I do feel like out of all the teams here coming in, they've got the best chance potentially in the grand finals against Ascend.
Well, I'll tell you what, good news for everyone at home and good news for us on the desk as well. Championship Sunday brings a totally different team to the table, so I'm excited to see that championship form from Quadrant as well. But I'll tell you what helps a championship and bringing that across the line is some top slayers on your team. And speaking of, let's take a look at our top KDs so far in the tournament. We got Jimbo, Seeker, Respectful Kimbo. You notice actually we got a little bit of a bump down from one of the Ascend boys. From yesterday, we did have 3 Ascend members, only 2 today, but we're seeing a lot of Na'Vi coming across the board. And like we said, they're really coming into full form. And this is really what we expected out of Na'Vi. Clutch, this is what we were talking about, heating up to the point where everybody is popping off and the numbers are there to back it up.
Absolutely. They looked good yesterday, and I was wondering if they were going to be able to hit their stride throughout this weekend. Yesterday was a step, multiple steps, I'd say, in the right direction, taking a look at Kimbo. I mean, that 1.41, that's big. He needs to have that kind of a KD ratio against the likes of Ascend if they want to have any chance of taking that series.
100%. And like you mentioned, Ascend, and with chances here, Snipe Drone are trying to keep those chances pretty low with a KD of 1.45. This guy has been popping off as of late. He's the Englishman on this French team. But my goodness, is he making an impact here? You know, Lethal, looking at this kind of skill level that we're seeing from Snipe Drone, are you looking to shut him down in a series? You know, what is the game plan going up against somebody who's so powerful?
You can't take him down on your own. It's so difficult. He's always within that 3-second rule next to one of his players if he's in front or behind. Great support as well. The biggest damage dealer in Europe, I would say for the last 8 years, period. The stuff he can do is just ridiculous. Even if he does the same rotations, the same paths, again and again and again, the teams know this, but they just can't stop him for the life of him. And that's how much of a nuisance he can be. He always makes sure he has numbers, always makes sure he's got backup. The damage across the board, the angles, positional advantage, just great overall, and definitely a fiend if he does go across to Kansas City.
Tell you what, he's the type of player that would make me rage quit without a doubt, without a question. If you know, watching him play, I'm just like, well, do you know what? Just chalk it up. No way. I'm not even going to try. But I tell you what, I'm going to try and talk to our 2 casters who are starting things off today in our first series. And we got Onset and Bravo in the booth. Gentlemen, it's Championship Sunday. First of all, I can't believe we're already at this point in time.
Yeah.
And I can't believe we've got 4 teams left. These 4 teams, though, is it going to be a close battle, do you think?
I think every single team who's playing today is going to be throwing absolutely everything they have at every game, every kill, every series. This is the biggest EU tournament prize pool that we've ever seen. And I think if you're watching EU Halo for the first time, the amount of work that these teams have been putting in because of that, you would have, even more interest in how these series are going to turn out. It's going to be a crazy day. I'm a massive fan of Halo, as everyone knows. Andy's a massive fan, but for me personally, EU Halo, it's home for me. So this is going to be amazing.
Yeah, it's going to mean a lot. I think even in addition to the prize money, you've also got so much bragging rights. These team players are also trying to prove that the org made the right bets on them, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, we are the best players in Europe, and a lot to play for today on Championship Sunday.
There is an awful lot to play for, and you probably noticed right at the beginning there's a gorgeous trophy down here, and somebody is going to be walking away with that today. Of course, they're online, however, it's the pride that matters and knowing that that would be rightfully theirs. But boys, we'll catch up with you a little bit later on in the form of casting. I can't wait to hear it. But for you guys at home, I would love to hear from you. I think all of us would actually get social with us. Hashtag HCS Super. I want to hear what you guys have to say about Championship Sunday, how you're feeling about it. Who do you think is going to be walking away with not only the trophy, but the lion's share of the $100,000? It is all to play for today. I'm really excited about that. Something else you guys should be excited about as well is Twitch drops, and I've been saying it all weekend, and it's for a very good reason. We have a limited edition emblem up for grabs here that has been available throughout the Supers while you're watching the broadcast. That's the only catch. Whose world is this? Could be yours in game right now, just for tuning in. So tons to play for, tons for you guys to have as well, and so much Halo Infinite action on the way as well as that too. Now, another thing to add into game for the folks at home, there are skins out. There are partnered skins right now that you guys can dress up your Spartans with, and if you haven't had a chance to see those in action, take a look at this. Well, there they are in all their glory, available right now for purchase in the store in Halo Infinite. You guys can dress up your Spartans in any of these team skins. They're gorgeous. I mean, you may notice Optic Gaming right in the middle there. If you haven't been playing Halo for a little while, then there you go. They're in the game too, so we've got everything up for grabs. So make sure you guys are supporting your favorite teams this season. Now, something else you can get your hands on as well to do a little more supporting, but maybe it's in terms of region. We do have our sniper coatings up for grabs too. Of course, we've had all of our supers right now, and you guys are going to want to support your favorite region heading into Kansas City, because of course that world stage is also going to be there, and it's going to be important to support all of your favorite teams, especially in your regions as well. So if you are feeling particularly patriotic, then please do pick that one up as well. Well, folks, with all of that being done and dusted and making sure you guys are all kitted out and happy, in-game, out-of-game, you name it, it's time to get back into business, because we have an entire Championship Sunday to get through. And with that being said, let's take a look at the schedule and see what is coming your way today. Now, Clutch, looking at our schedule at the moment, of course, we only have 2 matches filled in, and we will be filling in the blanks shortly. Which is the more important match, would you think, right now? We do have our winners final, but we do have our elimination semi too. You know, is this more important for Na'Vi and Ascend to be battling out, or do you think right now a lot of the fate lies in our semis for the elimination?
No, I think that winners finals has got to be the series to watch. If anything, today, I mean, it's such a big moment for both those teams to claim their throne. Not only does $11,000 separate the winner of the best of 5 that they're going to go at it in that series for, but I mean, that's what both these two teams showed up this weekend. That's why I got on a plane, flew to Europe. I wanted to watch these two teams play in the winners finals. We actually get that matchup, of course, and I couldn't be more excited to watch that one go down.
It's pretty cool, the fact that it's worked out in that way as well, isn't it? Ascend, Na'Vi, 2 Titans that we want to see battle it out, and honestly, 2 teams that I really want to see kind of go neck to neck. I want to see them, you know, go toe to toe in the series, take it all the way. Let's see some competitive action from these guys. Do you feel like in the way that Na'Vi are playing right now, and from what you saw yesterday with them heating up, do you think we're going to get that today?
It's a possibility. I don't think it's high, but at the same time, the way they've been performing so far, they've had enough time so far. It's been 4 or 5 months since the game has released. The route they took in order to improve, they've had a lot of time on their plate. It's all about showing those results, just establishing themselves as the best team. And you've got to remember, this Na'Vi lineup, there's no weak links at all. It's in terms of individual skill and raw talent, nothing wrong in that department. It's all about clicking and being able to do everything they practice and discuss in terms of that strategic aggression just to work.
It's about the execution. That is what we're looking for with that. I'll tell you what, we're going to have to wait just a little bit longer until we get to that winners finals, because we're heading to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we have our elimination semi-finals ready to go. Quadrant versus J-Ling. Someone is going home, someone is going forward. Find out who that will be right after this.
You're special. In fact, I'm counting on it. We're lost in the dark. But you give people hope. and I will always be with you. I see this as a new beginning.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS EU Super. It's Championship Sunday. We are setting up our first series of the day, and that's in the form of our elimination semi-final, Quadrant versus J-Lings. Actually one I'm particularly excited about, honestly. I think this is going to be a bloodbath. I think both of these teams have been doing pretty well. Quadrant, by the end of yesterday, were looking a little bit more recognizable, thankfully, with Team Twisted. But of course, J-Lings also have been out swinging. They've been doing so well. But focusing first on Quadrant, let's talk about it. Obviously had a little bit of a hiccup right at the start of the weekend. They did start to kind of correct themselves a little bit, but it took a bit of time. Are they in the right state of mind as a team right now to head on through the rest of the bracket?
This is still a big question mark at the moment for what we saw. I was a bit disgusted during the first couple of days about what I witnessed and some of the stuff they were doing. I was just like, what on earth is going on? But this time round, hopefully they have stepped up their game. I think towards the last couple of series of yesterday, we saw signs of life coming through. I want to see Fragget as well. Another name, still a great player, don't get me wrong, but needs to step up his game as soon as physically possible. But the other players, though, players like Chick, great decision-making, great damage across the board. He was single-handedly in a couple of those maps, keeping them in that matchup to give his team, a bit more time in order to ease himself into some of these matchups, but none of that anymore. We need to crack on now. You guys are meant to be top 2, maybe even top 3, not top 4.
Yeah, don't forget, this is a rematch of Winners Bracket Round 1 where J-Wings actually gets the better of Quadrant 3-1 in the series. Fragger, like you said, negative 21 in 4 games. That's not going to get the job done. But even Chick, as great as he's been all weekend, negative 3. You got to pick it up. And if Chick's going to be that presence, that main slayer, that powerhouse for this team, he's got to be a positive reinforcement for this squad, especially in the stats category. So although I've liked everything I've seen from Chick, we need more for him to create this upset now against J-Wings.
100% more from him, but more for the team to allow him to do what he does best as well. And I think that's the fundamental mistakes we're seeing from Quadrant currently. Hopefully, they can resurrect themselves coming into this elimination semi-final. On the other side, though, we have J-Lings Esports, who have been going from strength to strength. Yes, they did fall short when they came up against Ascend. To be honest, it was to be expected, but they showed a lot of promise when it came up to their biggest match yesterday. The first Bazaar CTF looked promising. Look, they got the cap across the board. We all got a little bit excited, but it was how they handled the rest of the gameplay. And honestly, this series after that caused a bit of concern in terms of their level and the skill gap here. What can we expect out of them today, Clutch?
Yeah, I expect them to come into this one confident, even though they got bounced from the potential Winners Bracket Finals that they wanted to obviously play, and they've looked good all week, and they have been the most surprising team to me all weekend long coming in. Wasn't really sure who Morga or Septic were. I knew the names, but wasn't familiar with like the play style. But now that I've had an opportunity to watch these guys play, these guys can play some good Halo. And I expect them to bring their A game. They've been playing lights out all weekend long, and if they can continue it, this might not be an upset for this J-Wings roster. They may just expect to beat teams like Quadrant.
Yeah, they could do, absolutely. One thing I want to add to that as well is Septic, he's been popping off all weekend long. I'm so happy for him because we do normally say it's the Morga show, how he just flies in, collects all the kills like a Hoover. But even that though, Septic, he was the highest KD during the first couple of days. Yeah, he's leaned out just a tad, but it doesn't matter. He's shown some great skill across his skill set, across the board, and we need to see a bit more of that. But not only that, though, we've seen some life from Quad and Cristola in the KD department in some of these games here and there. So it's not like they're just hiding around in the background or anything like that. They've been some fantastic support players to complement them further.
They really have, and the balance is there, right? You know, when maybe one of their star players like Morga and Septic can't quite get the job done in certain areas, they're there to pick up the pieces. Yeah. They're getting stats as well in games that maybe are lacking just a tiny bit with Septic and Morga. I like to call them the damage duo, but it's how the damage duo and the rest of the lads can perform with this series layout. That is my question. So here we go. Elimination semi-final series layout for you, Clutch. What can be said about this?
I mean, when you're looking at this series layout and you kind of check out how this matchup went the first time around in Winners Bracket, one game type is similar. Strongholds on Wildfire, that's going to be game 1, and this is a very strong map mode for Quadrant. The fact that they lost it to J-Wings is a tragedy in the Winners Bracket, but they have every opportunity now to kind of rewrite that ship. If they can win game 1, that will show you and give so much confidence to Quadrant that they are playing at a different level now than they were in that Winners Bracket, and that confidence will be shown throughout the rest of the series. If J-Wings can once again win that live fire Strongholds in game 1, that's going to say, hey boys, you're not playing better than you were the other day, and welcome back to us.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome back. That would be quite a warm welcome. Maybe not so warm for the side of J-Lings, though. But I'll tell you what, though, we do have a head-to-head for you guys to take a look at and to maybe spot out a couple of players. We talked about both of these guys already on the desk right this second. Chick and Septic, both very high damage dealers when it comes to their team, both pretty much stars in their own rights, and I think both really keeping this team in the aggressive nature that we want to see coming across this series. This really is a true head-to-head lethal.
It really is. Both of them are very clever, very smart, very intelligent with every small decision that they make, and it really adds a lot of flair onto the server with what they want to bring to the table for both of these teams here. Chick, we've seen it time and time again, where he's single-handedly been able to help the team just ease into it to win the victory, but there's times where Chick, where we've been having a bit of a question mark in terms of his slaying power and slaying ability, which is also a bit strange in itself. But Septic, this is a guy who doesn't have a day off. He makes sure to try and error everything, because we do get some players, even some of the pros, can easily just autopilot, can't they? And kind of get into the same regime, but this guy doesn't autopilot. He always figures out everything he can to improve himself as a player, as a whole, as a team, and this is why we're going to see him across the board here again today.
Absolutely. You know, I love the storyline of this guy as well, coming back into things, and he's still just as good as when he left as well. So it's really cool to see him back into the conversation now, and especially with the likes of Morga, really building a solid foundation for the rest of the season. So I'm loving what I'm seeing here. Now, when it comes to predictions, fellas, this is a little bit of a hard one, because I think, again, in terms of the way Quadrant's been playing all weekend, it's a question mark. Are they showing up today as a Quadrant we know, and you know, we've seen what they can do? Are they capable of that going up against J-Lings and honestly the heat that we've been seeing from them in the bracket?
It's going to be it really is a tough one to call, isn't it, in terms of prediction, what we want to do, because I think both of them could either way, but from the game types, it does lean across Jailings, but if it was the other way around, I'd say Quadrant all day, but I'm going to take a bit of a risk here.
Okay.
I'm going to say Jailings 3-1.
3-1 Jailings. Okay. All right, Clutch, what are you saying?
I've been calling myself a Chick fan all weekend. It would be disrespectful to go against them, but I honestly love J-Wing's opportunity here to create this upset once again and call themselves the third best placed team. I'm going to go with Quadrant, but I'm hoping they woke up on the other side of the bed today because they need to still show me more in order to get the job done here.
Look, I appreciate the predictions, and you know what? I just want a damn good series for you guys at home. Let's head on over to our casters now. We're going to take us through this first series of the day. Onset, Bravo, I hope you're ready. We need to wake up and get this going.
You got nothing to worry about. We're ready for this one. We've been looking forward to this one all night long. What a way to kick things off today, and a warm and a huge welcome to everybody who's watching at home right now in the chat. Bravo. I mean, we get to have quite the special matchup to kick things off today. A repeat of what we've already seen, but the stakes are even higher now than they were before.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say this is the most excited we've been for a Championship Sunday all season. There's so much to talk about here. There's so much on the line, not just the cash, but as we said, the bragging rights of Europe on the line. And what an interesting series we have here. It's Quadrant versus J-Lings. A few weeks back, you would think Quadrant was the absolute favorite for this tournament, but J-Lings, they've had quite a weekend.
They certainly have, and they have raised their game to levels that we haven't seen from them so far this season. My question for J-Lings, though, is, was yesterday you playing at the best you've played and Quadrant being off the boil? Is that going to be enough today if Quadrant raised their game? Because as we know, in Halo events, you win nothing on a Friday. You win nothing on a Saturday, Andy. But when it gets to a Sunday, that's where you earn your money.
That's right. It's all done here, and it's all done now. This is your first series of the day, and it's a good one. Quadrant versus J-Lings. And as you heard on the desk, it's Live Fire Stronghold to kick things off. We're jumping right into game number one.
And we are going to learn so much about this series, about both teams from this first game type, Andy. Like Wes said on the desk, already played this one against each other. It was a dominant victory for J-Lings Esports on a game type that we almost expected Quadrant to be the favorite on.
2 dead for both sides off the opening, make that 3 dead for Quadrant, and you have to also mention one thing we haven't talked about yet. Off of the continuation restart, J-Lings beat Quadrant not just in this game type, but they beat them with a 36-point deficit as well. That's a huge victory on the end in the scoreboard. Let's see if they can do it again.
Well, it looks like at the start of this game, they're going to be able to get the control and the scoring in their favor. You can see BNC is under wraps for J-Lings Esports, and Morga also set up top tower defending C with that sniper rifle. Now, he's got a vital job to do here, just cutting numerous lanes, which is going to allow the rest of J-Lings to work B.
Yeah, big question, too. How does he rotate? Which angles does he take? He has limited angles at house. If he starts to rotate towards nest, or maybe even comes out to dummies, that'll, of course, open up new angles for him as well. But right now, he's sitting pretty because they already have 30 points on the board.
Pressure is coming in, though, onto C, and Morgan's going to have to hit a shot here, and Fragger will be taken down. A little bullet to the chest is going to certainly take his breath away for a few moments here. And look at this score. B and C still being held, and somehow or other, he gets the call out. The Shat is hiding behind the box. Great teamwork already coming in from J-Lings.
Ping, ping, ping from Morga. Like you said, he got the comms. He's not done yet. Picks up another one. That grenade will come in the end, but it doesn't matter because there's 3 dead for the side of Quadrant. And they're thinking about the trip cap right now. Might come in on A.
Yeah, that A is being converted, and now you can see the respawns coming in. Septic already pushed up here, Andy. Already putting pressure on to Chick. He has the repulsor as well, and if he turns 2 here, then J-Lings Esports will be able to keep control for quite some time. A 2v2 on the map. C will be converted, but the 2v2 becomes a 2 versus 0 as Quadrant all fall.
Yeah, let's see what Chick is up to right now. Here's the last player alive. That's really the only player that they have to worry about. It's a dummies push coming into C at the moment.
At the moment, Quadrant can't get anything going, to be honest with you. They have managed to, at least off the respawn, get control of A to slow the bleeding that was occurring. Maybe this camouflage in the hands of Fragger, a player that quite rightly was highlighted as being a little bit disappointing in the previous series between the two, is going to be somewhat of a spark for them because they need to. Look at the score right now, 99-11. Finally, Quadrant with a semblance of control here with A and B under their spell.
They're going to be very happy to see the score ticking in their favor after what felt like a very long spell of points. Fragger trying to stay alive with a heatwave camo. It's a very nice job there in the end from J-Lings to sniff him out, take him down, and prioritize that kill. They will reach the 30-point mark here. Big focus on Septic for this series. One thing you might have noticed in the pregame is Septic was #1 in kills coming out of Friday on the KD leaderboard. Guess what? He's nowhere to be seen in that top 5 anymore. Let's see what kind of day the man on your screen has.
Fragger's going to put him on his back for now, and that means the sniper rifle will be down. However, you did see there was another J-Lings player within the vicinity who might be able to pick that one up. Fragger going to get the beat down and the better of Morga as the push now comes in on C. But the flip is already happening over at A here for J-Lings. New sniper rifle pop in, and Fragger has the chance to maybe try and shut down this move onto A coming in from J-Lings. But one spike grenade is going to change his decisions as he now has both weapons in his hands, the sniper rifle and that heat wave as well.
This is round 2 for Fragger and the heat wave. We'll see what he can do this time. Picks up 1, he will now move to B. But take a look at this. This is now 50 unanswered points by Quadrant there. J-Lings failing to get past that 100-point mark.
Triple cap for Quadrant. C is where the spawns are coming in for J-Lings. You can see that Fragger's trying to put pressure on, but also being aware that he's waiting for all of the numbers to be up. If he pushes in too early and gets a little bit hyper-aggressive, then you can see a couple of spawners maybe coming in behind him. Septic picking up a double kill, and Fragger not connecting with his sniper rifle means that J-Lings kind of get away with things here. Septic going to try and clean up this last player, which is going to be Shad inside of C. That will be not only C being converted due to the fact that all of Quadrant are stuck in the respawn screen, but look at the bottom of your screen. B also turned back over to J-Lings.
And they will be scoring once again. Keep in mind, though, that was a lead change. That was 90 unanswered points coming in from Quadrant, so it's a very good spell for them, but a pretty surprising series of events when you have 2 players jumping up from bottom pillars on tower, and Fragger with sniper at nest. He misses 2 pretty key shots there, and they do not convert there. Oh boy, Septic also picks off a shot of his own. That's going to hit the body and will be cleaned up. That was a camo player. SLG goes down for the killing spree.
Okay, Septic, this is how you use a sniper rifle. Take notes if you're watching, because the man is hitting the important shots and the pressure shots. As you said, the camo player, what a shot that was to take him out of commission, to remove him from the equation. And now Septic once again just controlling this tower and picking up 2 as well. Septic is the bodyguard. And at the moment, Quadrant can't get into the club that is C.
The bodyguard and the very well-paid garbage man in the back of the tower base as well. He'll clean up all of the scraps that come his way. Very nice work here from Septic and the entire J-Lings roster. They are back in control. Trip cap for just a moment. Looks like A will get swapped. It does, however, not before they're able to put on a 48-point lead.
I kind of like this from J-Lings. You notice that they didn't have the numbers in position to really pressure the respawners coming in at A, so they kind of let them spawn together. Then they held the angles. They almost played a little bit of Team Slayer, right? Get map positioning, get map control, and then focus on where that secondary push is going to come in, because if you have control of 2, usually you can do an acceptable amount of damage, and maybe even more from Septic, who at the moment is making C his home, but Shad will be the last player from Quadrant that Septic unfortunately couldn't take down. He gets the conversion onto C, but look at the flip now on A coming in from J-Lings.
Great timing, great flip there from J-Lings. They will continue scoring. It looks like Septic actually got the memo there. Maybe a phone notification first thing in the morning. You are no longer in the top 5 KD leaderboard. What are you going to do about it? Guess what? He starts the day off 15-8 right now. Great start for him.
Septic popping it off, but for now he's going to have to watch the rest of his teammates try and pressurize these players at A. SLG and Shad pick up kills. Quadrant starting to at least get a little bit of momentum with numbers now. 2 dead here for J-Lings Esports. Septic back at the tower, and SLG back with the camo.
Second camo in a row for SLG, and he's shut down immediately once again. That's back-to-back camos from Quadrant, but J-Lings shuts it down.
And that's not the first time we've seen that, right? We've seen multiple camos going over to Quadrant, and we've also seen J-Lings shut them down almost immediately, so the power-ups have not been effective. It has been great play from J-Lings. You can't really fault the way that Quadrant have tried to move. They've just been spotted.
Especially on that B play when SLG just got absolutely eagle-eyed in the back of the base. But we're going to see Quadrant scoring once again here. Still a very, very close game despite a great stretch of points from J-Lings.
Extremely close game at the moment. You can see in just a few seconds' time we'll have a tie game. 2 dead here for Quadrant though. J-Lings trying to turn B back over, and they're going to do so. So getting so close to tying up that game, Quadrant, and then losing that stronghold. They've got to be careful now, because they've only got a couple of mistakes left.
Whether or not you hit these shots with the sniper rifle at the end of the game could determine which way this one goes. J-Lings, though, they will cross the 195-point mark here. A being flipped, so Septic might have to rotate back.
A being flipped, but look at the swarm that now comes in from J-Lings. They've given away their position here. They gave away their play, Quadrant, and now Septic has a chance to maybe pick up yet another kill. SLG will be there to get the cleanup, though. Morgan rotates back to A to keep that in their possession. Now the fight for B is going to kick off, and Cristola with a double kill is going to make sure that J-Lings stay secure.
Shad was the last player alive. That means Chick is also on the spawn right now. They're just trying to stay alive with these 2-man pushes. It's not going to work. Already now 210 to 170. C should flip based on how those spawn rotations were going. Now BC in control of J-Lings. Looks like a scoreboard push here coming in.
Scoreboard push coming in, but Septic is picking up Tripskis! That's going to shut down the push. 4 dead for Quadrant. J-Links holding the line perfectly.
Wow, talk about a perfect game from Septic so far. 20 and 10 in this game. Monstrous numbers. The next closest is 13. Completely outslaying this game. Now only 20 points away from closing this out.
Everyone else is playing Stronghold. Septic's been playing tower defense for the majority of this game so far, but look at the moves coming in, and desperation moves now coming in from Quadrant. Fragger with the camo once more. Kristola, the air's a little bit thin up there, and maybe the decision-making was based off of a lack of oxygen as he gets taken down as well, and that will allow Quadrant now to make the move onto B.
But that's the first time we've seen the camo start to really get any sort of control coming in for Quadrant. That's their 3rd camo in a row, but look, they haven't flipped it yet. It's still 243 now, 7 points to go for J-Links.
Reset comes in, all of J-Links flooding onto B. That nowhere. Quadrant are trying to flood Kristola with a double. Kristola and Quadios managed to pick up the final kills, and with that, J-Links Esports will repeat history in our game number 1 here of our elimination semi-finals. They're up by 1.
Wow, and you had to think, based on how they played that game type yesterday, that they were going to be just as strong, and my God, that's exactly what we saw. That is a game type you do not want to face them in because they look good time and time again. But let's talk about Septic. I think 20 and 12 in the end. That's a great way to start your championship Sunday.
A perfect way to continue the form that we saw from him as well. It's one thing, like I say, to do it on a Friday, on a Saturday. It's when the money's on the line that you've got to perform like that. And Robbie Singleton, look at those stats coming in from him. 20 bomb for Septic. And not only that, most assists on his team as well with 11.
That's an even better performance than yesterday. As we said, they had to play that game type down by 36 to start the day off of a continuation. They win that with flying colors. They have an even stronger scoreline in today's match, and it was really also the way that they did it. They were in control of that game the entire way. They were dictating the pace, and they were actually completely disregarding camo there and neutralizing it as a team. Great work here from J-Links off the opening.
Yeah, I always feel like with the power-up, you kind of play it depending on what's popping up on the map, right? Sometimes we see an overshield, sometimes we see a camo. I feel like you can give the camo away to keep control of the other side of the map more often than not. Maybe if an overshield's in play, it's a little bit more vital for players to get, but there was multiple times when we saw the camo actually being controlled by Quadrant, and then either Septic or Quadios or anyone would just shut it down.
My God, look at that. That's another triple kill there that came in from Septic. A few of these happening off screen, so shout out to our observers and replay team for catching even more Septic highlights that we hadn't even seen. You saw that one though on screen, and it looked like he was, I mean, this play for this 1v2, absolutely beautiful. That's a not easy second battle to win. He does that as well. This is the Septic Show, and we're glad you're all enjoying here and joining us on Championship Sunday.
And look at what he's doing as well. He was just controlling tower for so much time. You know, this triple kill here, swapping out for the Commando to pick up yet another multi-kill. And when you have someone just giving you that stable base, defending one of those strongholds on its own, it just allows everyone else to do what they want, to have so much freedom on the map. And that's exactly why we saw the scoreline that we did.
You just saw 3 triples in the highlight package alone and a few doubles that he had as well. That's an unbelievable game from him.
Pretty good, yeah.
And no wonder that they were able to completely dictate every single moment of that match. Now we will head to Aquarius Slayer for our game number 2. And Quadrant, my God, do they ever need to answer back?
They do. Now, the one thing that is on Quadrant's side with this map, maybe not the mode, is there's some bad memories here for J-Links Esports on Aquarius.
Yeah.
A couple of flag games that they've lost in overtime, in the tiebreakers. But Slayer's a different proposition completely. Plays completely differently. You're not looking to control certain parts of the map. It's more of a swarm mentality, right? Getting those shots down. And that's something that Septic's going to be able to allow them to do. If he can play that anchor role like he has just in that last game on Strongholds, they could be up by 2.
We have to see if Quadrant can slow this game down or dictate the pace altogether. But if they find themselves on the receiving end of that same J-Links aggression, they need to find a way to slow this down early. Do not let the score start to snowball. Make sure that they stay in control of the game. That really is the task ahead of them. Make sure that when they're spawning base, when they're spawning in utility, get that opening damage, get the first picks, and then push out together. It's a team that's capable of it, but as you heard Lethal talking about on the desk, not something we've seen from them all weekend.
Very, very true. Now, take your memories back to yesterday as well, to J-Links Esports and versus Quadrant when they played a little bit of CTF on this map. We talked about Septic in the first game. We've talked about how good he's been so far this tournament. That overkill that he managed to pick up as well to stop a flag being sent back home was absolutely astronomical. Those dynamo grenades are going to be vital to control. And Septic, you deserve the POV to start with, my friend. You were popping off in game 1.
Certainly do. +8 in that last game, and a big reason why his team did so well. However, Looks like, if I'm not mistaken, maybe a little bit of a false start here based on the way that the players on Quadrant, yes indeed, all fell on the flag together, so that Ninja will not count. But Septic's not going to... He's going to still take the opportunity for a little bit of body melees and wax there, but it looked like when you see 3 players on the flag fall that way, that's not the typical Quadrant opening strategy. We'll get that game restarted in just a moment.
Rob just trying to get in the heads.
Oh, he is.
Especially when you're 1-0 down in the series. The last thing you want to do when you know that there's problems with the lobby is just someone just ninjaing you, so it pops up in the feed. You know what I mean? You don't want to...
It did. And there's a little bit of a melee there, a little bit of a crouch as well. We saw it all. We saw it all on screen.
We'll have to see if he can... if he does that when the game's live and it's a good lobby, then I'm going to be popping off as well. So it's going to be a hell of a start for them to do. But it gives us time just to step back a little bit here and kind of examine what we're seeing from Quadrant. Because at the moment, it's, again, looking like the issues that we saw yesterday and that were highlighted on the desk is still there, right? It seems like there's a little bit of a lack of coordination. And the thing that really stands out for me with Quadrant at the moment is they're just not winning the 1v1s they should be.
I think the one thing we'll focus on, too, is how the Slayers went the last time these two teams met. Keep in mind, they did not go to Game 5, but if we look at that Slayer that was on recharge, that was a 50-46. Highly contested Slayer, very, very back and forth. In the end, J-Lings closes it out. Quadrant folded. I think they had a several kill lead on the home stretch. I think it was only at the 41-ish mark where they got the lead for the first time. So look to see both teams go neck and neck until the very end, but it doesn't matter how the mid-game goes for that Slayer. It's all about how you close out those final kills.
Yeah, and if they don't get that game on the board, we move over to Bazaar Capture the Flag, which will be a very, very interesting one because I don't think either team have looked particularly outstanding on that game type. Yeah. And the difference going into a game type like that where neither of you are particularly confident on it, but if you have a 2-0 series lead, you play a little bit different.
Yeah, and I think we saw J-Lings actually fold in one of their Bazaar CTFs, if I'm remembering correctly, from yesterday or pool play where they were up 1-0 about 1-0 about the entire game. It was the Ascent series. Up 1-0 the entire game. Actually, we'll take a look at exactly how those went. We can pull up those series scores right now. That's right. It was a Bazaar CTF up 1-0 the entire game. They let a late flag go in at about 1 minute left, and they lose in OT. That will be a game type to watch out for sure in game number 3.
We'll have to get there first, of course. We have to get Aquarius Slayer, sorted before we do get to that game. But the rest of the games of the series as well, just to remind you, will be a recharge ball followed by a Streets Slayer. But speaking of Slayers, we now have game number 2 ready to be underway. And for both teams to be live on the server, Quadrant versus J-Lings Esports. This is the elimination semi-finals as well. And one thing we haven't even mentioned, Andy, the fact that someone has to go home, but you double your money with every win pretty much today.
That's right. There's a lot here on the line, not just at the end of the day with the big prize pool, but every single match, as you say, on set. Here we are into game number 2. It's 1-0 in favor of J-Lings.
Free camo for Septic as well. Just storms top middle. Only takes just a slither of damage on his way to picking that one up, but look at the kill feed. A couple of kills going down for Quadrant now. Septic's going to be chasing Shadows for just a few seconds here. He's trying to play this one sneaky. And he wants to help out some teammates, but you also don't want to give away that position.
Right, playing this slow. In the end, they give up camo, and intentionally they get that 4-1 lead, but playing the long game is J-Lings. They will easily get those 2 kills back, now 4-2.
Look at the pings being sent out by Septic as well, just trying to highlight all these players. 2 players are going to be on top P, though. He gets the stick. Vital in that kind of scenario where it looks like you might have whiffed something that is going to cost you a -1 as a team, but at least he goes 1-for-1 there with the trade.
That situation is not the easiest. You might be tempted when you're down 3-1 and everyone's falling around you to just start shooting, to just start doing damage. Instead, once again, he slow plays that, keeps the game close. Here we are, tied 5-5.
Flooding on the pink side of the map here, J-Lings. It's going to be Chick with a double kill, though, and he says, I've got the flood barriers up. There will be no floods. As he shuts things down, Chick picking up important kills here as the game is swinging in the way of Quadrant.
And look at that from Chick right there, able to win that second battle there with the grenade. Also, he doesn't hop up on the fridge ledge, which was expected. The predicted nade goes into the fridge ledge, and he stays alive. They'll extend their lead by just a bit here, 10-6.
But this is such an important moment in the game here for Quadrant, right? You come out in these first few moments and you go down by a couple of kills, you start to think about losing the series. Yeah. You start to think about don't get 3-0'd, all of these things flood to the front of your brain that maybe you weren't even thinking about before you got underway in this series. But now that they have a lead, all they're thinking of here, Andy, is getting this game on board, getting a win, tying up the series, and putting the pressure back onto J-Lings.
They will get that first kill, and they do have a 5-kill lead. Picking up another one there, making it 14-8. Couldn't agree more. The next thing they need to do is just keep applying the pressure. So far, they've done it well.
Fragger moves in to clean up that kill that was starting down bottom middle. Fragger now trying to patrol on the base, and all of J-Lings you can see trapped on the pink side once more. SLG is going to pick up one shot a second. So this is looking like a bit of a spawn trap coming in here, and Quadrant have got that camo.
Back-to-back camos, and I think that probably marks 6 camos in a row or something across this series. This game, however, it is paying off for Quadrant, and they have shut down Septic so far. He's only 3-3. We'll keep an eye on those stats as we go.
Shut down everyone at the moment. And Shad, whack, back smack. Picks up yet another kill, 21-11, a 10-kill deficit here, and wonderful shots from Shad as well as he makes it a double.
And this is becoming a nightmare scenario very quickly for J-Lings. What was just a 13-8 game is 22-23-11, doubling the score of their opponents in this one and making very quick work of J-Lings. It's a very different game number 2.
Certainly is, and the pressure's being kept on here by Shad as well, who will survive. Chicken Fragger will move in to clean things up, and now he's moving over to help out Chick once more on the pink side. Should be able to get the cleanup, does get the cleanup onto Cristola. And this one's looking like a mess for J-Lings Esports. I don't know quite what's happened, but Quadrant finally seems to have found some form.
They have woken up. Look at their assists as well. Very nice assist category. Septic doesn't know where he is. That's a killing spree for Shad, and he is chaining these thruster grabs, one after the other. He's just roaming around, picking up thrusts at the front of each base. He's had about 4 thrusts left for the past 2 minutes. Trade still coming in. It's 30-15. This is an absolute onslaught from the side of Quadrant.
J-Lings is just getting collapsed on just so easily. Every single time we see a POV from Quadrant, it's 2 battle rifles located onto one J-Lings Esports player. They're never going to survive that. Finally, numbers will go a little bit back in the favor of J-Lings, but that trade keeps it pretty even across the board. 2-4 for Quadrant, 2-4 for J-Lings, but make it 3 now as Chick moves in and picks up an overkill.
Beautiful stuff here for Chick and all of Quadrant, 34-17. And when you see overkills on the feed, that's going to give you even more momentum, even more excitement. I mean, this is an absolute bloodbath. Just steamrolling J-Lings in game 2.
Shad, my word. God. Wouldn't surprise me to see him turn that one into a double as well, but I think, yeah, you're quite right. This has been a steamrolling so far in the game, and I just need to highlight again, how many overkills have we seen so far at the EU Super? It's been ridiculous.
I think you have the highest overkills per capita so far in this tournament compared to all...
We're proud of this in Europe.
All 8, what's that?
We're proud of this in Europe.
Yeah, you should be. This is amazing gameplay coming in from a lot of players with standout performances, big multi-kills, and probably some of the most multi-kills all up that we've seen as well in competitive Halo Infinite play. It's 39-21. This is the home stretch for Quadrant, and I say this in the best way about Quadrant, but this is probably one of the least eventful Slayers we've seen in the tournament, and they're very proud of that.
Yeah, outside of the overkill, and every single kill that's gone down, J-Lings have had absolutely nothing to speak about in this game. It has been the white flag being waved, so to speak, and we will see this series tied up at 1-1, barring the most ridiculous comeback that would ever happen. And with the way that Quadrant are just putting the pressure on at the moment, it ain't gonna happen.
Absolutely not. We talked about how pivotal the game 2 was the first time these teams met. Keep in mind, J-Lings won the first one, and they won the second Slayer as well, but it's very different here in their second meeting. It's 46-26, 4 kills to go for Quadrant.
Only thing here for J-Lings to try and kind of rescue out this game is avoiding that steak dinner. They need 4 kills to do so. But Quadrant only need 4 kills to close this one out and tie up the series at 1-1. Morga, you're toast. Cristola gets the trade. Septic trying to do some damage onto Chick, and Septic will get 1. With just 2 kills to go here, Quadio should fall. SLG will help out Shad. It's 1 to go. The steak is ready.
Wow.
And I tell you what, early on a Sunday, steak may not be the choice for many, but I'm always getting stuck into a steak at any point in the day.
I was going to say, some version of a Sunday roast being served here. You usually don't see. Steak dinners are reserved usually for pool play, maybe early bracket play. For anyone maybe just joining us here, not too familiar with the term steak dinner, of course, when you win a Slayer by 20 or more kills. That is what we had served up just now. And I would say medium rare, but that was actually very well done
that was extremely well done.
Dominant performance from them. Here's a look at the stats. Chick, 19-9. Hello, sir.
Yeah, on the other side of things, nothing to report, and understandably so, with a scoreline of 50-28. And I think, to be honest, with J-Lings right now, they don't want to see Aquarius again for the entirety of this tournament. If they do manage to get through to the next stage of the elimination bracket. It has not been a happy hunting ground for them, but Quadrant, I mean, you get to Sunday, you need a confidence boost after losing that game number 1.
Yep.
That's the perfect response from them, and let me tell you, they're a momentum-based team. SLG will be getting a little bit hyped, and this man on your screen right now, Chick, he's dragged them through some difficult situations so far this tournament. 19-9, he does it again. There's
that overkill on your screen. I'm sure we will see that a few more times before the day is over as he's heating up already in our first series. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that game.
Well, it's going to be all from the POV of Quadrant because there wasn't too much to write about for J-Lings. We will see that overkill pop up in a few moments' time as well. But again, Chick is the light in the end of what has been a bit of a dark tunnel so far for Quadrant. Every time they need someone to step up, he's been the man.
Also, let's talk about the camo control. Here's the triple. Check will fly in Dynamo side to get the overkill as well. That's the first one we've seen, perhaps of many today, if the past few days have been any indicator. But once again, Quadrant absolutely dominant there. The Staketacular medal does pop up. 50-28 is your final in game number 2. As we said, keep in mind the first time these two teams met, J-Lings was able to take the first 2, which you could say was pivotal for their success. But it's a different story on Championship Sunday, where we'll be tied 1-1 heading into game number 3. As we said, CTF Bazaar, a storied battleground for the likes of J-Lings. We'll have to see if they can have a different result compared to their Ascend series.
Yeah, game number 3 has a slightly different feel about it now after game number 1 did, as we headed into game 2, because that steak dinner is going to hurt J-Lings, and they're going to have to brush that one off pretty quickly. They will have the opportunity to do so, of course, with Bazaar CTF and the way that it plays. You can kind of grow into the series, but the one thing that J-Lings cannot afford here is a poor opening rush. I always talk about this on Bazaar, Andy. You lose the opening rush here, not only can it mean rockets, it can mean overshield going to your opponents, it can mean you're down by 1 on a map which is so difficult to cap on full stop.
Also, if you're on the side of J-Lings, you need to look at the game clock, check your watch. There's a full 12 minutes on the clock here. Yesterday versus Ascend, we saw them play a great game for about 14 minutes, and they crumble in the end, then they crumble in OT. Let's see them play a full game, but I tell you what, Quadrant, a team that will not make it easy. All of a sudden, a lot of damage here going down early. Looks like an early grab of the overshield for J-Lings.
J-Lings should get overshield, but you saw Quadrant escape with the rockets. So a push is going to be difficult, as you saw that player who did get the rockets just rotating back to his bar. And I like this play, right? If you're giving up the overshield, you got to defend your base. The best way to do that, use the power weapon against the power-up.
Yep, Shad says, actually, I'm going to bring these goodies back home. You guys, I've got the rockets now in the bar. Come on over, swing on them for a drink. Also, if you have an overshield, feel free to pop in here as well. Flag is pulled early for J-Lings. It'll be met by a rocket immediately, but traded out.
Fragger gets a spawn there, which is going to be helpful for them to at least keep the pressure on. Cristola is going to be trying to apply pressure on the reverse side of things right now as Septic moves in on the base. The flag is still out, and you can see that one player is still down for Quadrant, so there will be an opportunity here for Cristola just to throw this one out, and then it becomes a battle for the Slays. If you get them on your side, there's an opportunity to either get that flag back to your base, or maybe get the return, but there's a counter cap now coming in.
Septic needs to stay alive, and he doesn't. That will be 2 dead, but one's a fresh spawner. This should be a Quadrant cap.
They need to get that return, though. Is there anyone there to do it? Yes, there is. The flag goes home, and the momentum of that last game rolls over here in the first few minutes. A perfect counter cap for Quadrant. They're up by 1-0.
A flag goes in before Quadios or Morga can even get on the board with a kill. That's a great opening from Quadrant, and they're able to do it very efficient. You can simply tell by the numbers on the board. Septic already with 5, Cristola with 3, but his teammates nothing to speak of yet.
One thing that I noticed yesterday with the way that J-Lings play this, they're very good at part A, I would say, of the push, right? They get the 4 dead, they get into the base. It's the second part that they're a little bit stuttery on. They don't know if they want to, what they want to cut up, who's taking the responsibility of watching that overextension, which has come back to bite them a few times. Now's another opportunity for them to put that right.
That's right, of course. Several steps to a Bazaar CTF. Taking a look, 1 dead for each side.
Once again, you can see a little bit of indecision as Shad picked up that first kill. Looks like they're trying to bait a few players out here from Quadrant. Morgan's going to be playing that balcony. Shad's going to be the POV that we're watching, and Septic picking up 1. Maybe they're going to look to get that touch now that Septic has picked up the double. But there is a player still on that return. Can they get the touch? No, they can't. And again, just inefficient play coming in from J-Lings Esports. They do have another flag moving, but that was a massive opportunity. Surely now with the overshield in their hands, they can force this one home.
Yeah, let's see. Morgan should be able to run this one. You did just see the final late grab coming in from Chris. A little bit of a fumble there, bottom middle. Needs to go now.
Needs to go now because his teammates are picking up kills. He could have got this one to double doors already, but again, they're stuttering. And Cristola has to take the flag off of Morga. It's going to work out in the end, but again, I'm not convinced by the efficiency on these runs. But one thing that I am convinced of is the flag goes home, and it's tied up at 1-1.
They don't take the fast way home, but they do get the flag home in the end. It's 2 dead off of the cap as well, which will lead to Septic's rocket grab. Now tied 1-1 here, and off of the first few moments of the game, you might not expected this scoreline, but J-Lings able to play this one, maybe learn from yesterday's mistakes. And now with some control, the pre-rocket's not going to connect, but the cleanup will come in for Septic. He's going to ping down on rocket side as well.
2v2 on the map. I'd like to see Septic just throw this one out towards Treehouse and then take this battle. This is exactly what he's going to do. It's a big battle to win, and Chick is going to stand tallest. Very important for both players, that battle. If it goes the way of Chick, the flag stays at home and Quadrant can get map control. If Jailings and Septic win that, there might have been an opportunity to get that flag mid-map.
Let me tell you, Septic is on one this tournament. He's already 10-5 in this game. On the other side, no one has more than 6 kills. This man is amazing so far in this tournament. Keep an eye on that overshield, by the way. That comes up in 9 seconds as well.
Chick's going to be moving down, maybe trying to pressure forward, and so is Cristolo. So you're going to see a battle for mid-map here. Cristolo's actually going to make the most of a very cheeky angle to allow Morgan now to push up. That's a selfless play from Cristolo, which means an overshield, like you mentioned, goes into the hands of Jailings.
Morgan needs to make sure not to get green gunned here. He's going to get into tree right away. Looks like, oh boy, or back whacked. Shad had to have come in from bar, unless he went for a sneaky double door jump. Either one of those worked, and he gets the back whack on the overshield. You cannot let that happen on pushes like that. Or you also can't die to the last player alive, who was Fragger. So Septic with great aggression from bar, but Fragger predicted that as the last player alive, gets into bar and shuts that down. So it's really been a great tug of war between these two, 7:20 on the clock.
Still trying to work out where Shad was. Was he crouched in the corner? Because I did not see him, and certainly Morgan didn't see him as well with that overshield. And that is such a heartbreaking thing to have happen to you when you get that over and you think, hey, we've got a push going on here, boys. Just to get shut down in that kind of way. Nice double kill, though, from Fragger. He's going to open up the map once more as he looks to take another life to the grave with him. Septic falls as well.
Especially when that might have been their first power-up of the day. To be honest here, we're in game number 3 between these two teams. The Quadrant has been dominant in the power-up category. They finally get one, and he gets back-whacked immediately. Heads-up play by Shad to shut that down and keep the flag on the stand. 3 dead, though, for Quadrant. Shad, last player alive again, and over the past few moments on set, it really has been Jailings getting 3 dead, back-to-back-to-back.
Shad somehow narrowly manages to escape the damage coming in from the dynamo grenades. Not many players have managed to do that throughout Halo Infinite's lifespan so far. And good fire coming in from Shad as well to force the players back from Jailings, which allows his teammates to escape from that treehouse and get a little bit of ground to catch him up. Now, where are the respawns coming in here for Jailings? Because if they can get locations, and if they can get battle rifles onto the bodies, then Quadrant might have a strong push on their hands.
Just listen in here, because Shad's listening for footsteps. Let's see what he listens into here. Here's a few by the front door, but knows that no one's coming in from tree yet. You can tell just how slow he's playing that, listening for footsteps. Here's the overshield.
Now he makes his move. 4 dead for Jailings. Shad's going to hit this jump.
Oh boy.
As SLG is going to hit that grapple. Spawns are coming in on the rocket side as well, and with rockets in their hands, SLG might have a feast on his hands. There's 2! SLG looking for 3, but the damage might have been done as the flag is moving across the map.
Look at SLG. He also just nopes out of that. The overshield is there to collapse as well.
Look at Quad!
He's already across the way in the tree.
Quadios has somehow managed to overextend through all of that, though. Quad will be taken down. Quadrant managed to wrap back with that flag. Chick gets it back to the base, but Cristola's there to slow things down. The overshield the difference, though, as Fragger now has to hold the line.
Septic's already in the front door. I don't think he has much up his sleeve here. Morgan's the last player alive on the push. All of them are fresh spawners. That's a 1-by-1-by-1 push from Jailing. They tried to do what they could. It was not enough. The second flag will go in. And one category I have to point out at this point, Septic was about 10-3 before anyone else was at the 7-kill mark. Guess what? He's 12-13 now, and the rest of the lobby has caught up. It was a great start, but he was not able to continue that performance.
And that efficiency from Quadrant on that run, it never looked like they were going to fail, right? They had the SLG double kill off the respawners with the rockets. They then had the overshield to wrap back and make sure that that flag was going to go home. And now the momentum is starting to roll the way of Quadrant. They have that flag out again. Jailing's 3 dead. Septic coming off of respawn, but he manages to pick up 1.
He's got the Bulldog. He can right now, maybe 1v2 in this scenario. It would be huge. Right now, able to get the flag down. Gets the help on the last player alive as well. Big plays as the last player alive, bottom mid from Septic.
A huge play from Septic, not only stopping the flag, but also just taking the attention away and staying alive, allowing his teammates to push up to send that flag home. If he doesn't make that play, and arguably if he doesn't have the Bulldog, then Quadrant could be up by 3 here.
Did you see how patient he was? He sat there just outside of the Dynamos, and he was not spotted out. They were looking for him bottom middle. They thought he wasn't there, and he stays alive just long enough for the help to come in. Finally, he will be taken down. That's 3 dead, but not before getting that stop. That means the game will stay within 1 flag with just under 4 minutes left to play.
A bit of chain damage coming in as well from Quadios. He had that overshield to play with. He's got SLG in his sights as well. He's controlling this rocket side so well. There's another player trying to survive on the market, but unfortunately, Quadios is not for sale at this point. He gets the beat down, but will be taken down. But Quadrant find themselves 3 dead. Chick, the only player alive coming off respawn.
Septic right now trying to pressure that. Knows the player might be Bar. He is indeed Bar. They will push in together with Cristola. They both need to stay alive, though. Surprisingly, actually, Cristola will fall immediately. A little bit of a confusion there. Grenades coming in, so they will have to reset a bit. What looked like it might have been an opportunity, a moment of advantage for J-Lings is shut down off of the Quadrant respawns. They will have to try again now, 3 minutes left.
I feel like this is the biggest 3 minutes of J-Lings tournament as a team so far. Since they've come together as a group of 4 players, they've got better and better. But this 3 minutes could be massive. Quadrant, like I mentioned, momentum team. They get hyped. They start to believe if they get good results on their side. It's when they're down you need to take advantage. And if they cannot take this game, or at least tie up and put the pressure back on, then Quadrant maybe going into that game number 4 feeling full of confidence.
Septic getting the award there for longest time spent without shields. The patience there, even as the dynamos are ticking and the BR shots it felt like they were coming through the pillar. He stays alive through the rocket grab, picks up a kill as well. Now they've got 2 dead. Once again, here's the opportunity, waits for the dynamos, 2:29 on the clock. They need to go.
They need to go. Septic trying to play very smart with these rockets as well. He's trying to be the back player, the anchor for the team, as that flag will be moving. Oh, I think he just got some really bad timing, but we'll double back and make sure that he picks up the kill. I thought for a second there that player was going to be able to sneak through. An interesting flag run here from Cristola, though, deciding to run this one towards Septic, but Fragger will shut it down.
He was 2 dead there as they ran it. Fragger gets the shutdown. Keep in mind, they had a grapple as well. Kills will be traded out. 2 dead for J-Lings.
There's going to be a scrap going down here on the suicide of the map. Walker's there to try and get the touch, but 2 players double up from Quadrant, and Chick again will be in position to slow things down. 2-4 for J-Lings, and now Chick is inside of your bar with a Bulldog, not where you want a player to be when you're trying to chase the game.
It's just like you said, it was a very interesting decision. They thought they could get away with the bottom rocket run, but you cannot risk it if there's a chance of a return, because the return becomes too easy, and that's exactly what Quadrant gets. And they also get free grapples out of it, which Chick uses to stay alive. 1:30 on the clock. J-Lings running what could be again the game-tying flag.
Now, this is where I'm really interested in J-Lings. This is where I want to see coordination. This is where the comms have to be precise, perfect. They cannot afford to mess this one up. Cristola gets a double kill. Septic's got the cover with those grenades as well, being thrown and frazzling away at anyone coming off a respawn. Chick is in position atop Rockets, but he's the furthest player forward. And with around a minute or so left in the game, it looks like Cristola will run this one in, and it will be tied up at 2-2. The right decisions being made by J-Lings. They convert the flag, questions answered, and now we have 50 seconds left to see if there's one more flag before overtime.
Incredible patience from J-Lings. Once again, they knew exactly how much time was on the board. Cristola stays alive for the killing spree in his tree as well. They knew exactly how much time they had. They took all the time they had. Think about Septic's patience with the rockets and dynamos. 2 dead again. This one's not over. 33 seconds left. They could try to run another one.
They could try to run another one. They've got spawns coming in as well. Every single player from Quadrant was caught on a respawn there. Thrust is going to be picked up by Cristola as well. But where is the player furthest forward who might be able to get their hands on that flag? It looks like they're setting up here, J-Lings, to try and pick up a second round of slays before they move in.
Yeah, we'll see. Not a lot of time to get the grab. Fragger very wise to jump out. 3 kills, 4 go down. That should not be enough time for a pull unless we see an incredible grapple play. 5 seconds left on the clock. They're going to try to fly in. I don't think the time's there. We're going to sudden death overtime.
We are indeed. Nobody able to get that final pull in the last second or so. But inside the last 60 seconds or so, it was J-Lings that got that tying flag. And maybe going into this overtime here, we'll be able to take that momentum forward.
Looks like there with the black screen, it might have been an observer crash on your screen, so game may be continuing. We'll get an update here from League Ops, but it looks like we may have lost 1 observer just as we're going into sudden death overtime, so we're going to have to wait and see. Get this water off the desk. My God. There's a sudden death overtime, and I'll shoot it to you straight. That could be happening. That might have been.
That could be happening right now.
The observer might have just dropped out without the players dropping out. We'll find out. We'll get the update from League Ops, but I want to see what's happening.
We're hearing in our ears that it's going to be restarted, so hopefully we get straight back into it. That would be the worst thing possible if we had to kind of just almost radio, right?
I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to think about it. Here's the thing, though. I said we wanted to watch Septic through the whole series, and we wanted to watch him through that game. Septic had a little bit of a roller coaster. He's 10-3 off the opening, then he's negative when when everyone else catches up. He ended that regulation time, I think, 24-18.
Yeah,
he was the difference maker, and he continues to be the difference maker for them at the end of that game. His patience with the Rockets and Dynamos and staying alive and knowing exactly what he needed to do there, I mean, that was a masterclass in playing out the full game clock.
Yeah, I want to give a little bit of credit as well to Cristola. A few times in that game, I saw some really selfless plays from him. When that overshield was popping, he was the furthest player forward, just dived off the balcony and survived long enough to re-engage in a battle that he initially took to allow a teammate to push forward and pick up the overshield behind him. Sometimes you need to be that player, right, who's willing to maybe sacrifice a life for the greater good, for your teammate to move in, pick up that overshield, and formulate a push off the back of it. But, you know, I've been talking about momentum in this series, Andy, and now I just feel like it is completely even for both teams. Going into that overtime with the series tied up at 1-1, like I mentioned with Bazaar, right? Opening rush is everything. It couldn't be more true now as we head into sudden death.
Oh, boy, yeah. It's so important in your regulation play because it dictates the pace of the game, but here, one bad opening from another team answered back by a great opening could be the flag run. That really could be it. That could be all that we see. Now, that game did go the distance, so you're hoping that we're going to see a great overtime here. Of course, not one that just one team folds and fumbles, but that could be the case, and we'll have to see what's going to happen here. But I tell you what, on the side of Quadrant, several players stepping up, but I couldn't agree more. We had a lot of momentum coming in for the side of Quadrant, but it does feel like these two teams neck and neck, especially heading now into sudden death overtime for our game 3.
Now, if I remember correctly, it was the overshield that got picked up by Jailings, but it was the Rockets that managed to get secured by Quadrant. So that tells us pretty much nothing about who's going to have the better of the restart here. It seems like both teams have a viable strategy. We'll have to see if they do change it up a little bit, because I think it's becoming something more and more that we are seeing, right? Especially in overtimes. You kind of have to have someone stood behind you, maybe the coach. We know that Morga, he's rebranded, by the way, Morgan II.
Yes.
Morga 12, shout out to you. The smartest dressed man, the smartest dressed coach.
Always.
In all of Halo at the moment. But he's going to be looking at that, and he's going to be making mental notes on exactly where the Quadrant players went, what they tried to play for, what the timings were like. And if he can relay that information in the same way that Nurix can do, the coach for Quadrant, that could be the difference here. The coaches could have a huge say on what happens in this game.
They really can. And keep in mind, the first two game types were camo and play only, right?
Yep.
Which you could just say on paper has a less game impact historically compared to an overshield. And we'll have to see if that continues to be the case, because we saw J-Link start to slowly prioritize that overshield more, especially compared to the first two games, and it started to be a real big difference maker. So just like you say, expect that power up to dictate the way that this game goes, and we'll have to see. I mean, we saw some great plays from Quadrant, especially Shad getting the back whack on that overshield, shutting it down right away. So some great plays from both sides, and that's what you'd expect in a game that's heading now into sudden death.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very nervy few moments, and it's almost as if the little break in play is just building the anticipation even more, as it should for everybody at home right now, because it's not just this series, of course, that we've got in front of us. There are some massive games that are going to be happening all through Championship Sunday, and it gives us a chance maybe to just look forward a little bit ahead of our elimination bracket semi-final we have now to our winners bracket finals, and that is going to be Ascend versus Na'Vi. What a matchup that's going to be.
That is the matchup you could say we've been waiting for since not just November, but I would say since we knew that the dawn of Halo Infinite was coming, right? For the past few years, these two teams excited to see what they're going to be able to do against each other. Looking back at the J-Lings and Quadrant series from earlier, if we look at those quarterfinals matches, that Aquarius CTF was also so tight, back and forth. It was a 3-2 in the end as well. I think in overtime, 3-2 if I'm not mistaken.
It was sudden death,
After that overkill that came in from Septic, their Quadrant able to squeak it out 3-2 in the end. On the J-Lings side, they're going to hope that history does not repeat itself and see what they can do. And I think if J-Lings make sure that they do not go for dead here, I think that they have a very good chance of taking this overtime.
Yeah, I feel like on this map, especially in overtime, I feel like you have to have one player who almost plays slower with the idea in the back of the head that something might not go right? And they just need to survive, keep pressure on, allow you to come off respawn. Because if you don't do that, if you fully commit as a team, which is what you normally do off the break, right? Everyone has a responsibility. Everyone's trying to get their hands on something. Then you go 4 dead off the break and you lose everything, then that player, you know, you're coming off a respawn against a Rockets and an overshield and full map control. It's so difficult to do. I think you almost need to have a player just sit on that balcony, sit on the bar, and as soon as things start to go wrong, just retreat and make sure if you're going to die, that you die in a position where you're influencing a spawn in a positive way for your teammates, maybe back around that flag. It's that level of metagaming that maybe is going to take a few seconds here for these teams to talk about, because it's a situation they're not in that often.
I think it's an insurance policy, right? You do not. There's some game types where you can afford to send all 4 flying into the enemy base. It's risky on a map like Bazaar and a game type like Bazaar CTF because you can easily get trapped into those bottom rocket spawns. Like you said, having an anchor around the tree, the hut, that side of the map is going to help you force spawns a little bit differently, get you the sight lines you need to. and everything like that. I mean, one thing, now that we have a second to highlight it, there was a lot of eggs in the double door basket on that last J-Link's flag run. I don't know if you were getting as nervous as I was, but Morga had no equipment, and he had, I think he also had Quadios with him. They both went double door, and if there was one frag grenade there, that flag doesn't go home. So maybe you have the comms from the team saying, there's no one in a position to nade double door, go double door. I don't know, but I was getting nervous that there was one frag coming in and going to end that party real quick. So J-Link's not the cleanest of flag caps to end it, but I think they played a really long patient game, and we've seen them do that not just in Slayer, but not just in CTF, but in Slayer as well. They really know how to slow the game down, because even though Halo Infinite is so fast-paced, there are times where if you slow the game down, you can actually wear your opponents down, because they're expecting, okay, where are they? They're going to start to second guess. There's no one bar, there's no one double door. Where could they be? And they're just a split second behind, and they're making these great timing pushes. So if J-Link can keep that up, they've got a great chance to take the series.
Of course, we have KC just around the corner as well, our next major, and we've had some pretty intense offline competition so far this season. While we wait for this game to get back underway, let's check out a little reminder of some of that action.
What are these questions?
Do we look at them? Okay.
This is Halo lore with pros, and these questions were provided by Hidden Xperia.
All right, what is the name of the elite you play as in Halo 2?
The Arbiter. Obviously, yes.
The Arbiter?
Yep. The Arbiter?
That's right.
What species created the Halo ring?
Wait, it's either the Forerunners or the Prometheans.
Flood.
I'll go with the Prometheans.
Nah, Forerunner.
Dude! Okay, whatever.
The Forerunners?
Yes.
It is the Forerunners. Okay,
Yeah,
because there's something before the Forerunners too.
I couldn't tell you.
The precursors.
And what did Chief give back to the Covenant in Halo 2? I need to look over here.
Did he give back to the Covenant?
Yeah, what did he give back to the Covenant?
You know the whole scene, he's like, Chief, where are you going? And he goes, to give the Covenant back. I have no idea, honestly.
Like a plasma grenade?
No.
I don't know.
Dude, this guy hasn't played campaign, I swear.
I'm so bad at campaign.
He goes, he says like where are you going? He goes, to give the Covenant back their bomb.
Their bomb.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he sends it back and blows up the ship. Dang, I am a nerd.
It says, what weapon is used to kill Miranda Keyes in Halo 3?
She's the chick who got, I think, the energy sword, right? She got stuff with the energy sword?
Is it fuel rod cannon? She got blasted?
No.
No, it was a pistol then.
Spiker.
Who dies to the Spiker?
The Spiker? She died to a Spiker?
That's embarrassing.
So
That's
anticlimactic.
That's the hardest gun to get a kill with.
All right, I'm out.
GG.
GG. You lost.
Oh no.
There's no shot I get any of this right. Which character says the famous line, "Were it so easy"?
What's the line?
Were it so easy.
What?
Were it so easy.
Were it so easy, ...
Bro, who has like a deep voice in Halo?
Master Chief. Oh.
Who said it?
Master Chief?
Oh my goodness.
I don't know.
The prophet of truth. No. Dang it.
Arbiter.
Yeah.
Oh my
Arbiter.
God.
Finish this quote. Wake me.
When you need me.
Like.
That one's easy. Everybody knows that. Like,
Yeah, that's correct.
iconic.
That is very correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Wake me when it's over?
Who was the captain of the ship, the UNSC Pillar of Autumn in Halo CE Combat Evolved?
I was like 1 year old when that game
That
came
doesn't
out.
matter, what?
Yeah, I should get this too.
That's the first ship.
I'm gonna get made fun of for this one. I don't know.
There's only like one captain, bro.
Master Chief.
Bro, are you
Oh, Sergeant Johnson.
Dude, it's a sergeant. Like, what?
Dude, I didn't play Halo 1.
You ever play the campaign?
Yeah, like a long time ago.
Captain Keys.
Captain Jacob Keys. Captain Keys, bro.
Dude, I was 1 year old when that game came out.
Bro,
Like,
I know you played it before.
That's it.
Okay.
That's all we got.
Did pretty good.
Wow.
I did okay. I feel bad for you. You
all
could get
good.
roasted
I
by
mean,
the chat.
it's all good,
It's okay. Yeah.
Well, as a reminder of some of our North American pros who are obviously pretty bad, to be honest, when it comes to lore, but not as bad as me, Andy. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm so glad that I don't get sat down and ask those questions.
I was actually going to say, I think both these teams on our stage right now are hoping that they perform better than what we just saw.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it'll be a very difficult championship Sunday. for them here. Quadrant and J-Lings, we're now awaiting the start of the sudden death overtime round of Bizarre CTF. Cannot wait to get into it. It has been a wild series so far. We're tied up 1-1. This game 3 will be the go-ahead game in the series.
Yeah, certainly building the tension here anyway as we wait for this game to get set back up. And like Andy said, absolutely perfectly, it is going to be next flag cap that wins and will give not only the win, but the advantage in the series as well, and put the team who does take home that victory onto series point as well. Yeah. 1 game away from going through to that elimination final and, again, doubling their money with every single round that they go through. And I've got to be honest with you, I'm not really sure how this is going anymore. You know, the series seems to be very tight between the two. But a very strange series at the same time. It seemed like J-Lings were popping off in that first game. Yeah. The second game was a bit of an anomaly in the way that it ended up. A spectacular at this point in the tournament you don't usually see, to be honest. But Aquarius, like I mentioned, has not been too much of a happy hunting ground for J-Lings at all throughout this tournament. But in the last game, I think we saw the best of both teams. Both kind of locking horns. Nobody able to get that final kind of advantage over the other, and I'm expecting the rest of the series to maybe follow suit. Yeah, it really has been back and forth here. It sounds like players are loading in right now. We'll get into that overtime in just a moment. Tell you what, though, Quadrant is thanking their lucky stars that they won that Slayer, because if this was like their quarterfinal and they were 1 flag away from elimination, that would be a scary place to be for them. They are very, very thankful that they got the Slayer on the board. And instead, they can go into this overtime with a different mindset here, where they're focusing on this exact game and not thinking about elimination in the back of their minds. It's a huge game to win, but it's all going to come down to this final flag cap on Bizarre CTF. It'll come down to the next 60 seconds of the game as well. As soon as we get into it, we mentioned how important that starting strategy is going to be. Well, now is the time to employ every single bit of conversation and strategy that's been discussed in the last few minutes, as the teams have been waiting to get back into this game and back into the lobby. If you're just joining us, as a quick reminder, we are in sudden death here in game number 3. Bizarre capture the flag. Next flag will win the game. Here we go, baby. This is what we came for here, starting things off hot in series number 1. Sometimes you save this kind of excitement and for the winners finals, the grand finals, and all the way through. But here we are in the elimination bracket. It is already getting hot and spicy. Next flag wins. Quadrant versus J-Lings. Well, they're going to be risk takers. Well, they're going to be those who maybe try and be a little bit of an insurance policy. What a grenade that was, by the way, from Septic to pick up the first kill. Septic will be taken down and exchanged, though, as 2 players do fall for Quadrant. Morga trying to move in on that overshield. Quadiosa Cristola swiping through the market as well with a long flank, and that will be the overshield now go to J-Lings. Great stuff here once again. Ping's going down. That's going to be 3 dead. They've got all the goodies. Overshield avoiding getting green gun, checking both corners. A nade will come in on Morga. He gets the green gun himself. They have rockets as well. Look how scared all of Quadrant are as well. They're all stacked in the back of the base. If you get this information now, Morga, tell your teammates to fly forward. Get those rockets in a position to do damage. This could be the game. Absolutely could, but somehow 2 fall. Quadrant plays a slow game, and it pays off. The push does not come in from J-Lings, and this is not easy. Look how long. Oh, what on earth is happening? It's a crumble from J-Lings. Absolute shutdown. Now 3 dead on their side. Cannot happen. That cannot happen. You will not get a better chance through the entirety of this game to get that flag on the board and to put a map win on the board and put yourself up 2-1 in the series. They had everything, Andy. And now they've got Shad inside of their base, running the flag, and J-Lings, they could regret this one. Slide does not come in for Shad, so he'll have to not go through. He would have been able to fly into the tree if he hit that curb slide. But instead, he gets taken down. Now, all that costing him, so they'll be traded out. 2 dead for Quadrant, 1 dead for J-Lings, but couldn't agree more. J-Lings had every piece of the puzzle, all of the tools in the chest, but they cannot convert early on. And now we go back to that stalemate in the middle of the map. Quadio's trying to do the damage onto Fragger up inside of the bar. Cristola picking up one onto Shad is going to allow some space, at least, for J-Lings to move forward. Overshield going to be popping as the next power up in just a second or so, and you can see that Quad is going to be given the responsibility here to try and help out his teammates to pick that one up. SLG is 1 shot bottom middle. He's absolute, and Septic will get the kill. Now Fragger's going to be challenging, and Fragger might have the timing on this one. Septic's going to slide in, but won't be able to pop that overshield, as Shad will be the player who finally collects that overshield that's left on the floor. It's a fadeaway with a thrust, and Septic getting into some kind of tussle with a small wooden crate. Doesn't pay off in the end. They're now going to be pushing through the bar. Grenades will tap just a bit as that overshield very quickly runs down. Shad knows he needs to take advantage of the fact that he still has a little bit left, but
even getting team shot in the back, that thing is going to all the way be tapped out.
Like this aggression, though. Unfortunately for him, his teammates have fallen. There is one player still alive on the thrust, I think, here, but he's got a teammate there to give him the assistance. It's Chick, but Morga. That is a vital kill to slow things down. However, he gives his life away a little bit there. He tried to do some damage, and now all of the pressure to stop this flag falls onto the shoulders of Cristola, but there's Shad on the balcony causing all sorts of problems.
Oh boy, yeah, Cristola going down there is tough. Quadios is already across, but he looks like the only player in any position to do anything about this flag.
They have the rockets as well. They should be able to escort this one back. They've got it into the double doors, but here is Quadios, but there is Chick. He gets the kill that he needs to. Morga and Cristola flying through the treehouse. Fragger needs to make the play, but instead, it's going to be Chick and a teammate to get the final kills. And with that, Quadrant winning overtime. They will go up 2-1 in the series. And I said that J-Links might regret that opening and not taking advantage of it. You've just seen why.
You got to think, it's a little bit of deja vu for J-Links, and it's a deja vu of the worst kind. They will lose the flag once again to Quadrant by 1 flag in overtime. It's a story they're all too familiar with, and now they'll find themselves down in the series. The score of 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, all the credit in the world to Quadrant, by the way, for the way that they somehow managed to get out of that scenario they found themselves in.
Yep.
All dead off the rip, lose overshields,
yeah.
Lose rockets, you play slow in the back of the base, and you're kind of hoping you're going to get a pick or something go your way. And then they made that play, but J-Links, you can't expect to win games like that if you throw those opportunities away.
Like you said, I think it was a lack of communication because Morga gets that first kill on the player on thrust. He immediately finds Fragger on the back pillar, the right side pillar. As we take a look at some highlights from that from the entire game, all of Bazaar CTF, both regulation and overtime, but a little bit of a communication crumble, perhaps, with the way that Quadrant slow played that.
Just looked nervy. It looked like no one wanted to take the responsibility to be the player to fly, to get inside of the base, to get the information.
But other players either did not. Maybe there was a backwack that came in bar. We only had Morga's POV. At that point, here's the backwack. You're right. Shad was sitting right in that right corner, and Morga did not check the right corner with that overshield.
Well,
maybe the difference maker.
Yeah, could have been the difference maker. This was SLG picking up that overextension and almost picking up a triple kill on his way to Quadrant, finally converting that flag, which gave them the 2-1 lead. But with 60 seconds left in this game, J-Link showed heart, they showed spirit, and they did manage to get that flag back to tie things up and send us to overtime. But I mean, Cristola, good decision-making in that final moment to get that flag home, and he had to make the perfect decisions because otherwise it would have been the initial loss. But look at this. I mean, they get the first kill as well.
They get another. SLG kills Cristola. That's really the only one there. As that flag's going to run here. And here's that last run. Morga does all the damage that he can, but it was really only up to Cristola, who's alone, essentially, on his opponent's flag. In the end, it's a score line that looks very similar in our game number 3, a 3-2 victory from Quadrant. They will now be 1 game away from eliminating J-Lings and moving on in the bracket.
And they say revenge is a dish served best cold. I bet the word's in a different order, probably, somewhere in there, but you get my point is these two teams have matched up before. J-Lings hyped, knocked Quadrant down to that elimination bracket, but now Quadrant are here to play on Sunday, and like I mentioned, you don't win anything on Friday or Saturday. It's all about how you perform on Sunday, having got here. Yep. And now Quadrant find themselves just 1 game away from getting through to that elimination final. And I've got to be honest with you, I think that if you're Ascend and Na'Vi and you're sat in that upper bracket at the moment, one team you probably don't want to face is Quadrant because historically they've given both those teams problems.
Right, and I think the better the Quadrant, I should say the longer the Quadrant play, the better they get, especially on a championship Sunday. They've found their form after that game number 1. They're looking very different now, leading 2-1 in the series. Let's look back at the upper quarterfinals, though. We did have J-Links facing Quadrant once again. In that time-based objective, it was a win on Streets Streets Ball coming in for the side of J-Links. We now have a Recharge Ball. So if history repeats itself, we could be going to a game number 5.
It's going to be certainly very, very interesting. And if my memory serves me correctly, it was a Streets Ball game that certainly had some interesting rounds, right? The first one was extremely close between the two teams. But the second one, Quadrant absolutely dominated. They had a tram set up. It was like almost
100 to 10 or something.
Yeah, it was almost as good as you could possibly get and expect to get with teams of this kind of level. But the third round, big play from Cristola in those final moments to clutch up and rotate that ball away. So I'm not sure what to expect, to be honest with you. Recharge, obviously a different proposition to what we see on Streets, but certainly going to be a very competitive and close game.
Certainly. I think we looked at a lot of Stalker Rifle play being the key on that Streets game, and I think we could say the same thing, of course, even more so about the Shock Rifle here on Recharge. I expect both these teams to be fighting over it. Highly contested weapon. And I also think you have players like SLG, you have players like Septic who are not afraid to take the extra peek shot with that shock rifle. They're going for flashy plays, but also if you hit them, high risk, high reward, they pay off.
I want to see SLG step up in this game as well. Yesterday he had the shock rifle a couple of times, and whenever we're watching SLG POV, you expect to see headshots, right? He was catching a few shoulders, catching a few chests, not quite getting the clean, perfect kill with that shock rifle in comparison to someone like Septic. Maybe this is the time for him to step up and do so. Confidence high in the Quadrant camp after they managed to pick up that overtime win in Bazaar capture the flag, but now is the chance to close things out and eliminate Jailings Esports from the EU Super. Quadrant up 2-1. Jailings looking to send us to a game 5.
Question is, what can the French squad do here? Can they close it out? You know, just like you said, after that game, they are saying here in the pregame comms, let's do it right here, right now. We are into game number 4.
Septic POV has been a pleasure to watch so far. And Camo already in the hands of Morga, so power up has been picked up by Jailings. Can he be eliminated and taken down though by Quadrant? That's the question. Morga surviving for now.
2 dead for both sides. Surprisingly, you're going to actually see Fragger try to get away with the grab here, and that grenade on batteries doesn't take him down finally. They take him down, so now they'll have a small man advantage for just a second. SLG, very nice plays from the double stack.
2 dead here for Jailings. It looks like it'll be 2 dead for Quadrant as well, as you see Cristola flying down to clean up SLG, and Quadrant trying to get a little bit scrappy here as 3 players do fall for Jailings. So they get that ball back, and this is the first setup we've seen is Chick not only gives the boxer cuddle, but tries to give the boxing gloves to Cristola as he walks past.
Wow, Chick stays alive through this as well. You gotta be kidding me, that's huge. That score was gonna continue racking up because they get 2 dead clean. Finally, SLG's taken off, but it's a really nice sneaky start here from Chick.
Pressure's still on as well. See the rotation. Look at this rotation coming in from Quadrant. They've got the ball all the way back to Elevator. They also have Chick trying to kind of create the space for the rotation to continue as well. Instead, he's just going to continue slaying at the moment. 2 players do fall for Quadrant though, but look at the score. SLG going to be able to play this ball with 30 points already on the board. A great start here for Quadrant.
It's a great start for Chick as well. He's 5-2. No one else in the game even passing the 3-kill mark yet. I think he could have done better on that last exchange, but regardless, going to be very happy with the amount of points that they did put on the board. Will be 30-0 here in our first round.
Morgan picks up 1, which is going to allow at least Jailings a little bit of room to breathe here, to push across the map and focus their battle rifles onto the final players alive. Speaking of which, the last player who is going to be surviving here for Quadrant is going to be Fragger, and Septic's already spotted him out, but great shots from Fragger mean that this rotation might not be as comfortable here for Cristola. Although he's got it back to pipes, you can see that there hasn't been a huge amount of time racked up already. He's going to have to drop and slay.
Should be a camo grab for Quadrant, if I'm not mistaken. There it is. Shad on your screen here. Perfect timing from our observers in the back. Nice shots in Whirlpool as well. 4 dead for Jailings. Camo still in hand.
SLG with the ball in hand as well. Shock rifle was up, so it'd be interesting to see if anyone from Quadrant did manage to get that. 2 players announce themselves to Shad, and once again, the camo just gets spotted out extremely importantly by Jailings Esports. And it's not the first time we've said that in this series, and with the way that those guys seem to be completely locked into the game, camo almost seems irrelevant for Quadrant.
Chick is continuing to roll. He's 8-5 in this game, continues to lead the game across both teams, and they will very comfortably play the ball out. Just about at the 50-point mark. There's 2 dead, so actually SLG gets the call to fly right back into top yellow if he can. Doesn't get away with it though. 3 dead.
Chick last alive, trying to defend that ball. And it looks like the long haul spawns are coming in here, so Jailings have a great opportunity to hold the line, to rotate that ball, maybe back to Elevator, or maybe try and push out that long haul and force the spawns back at A. Decisions have to be made here, and it looks like it might be the rotation towards A to clean things out. Morgan going to drop that ball for a few seconds and concentrate on those kills. As you can see, the first ones are going in the favor of Quadrant.
They are here, 2 dead already on both sides. Now Shad, last player alive. Morgan should be able to clean this one up outside. Has to work pretty hard to do it. Eventually he will go down. There's still 2 dead, but it still should mean a little more time for Jailings. It brought this game within 30. Nice little rotate.
Nice rotate, but again, not a huge amount of time being racked up here by Jailings, considering the kills that they just got, right? They tried to hold the same setup, allowed the Elevator spawns to come in, and they were a little bit slow on recognizing where those spawns were going to come in. They didn't have kind of anywhere cleared out on the map to rotate that ball if a kill went against them. So that's why the score is how it is. The push was far too easy there for Quadrant to make, and now it's 57 points and rising to 24.
Yeah, messy in the end, certainly from Jailings. You could tell there that they're isolating their battles. They're allowing the battles to be isolated into 1v1s, which is exactly what Quadrant wants. They're winning those 1v1s, and they're coming off with pushes when they really haven't disadvantageous position. They also stop the burn on the camo. Chick should pick this one up as well, and I think he's going to get a camo. As a reward, they're only 20 points away from closing out the round.
Camo, ball, setup, shock rifle, everything in the hands of Quadrant here, and you would expect them with all of these toys to be able to maybe close out round number 1. Fragger's going to have some responsibility here, though. You can see that one player's going to be sliding in. He gets a bonk on the top of the head as Kristola is sent back into the respawn screen. But look at the rotation now coming out. They didn't get the play ball, though. So Jailings might be able to steal this ball away back to blue.
Yeah, they do, actually. They fly right in. They're going to go to control. The pressure comes immediately, though, from Chick at control. That's a heads-up play. Septic needs to stay alive.
It's a heads-up play, but at the same time, you can see that Jailings a little bit slow on recognizing that the ball was being rotated and they had to pick up tower. They get a little bit lucky by picking up the kills, and now Septic should have the flank on these last 2 players. You can see where the last one is. Ball still in their hands, but Shad with a vital kill. If they clean him up, this might mean time for Jailings. They do manage to do so, and with just 9 points remaining here for Quadrant to close out round number 1, it's a full setup for Jailings.
Yeah, full setup, but no room for error here. You have to think if this setup gets broken once, even if the ball plays once, this could be over. The ball does play just as quickly as we say that. SLG in the back of the base, 3 dead for Jailings. You're probably going to see an immediate grab here. This could be the round. Toss it up to yellow. Beautiful toss off the play ball. That should be the round.
That should be the round, and I have to be honest with you, Jailings do not deserve to win the round after that setup and the way that it crumbled, because that was just flimsy to say the least. They get picked first. The push comes through, they're forced to play ball, and Quadrant are there, and as you say, that perfect throw up to top gold to close out the round now means not only have they closed that round out, Andy, but they're 1 round away from closing out this series. It's 2-1 right now. They are on the precipice of going through to that elimination final.
Also not the way you want to start. If you're on Jailings, it's a free camo grab for SLG. Didn't have to pay a dime for that one. They also get a kill, so they'll trade 1 for 1. It's another good start for the side of Quadrant, only 1 round away from winning this series.
Just want to see Jailings be a little bit more proactive. Difficult to do though when you've got SLG not missing shots. Here's another opportunity to do so. Takes down Morga. Double kill for SLG. 4 dead here for Jailings, and the ball in the hands of Shad.
Tough way to start for Jailings, and they need to find the energy, and they need to find it right now, because this round could be over very quickly, and the game and their tournament can be over very quickly if they do not step it up and find the kills on the board. Get the opening damage to make these pushes count. 2 dead once again, though. Quadrant is not letting off the gas pedal. Make it 3.
And look at where the difference about where Quadrant are picking up the kills on respawners, right? They're forcing themselves onto Jailings, and the kills are happening away from the oddball carrier. They're not allowing the space for the players to move up. They are just suffocating them off spawn at the moment, Quadrant. They are playing some perfect oddball here on recharge, as Chick once again picks up a double kill.
Oh my god, midship-esque battles there where he just happened to fire a few bursts and picks up a double kill there in long haul. Not something you see every day, but my god, this lead for Quadrant in this round looking as good as ever. They're now up 60-6.
But now Quadrant certainly outclassing their opponents here on recharge oddball. They have looked absolutely superb. The rotations have been there. The movement, the calls, and the pressure on the respawns, everything you could possibly want. And here's another example of it, Andy. The move all the way from pipes to tower to try and get that ball to blue. Chick is going to pick up the ball, but now the flank coming in from Jailings.
SLG stays alive as long as he can. He'll be taken down in the end. It's only going to be Fragger that's going to be alive here. He's actually alive on Old Grapple and Whirlpool. Septic needs some help to finish, and they'll start to pick up a few kills. They get 1 dead. But man, do they ever have a long road to go if they want to get back in this game.
Can't afford to make mistakes now. Camo is certainly going to maybe help them a little bit pick up the slays they need to get that ball back to a setup. Fragger should be spotted out here. Shock rifle in his hands. That is a vital kill from Morga. If he gets taken down there with the camo and turns over the shock rifle.
That's tough for Jailings there. Morga, just as you were saying, needed to stay alive with the camo. He rounds the corner because he thought about picking up the shock rifle. Gets punished immediately, so kills will be traded out 1 for 1. Make it 2 for 1 in favor of Quadrant.
It's Chick again. Chick just appears out of nowhere sometimes. Picks up 1, picks up doubles, and clears the way for his team. And look at the score, 67 points and rising. It's a pipes setup again with A control for Quadrant. So they have all the angles they need to put 20, 30 seconds on the board here. This could be it, unless Jailings can make a push and save this game.
Quadios can't go Whirlpool there. Morga's dead, and there's no one else in position to shoot. Quadios needs to wait a second, and maybe that sums up this entire game. Is Jailings really not waiting for each other on these pushes? They're often pushing in these 2-player scenarios.
Yes, 1 by 1, and it's just making it so easy for Quadrant just to pick up the kills, to get 2
Same thing.
VRs.
Same exact thing here. Quadios dies Whirlpool again. It's not paying off. It's not working for them, and it looks like it's going to be too late.
Fragger just having an easy time holding down pipes at the moment. His teammates holding the ball. SLG. Time ticking away. The series ticking away here as Quad is going to have to make a hero play. The ball is down. As that will be 4 dead now for Quadrant. Jailings need to make the most of this. They have the odd ball in their hands, but they cannot slip up here. It has to be perfect.
Can you imagine if this was the beginning of the Jailings redemption story in this series? They have a very, very tall order ahead of them. It needs to go 1 kill at a time, but they can bring this one back. They've got 3 minutes on the clock.
Fragger! Oh, what a kill that is from him to take down Cristola Morgan there. However, to close that kill down, there's Shad. Perfect kills from him and the camouflage. Where is the oddball? It's in the hands of Quadrant. They only need 6 points here. Schick has got everything clear in front of him, apart from one player who flies through, but it's not going to be enough. And Quadrant, maybe today is the start of the redemption arc for them. They will move through to your elimination bracket finals with a 3-1 victory.
Jailings there with a hot start in the series, but they will be outclassed, as you say, by Quadrant in the end. And I think that's the fear that a lot of teams in Europe have, is when you let Quadrant get started, they start to get the momentum, they start to steamroll, and it's looking like what could be a good championship Sunday for them. They will close out the series 3-1 in the end.
Yeah, and completely deserved. The way they played that recharge oddball was, textbook. Every single decision they made, every single rotation they made, it was almost as if they were kind of always thinking 1 step ahead.
Yeah.
We've got this pipe set up. What happens when a kill happens here? What happens when a death happens here? How are we trying to move that oddball and kind of manipulate the map, right, to make sure we're getting the most out of that time? We'll see the stats here, Andy. Chick, once again, Wes highlighted him on the desk, understandably so. 19 kills for Chick.
Absolutely. It's been popping off all day. Not surprising to see Shad also high up on that category. 17 kills for him. 6K club belongs to Chick, though, the only player to hit 6,000 damage.
And I think that Jailings are certainly going to be disappointed. Just looked a little bit flat in that series in comparison to what we saw from yesterday. And as we look at the replays here, just this man, he just has a knack of picking up important kills, double kills, damage, whatever it might be. He was always there for Quadrant.
You have to feel like Quadrant felt the pressure. They knew what was on the line. They know how much they've accomplished here, and despite the fact that you had plays like that from Morga, in the end, it was dominant power-up control, dominant map control, and they really didn't give Jailings any effort to breathe, any ability, to breathe or move. Chick picking up double kills like that because of the big damage that had already come in, and it was really the Quadrant story all game.
Yeah, you just felt like Jailings got a little bit desperate towards the end as well. You could see it, maybe a little bit too desperate too early. With the 1-by-1 pushes that were coming in, they were just kind of feeding into the hands of Quadrant, making it so much easier for them to just pick off those final kills and clear the way for that oddball carry to put that time on the board. And with that, Quadrant will be still alive in the tournament. And even though we were kind of talking bad on them yesterday, they were looking a lot better today, Andy. They get the job done. They're still alive, and they will be waiting, of course, for the loser of the winners bracket final coming up a little bit later on. But that's going to be it from us. A great first series, Quadrant the winners. And now it's time for Lighty and the guys to break it down.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. My goodness. What a story of 2 halves, to be perfectly honest, in that series. There's a huge pivotal moment, big spin there for a lot of our teams. And I got to say, I want to quickly break down the strongholds for first and foremost, I can't even find my words, to be perfectly honest with you, just in terms of what we just saw there. And just kind of a little bit of a choke, I think, from Jailings coming forward in terms of the momentum that they had, especially in that first strongholds. It was a little bit of a different stronghold from what we saw for the first time that these two matched up together. What did you notice in the main differences here?
Main difference I'd see is Septic and how he rerouted himself in terms of the paths he takes. He realised the first time round in their previous matchup back in pools, the winners bracket rather, he realised that it seemed like when Quadrant would try and counter-attack, it'd always be from power-up or from top middle. So instead of him just sticking around B and rotating back and forth from B to C, he decided just to hold back tower, and eventually he can catch him by surprise. He did that on so many occasions, but Quadrant still didn't readapt to what he was doing and just assumed that he would disappear every single time. But the second game, though, was a bit of a different story. Saw that state coming out from the side of Quadrant, where it was just more the fact that for Jailings, they just couldn't seem to make a clear decision as a team how they're going to get out the base, or maybe all four should push or create a crossfire. They weren't really too sure about what exactly to do, but we have to talk about that bizarre CTF a little bit. It was very neck and neck. The Slayers were quite equal as well, But of course, during OT, there was a couple of issues, but the problem was the fact that after that game, something happened. Game 4 completely deflated. That is something we've not seen from them at all. Jailings was just a completely different team, and they just didn't really seem to be on the same page at all. It was sad.
Yeah, it was indeed, and I think, I see some kind of comparison with that Oddball and the Slayer as well. Oddball obviously not being the most ideal game type for them coming into it, especially in that fourth map there. But the Aquarius Slayer, honestly, for me, is where I start to see a downhill trend. I was not expecting such a steak dinner coming in, to be honest, on the side of Jailings there, especially when we have, main Slayers and main aggressors on the sides of both of our teams here. But this really was the chick show as opposed to the Strongholds there being the Septic show. What did you make of that Slayer and the way Jailings handled it?
Yeah, for me, that was where this series took a turn. And this is the best we've seen from Quadrant, right? We talk about Quadrant's potential throughout the entire weekend. Talk about how they've let us down in trying to reach that potential. But that Aquarius Slayer, something clicked. Something went right in their heads. Their teamwork was on point. I mean, both the guys casting mentioned the assists that were coming through for the team. And along with Chick's ability to just take over that game, that's what you want to see from Quadrant, especially if you want to see them have a chance going forward in this bracket.
100%. That is the exact thing we want to see from Quadrant, isn't it? That exact momentum, that power, that aggression that we saw in that Slayer. And really, they were totally unstoppable. There was nothing that Jailings could have done in that Slayer to turn the tides around there. Well, with that being done and everything being said, let's have a look at the results right now in our elimination bracket. And of course, that was our elimination semi-finals. Quadrant will move on to the elimination finals here. Jailings, they are out, done, dusted, out of the tournament. But who is going to be dropping down to join Quadrant? That is going to be my question. And it's going to come down to our winners finals, which are coming up next, gentlemen. I think this is going to be a stellar matchup. I think this is the one that everyone's been waiting for. And how ideal, Lethal, is it that we're actually seeing this happening in the winners bracket? Things could have happened, I think, either way here. But Na'Vi, I'm glad to see them in full force right now and coming in through the winners bracket side of things as well. And meeting Ascend so early on too.
Yeah, a lot of these teams have been matched against each other from the top 4, but Na'Vi hasn't been truly tested, have they? The best they come up against the Flying Dutchman. We saw signs of it here and there, but we haven't seen them play against each other, against Quadrant or Ascend or anything like that. So this is going to be a true testament of skill. All the practice, the hard work which they've done so far the last couple of months, has it paid off? Is it going to work out? Is anything they're going to test and try? Is it going to try and error well in their favour this time round? There's going to be a lot to discuss in a bit, and I think we have a lot to talk about in terms of how Na'Vi are going to perform in this winners finals.
We certainly do. We're going to hatch a game plan for both of our teams going forward, but we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we do indeed have that very match. It's going to be our winners finals, Ascend versus Na'Vi, coming your way hot off the press right after this.
You're special. In fact, I'm counting on it. We're lost in the dark. But you give people hope. And I will always be with you. I see this as a new beginning.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the HCS EU Super. It is Championship Sunday and we've already seen the elimination semi-finals. This was quite an interesting match to say the least. Both of these teams very, very hot at the moment and have been heating up, but Quadrant just a little bit too hot for J-Lings Esports currently. Despite a pretty strong and heavy-handed strongholds for J-Lings Esports, Quadrant got the better of them when it came to the Slayer, Bazaar and CTF, and this recharge oddball, well, it was good night, game over, goodbye, and out of the tournament for J-Lings Esports. And Quadrant, they live to fight another day in this Championship Sunday. So what an incredible showing. And look, we've been asking for this the entire weekend. We've been asking Quadrant, hey, we don't recognize you right now. What is going on? They told us, look, hey, we were just taking a chill pill for a second. We were just relaxing, but we're ready. This is Championship Sunday form for Quadrant. I'm excited to see what else they're going to do in our elimination final. But on the other side of the bracket, we have our winners finals just about to happen. We have Na'Vi and Ascend going toe to toe. It's everything we've all wanted all weekend. Honestly, in weeks leading up to the EU Super, we've wanted this matchup 2 times in their own rights. And obviously Ascend really proving a point here throughout the season so far. Can they be touched? I think that's the biggest question right now. And Lethal, what is the answer? Do you think they can be touched? Can they move out of this kind of pedestal position? Or are they just going to be taking another one under their belt?
I think for Ascend, it's just going to be another one under their belt, potentially. Every single one of these players is highly skilled, raw talent, so much individuality across the board between all of them. And it's just remarkable how a squad like this is just come out of nowhere from 2020, 2021 to progress themselves in Halo 5 and now up to this very moment. Snipedrone especially, with the fact that he's been competing for shy of 10 years now and still continues to impress us day by day. And of course, continuing to prove himself as well. But there is a lot of weaknesses with Ascend to exploit. Okay, they're very fluid, they're very loose. Great coordination, how in sync they are, but the structure is not too good in terms of them being overzealous, over-aggressive. Seen it so many times. Sometimes they need to be put on a leash on more occasions than not. But the problem is, though, what can they do in order to stop that from happening? Just someone from the coach just to let's give a few lenience here and there and just try and decide exactly what they need to do. But the problem is, though, for Ascend, they're looking so solid. And it's made me think, to some degree, I don't think they will get taken out for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very, very difficult. But like you said, there are moments in their gameplay that can be capitalized on. But it's about whether or not the teams can realize that and actually be able to do that and execute that in a series. On the other side of things, though, we have Na'Vi. They're ready to go today. It's Championship Sunday Clutch. Na'Vi have been producing the goods thus far. They've been pretty clean apart from pool play. But in the winners bracket, they've been looking really good. The question is right now, this is their toughest opponent they've come up against. They haven't really had much practice against Titans. So how are they going to fare right now going up against Ascend?
Yeah, this is going to be a completely different beast, right? They look good against the Flying Dutchmen. The Flying Dutchmen are probably the best team that either two of these teams have played so far throughout this weekend. But, I mean, Ascend, they've been a thorn in Navi's side and Navi's existence up until this point. And you know how bad these Na'Vi guys want to take that throne in Europe. They want to be the #1 seed coming out, but, I mean, they have yet to prove they can do it in tournament play yet.
Yeah, and I think that is the problem. scrims for these two guys have been pretty close. They've been pretty even. And, you're not too mad dropping a couple of maps here and there. And maybe the score is going into the favor of Ascend, here and there. 6-4, I believe, was the last one we saw for the scrims. Yeah. And that's pretty solid. But it does actually have to translate into a tournament environment, into competitive play. And that's really the ticket, because you do see teams really putting the gas pedal down here. And that's when you can provide different results. So we need to see that from Na'Vi. We need to see a switch of focus up here if they are going to actually touch Ascend in this series. Now, with that being said, let's actually take a look at the series later and see exactly what is coming our way in this best of 5. We're kicking things off with Recharge Oddball. So this is going to be a pretty difficult one, I think, in terms of Na'Vi. I've seen Oddball not being the best for them. However, they have improved in certain areas here. So how do you think they're going to fare with map 1?
Well, map 1, I think Na'Vi should be okay, but I kind of think 3 or 4 game types they'd be quite keen on, especially the first one going into Oddball with how structured it is. CTF Aquarius, one of their best game types, and Bazaar Slayer, a nice map for them to dissect enough to be able to take these guys apart. But Na'Vi, how much more time do you want? You've had 4.5 months, and how much more time do you need? Like, the route they took in terms of the structure and setups they want to put in place, you have all the individual skill there in order to conquer this team in general. Like, absolutely no reason for it at all. It's just a matter of, can you get it done? If you can't get it done now, when? That is going to be the next question.
I disagree a little bit. I think that game 1 is such a big one for Ascend to see, because we talked about all weekend long, Na'Vi, they don't want to see Recharge, especially not in the most important series. It's game 1 of their series. And actually, you talk about scrim results, but the last time these two teams matched up in a tournament play, they lost this exact game type to Ascend. Ascend's got to be licking their chops to get into this game 1 as soon as possible.
100%. That is why I'm a little bit cautious about that map 1, and I think that is going to be a big telling in this entire series. I'm not saying that Na'Vi, if they go down in this map, that is not going to happen for them, but let me tell you something. That leg up over Ascend, that first map, that might just shake a little something with Ascend, knock them off the pedestal just a fraction, or maybe shake it just a touch. And that's kind of what we want to see here. So Na'Vi coming out of the gate strong would be a huge point in this series for sure. Now, looking at our head-to-head, our player versus player, we do have Snipedrone and Kimbo up on the board now. This is pretty big in terms of these two players here. Of course, both very talented and aggressive in their own rights, doing a lot for their team here. But I want to know about Kimbo as well, coming up against Snipedrone. Kimbo has been phenomenal this weekend. However, he has to keep that going, especially against the likes of Snipedrone.
Kimbo's the player to watch for me if you're talking about Na'Vi. Snipedrone does his part as well. The last time these two played, like I said, in tournament play, Kimbo actually had the worst KD ratio on Na'Vi's roster, going neg 14. It's not that bad, but you got to have your main slayer. You got to have your best player playing his best to have success. Snipedrone, the last time these two played, plus 14, the best in the lobby. And that's the difference between these two. If Kimbo can outplay Snipe Drone, he'll give this Na'Vi chance the opportunity to win this series.
But that's a tough task, though, in itself. You've got to remember, Snipe Drone, the way he plays, the routes he takes, the paths he makes, he'll do the same rotations again and again. And you could be the best player in the world or try and adapt to him. It's still very tough in this. Like I said, it's that 3-second rule, just making sure to be at least in close proximity of any of your teammates, but also be in the line of sight. And he may put the pressure on to begin with and be on the front line. He may be supporting in some way, considering the speed and the pace and the agility that the other three do normally perform as. But again, it's going to be very, very tough. There's a reason why Snipe Drone has always been so consistent across the board in terms of damage dealt is KD over the last 10 years.
Yeah, there is definitely a reason there. And look, he isn't slowing down much. Both of these guys actually on our KD leaderboard earlier on today as well. But Snipe Drone quite significantly at the top as well. And rightfully so. He has been putting in the work with the rest of his team. Ascend actually yesterday were actually hogging the KD leaderboard. Na'Vi turning the tables though coming into today. So I'm excited to see exactly how they're going to perform, especially in Slays going up this Ascend roster as well. Folks, it is time for a prediction from both of you. I know this is the hardest part of our segments, but Lisa, I'm going to have to ask you to decide who you're going to be going with.
I think it'd be rude if I went the other way. I'm going to say an Ascend 3-1 here.
Okay, an Ascend 3-1. You're given only a map. Only a map? How? I mean, only a map?
I'm hoping it's a good series. I really am. But everything Ascend shows me that they can play Halo with some of the world's best. I cannot wait for them to get over to Kansas City to have another opportunity to play on LAN against some of the best North American teams. I think they make slight work of Na'Vi here. Ooh. And I love this Ascend roster, the way they play Halo. You guys talk about weaknesses. I see none.
Okay.
I love Ascend here.
See, no weaknesses. It is Ascend all the way on the desk right now. Look, I want to say, I want to see Na'Vi prove you boys wrong right now.
I would love it.
I hope
Map
so.
one.
I would love it.
Map 1, prove us wrong. Turn the tables, Na'Vi. Let's see it. Come on. We're going to head on over to our casters right now for your winners final here at the EU Super. We have Sherzi and Gaskin on the mic, so please, let's get right into it.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Winners finals, one of the biggest finals, one of the biggest matches in European history. The lion's share of $100,000 on the line very shortly. A ticket to grand finals is on the cards here for one of these two teams. Two European heavyweights go toe-to-toe once more. Dan, what do you expect from this one?
Wow, this is going to be a very difficult match for Na'Vi. They've never beaten Ascend. Ascend have never lost a series in Halo Infinite. They are 51-0 in series played. They've got a 90% win rate in maps throughout the entirety of Halo Infinite. That is an incredible statistic, but Na'Vi are looking to break that down today. Recent scrims would suggest that Na'Vi are finally finding and matching the pace of Ascend. Can they do it in competitive play, though?
Perhaps you can take some solace for Na'Vi. Friday, they limped through pools. They looked dominant on Saturday, not dropping a single map. But then you look at Ascend's form. They haven't dropped a single map all tournament long here. What can Na'Vi do here to break the chain?
I think Na'Vi have been dissecting the gameplay of Ascend. They've been looking at starting strategies. They've got Wonderboy in as the coach, and he's been doing a lot of work as we kick things off with Recharge Ball. Fun fact, this is the only map and mode that Na'Vi have ever beaten Ascend in competitive play out of these 5 that we are playing in this winners bracket final.
Looking at Shady's Twitch title recently, Easy 100k was what he says. Is that perhaps overconfidence here? Is he overlooking this Na'Vi team? We're about to find out. Winners finals underway.
Keep a keen eye on starting strategy here. There's a lot of work that's been done by the coach of Na'Vi, Wonderboy. He's been looking around at what can be done, and a camouflage has already been secured. That's job 1 done by your coach.
2 go down for Na'Vi. 1 on the cards for Ascend. Camouflage, though, still in play for Kimbo. Looking for that shock rifle, securing it, firing a warning shot down towards pipes, but it will not connect.
All still on its spot at the moment. No one dare grab it, as there's not really been enough slays either side. It's been very scrappy just to begin with, but a trade there coming through, and Shady getting the initial kill means that maybe Ascend can start to make a breakthrough.
2 down for Na'Vi once more. Legend and Snipe Drone in the respawn screen, waiting to get back involved once more. Jimbo comes back in, but unfortunately Sika takes down Kimbo. Shock Rifle's going to transfer hands, but we've still yet to see a team pick up the ball.
I think once Ascend get 3 down, then you're going to start to see the move. As I say that, 3 are down and they get the ball, but there is someone there and waiting. But Sika says, see you later, Sunshine, and somehow it's still alive.
Sika getting freaky with it. That's exactly what you need to do here. Take down this Na'Vi roster as he misgrapples there. Will that bite him? in the backside now as he clambers his way back towards Pipes and unable to help his teammate, but one shot to the spine is going to help take care of Kimbo, make it 2. Double kill secured for Sika, ball in hand along with Shock Rifle. I'd like to see him pass this off to a teammate.
And as we get a slight pause in play as Na'Vi are on the recharge screen, just to go back to what Clutch was talking about on the desk, recharge has not been great for Na'Vi. Even though this is one of the only maps they've beaten Ascend in competitive play out of the 5 they're playing right now, we know recharge is not where they're comfortable. If they were to lose here, things get a lot worse when you go into game number 2. But right now, it's still not a massive lead for Ascend. It's only 20 points, and Na'Vi have been able to break that setup.
20 seconds then. Now Na'Vi register their first points on the board. They've lost a couple of teammates. They've also not been able to compete the camouflage, not being successful. Second time of asking. Camouflage is now stand at 1-1. But can Sika do more with it than Kimbo was able to? He's already locked in one of the Jimbo with fresh 4 shots, but gets shut down by 2 Foxy.
What is interesting is when you look at the 3 times that these teams have played each other on this map as well, it's gone in favor of Ascend twice, and both of those times it was a 2-1 victory. The one time Na'Vi won this in competitive play, it was a 2-0. So we really need to see them get this first round on the board.
Well, they've cut away at that lead now. Only 5 seconds the difference after these early opening engagements. Neither team dictating the pace thus far. It's been back and forth. That's exactly what we want to see in this series. Jimbo picks up Shady in the feed. Can't snipe drone, making a meal of this one, and it's going to be a trade. 2 for 2. 2v2 on the map. Ball rotation coming through.
Yeah, really good movement here from Na'Vi, recognizing the presence of Ascend on the map and bringing this ball over to an area where they can play it if they need to. At least play it successfully anyway, and there it'll go from 2 Foxy. Sword is up if he wants it as a reward, but at the moment it looks like he's just focusing on helping the rest of the team.
Drops the ball into the drink. Resets the map. Hello, Shady.
See ya.
He's gone for a dive. Okay, pal. We'll see you in 10 seconds or so. Thanks for stopping by. 40 seconds now for Na'Vi. This round 1 looking good so far. But Snipe Drone and Co looking to stop that setup as quick as possible. But Jimbo picks up one of the feed, but 3 dead. Jim, last man alive, top tower. And he's been milked all the live long day. Gets a trade. But unfortunately now, Ascend have blue setup.
Na'Vi into the respawn screen, and Legend is just going to do what he can to give information to the rest of the team. He gains the information just through grenades, I think, that he heard to his right, and that's why we're seeing the rotation from him now. Bring this back towards Pipes, but you've got to be careful just in case there is a Na'Vi player lurking in the waters. I think Jimbo is going to be the closest to do something.
Shots go down. 2 Foxy successful this time. Na'Vi have secured that 3rd camouflage. Jimbo has it locked in his chest, that cloak of invisibility. What can he do with it? Shock rifle in his hands, lining up Snipe Drone. Will he peek and get his face tased? He gets sizzled up a little bit, it gives him a tickle. Jimbo opts to get a different line of sight as a result of that and locks in, and should lock in this kill. Makes a meal of it though. Second bite of the cherry enough to take down Shady.
Jimbo at least gets the trade. Good work from one of your lead slayers in your team. That will allow the team to maneuver around him and try and get this ball once more, but at 40 to 49, excuse me, Na'Vi still have a very narrow lead, but Ascend, if they can get the trades, they might be able to get some more points on the board. But I'm really impressed with how Na'Vi have responded to the start. Ascend, they had control, they had a 20-point lead. It wasn't looking too great, but Na'Vi slowed things down, they assessed their options, and they're right back ahead of this game.
Ahead by exactly 16 seconds. The clock could start to be a factor very soon. 1 minute and 50 seconds, and losing time all this while. Trades come through, 2 for 3 this time. Na'Vi have 2 members still on the map, and they're going to look to score some more points and get this blue set up once more, but unfortunately 2 Foxy goes down underpass.
A lot of the times when we see these 2 teams play against each other, the clock becomes a factor. Very rarely are either side able to get to that 100-point mark, and that's because they are so closely contested, and the way they work each other off spawns, and they make it very difficult for that ball to be picked up after it's been played in the middle of the map.
Respectful and Sika trade out. It was a bit ugly at times. Repulsor play, a sticky grenade, but both will go down. 1v1 in pipe. Snipe Drone says, see you later, pal, and picks up 1 more kill onto 2 Foxy. 60 seconds to 40 now. 20 the lead for Na'Vi. Can they keep and shut down this Ascend roster? What a statement it would be if they could secure round 1. That we have a series on our hands, but now all of a sudden 3 dead. Ascend have ball.
Very mature from Snipe Drone as well. Could have tried to challenge to go for a triple, but he knows there's far more on the line. They're just going for montage clips at this point. He's starting to really deal some damage to this Na'Vi roster now. It's something that Lethal spoke about on the desk as well, that Snipe Drone is so important with the routes that he takes and the avenues that he's going to be maneuvering the way around the map.
Oh!
As Shady picks up a double kill.
4 dead now for Na'Vi. We're going to see a lead change. Ascend take the lead. They only require what's going to be 25 seconds. Na'Vi come up off the respawn. They've only got one or so more pushes left, or round 1 goes towards Ascend.
Look at this setup though. Shady watching one side, Snipe Drone the other side. Na'Vi have got to pick and choose as to who they want to try and take. Personally, I would not go anywhere near Snipe Drone, so instead they face on Shady. They've done some damage, but the ball is still getting time.
Ball's still getting time. Can they get close to him before the time runs out? They only require 4 more seconds. He's scampering away. Can he? Yes, they can. They've secured it. 1 second, though, is all Ascend need to secure round 1. They can ill afford to drop the ball now.
Massive play from Respectful to get that beat down, get that ball. They can still win this round. Ascend, they thought that was done and dusted. They thought they had done enough. Now, off the spawn, they need to try and break this. Respectful's got to go away, though. There are so many players around him.
So many players around him. He's dropped ball out towards batteries. Is there a player on hand to get the touch? Ascend are going to drop on it very shortly. It's going to be Legend.
Oh!
He picks it up, but he's gone down.
So close. Is there anyone else? Grenades are going to be there. Finally, you see the touch as Snipe Drone make sure that Ascend get the first round on the board here in Recharge Oddball, which was a very back and forth game. It was in Na'Vi's hands, then quite literally in Ascend's.
An absolute slugfest in round 1. Both these teams have come to play. It's Championship Sunday, baby.
So many grenades to start with. We talk about starting strategies. Na'Vi seem to have a very clear idea of how they want to pick up this camouflage. But can they secure it 2 rounds in a row? No, it looks like it's going to get burnt. And Jimbo's just going to have to try and work with what he can here. Na'Vi, 3 dead. Ascend seem to have got the better of them on that occasion.
3 dead apiece, though, all of a sudden. And 2 Foxy. What can he do to influence this game on this life? A couple of grenades go down. Not going to pick up anybody, but now a 1v1 with Legend. Already down to no shields. 1 burst to the skull is going to be enough. But Snipe Drone's picked up 2 in the feed. They're answering back once more. No team able to secure the ball so far.
You can really see how much both teams respect each other here, Jersey, because that's why we're not seeing any scrappy time. No one believes they can pick up the ball and get away with it, realistically. You're seeing 8 of the best players in Europe. 8 of the best players in the world. I'll say it. I do think that, you know, these are players who should be achieving top 8 in an international competition as well. You've got so much respect there that you're not going to go for anything stupid. You can't take any unnecessary risks in a game like this.
Ascend have weighed up their options and they've assessed. This is not a risk to pick up the ball now. 15 seconds registered for them. 2 Foxy goes down the feed. That's going to stop this Na'Vi push. At least make it a lot weaker than it could have been. Trade comes through pipes. Now we've got Kimbo in a 1v1. Needs to win it and doesn't. He gets shut down. But Respectful's picked up 1 elsewhere towards Yellow Stairs and Seek is looking to clear house.
Yeah, and Seek, if he can get at least 1 of these kills, that puts Ascend in a great stead to try and pick up some ball time here. But Snipe Drone actually gets duped a little bit by Foxy. Thankfully, there was a trade. Otherwise, that could have been very detrimental for Na'Vi's chances indeed. But Ascend have got the advantage when it comes to spawns here. They're far closer to the ball. They're far quicker to the ball. And that means they can pick up some of this scrappier time.
Lethal mentioned their speed and agility. And sometimes they play off the cuff. But right here, right now, it's working to their benefit.
Yeah, I think Lethal's been focusing on that a lot throughout this tournament about Ascend's lack of structure at times and how they like to play off the cuff, how they like to play quick and just try and react to what their opponents are doing. But when you play against a team like Na'Vi, who are very structured, who do play in a very assessive way, Ascend actually love that, because then they can just react on what Na'Vi are doing to them.
Looking to exploit the weaknesses in Na'Vi's game. And so far, in rounds 1 and 2, they're doing it to some great success. 48 seconds now, Na'Vi have secured the ball, looking to rotate it and keep it locked in here. Camouflage in the chest of Kimbo.
Camouflage will go out. Needler is there. Opting not to pick it up. It's something I've noticed throughout this entire tournament. We've not seen much Needler action, despite the fact it is very powerful. It's a conversation I had with Clutch, as Kimbo will secure that one. At least he's done the job regardless of camouflage.
2 down for both teams. It's a straight 2v2 dogfight on the map here. Snipe Drone scampers towards pipes. 1v1 with 2 Foxy here, and 2 Foxy shuts him down.
Big fight from 2 Foxy. There's a lot of massive individual engagements that are happening, and 2 Foxy actually will manage to just catch out Shady, who was unaware of Foxy just hiding around the corner. And these are some big engagements to be won. It can really propel your team into a fantastic position, give you some momentum.
18 seconds registered now for Na'Vi. But they're fighting tooth and nail for it. These points are not coming easy. Snipe Drone opting to stay alive now. Bottom Mangler pit. will look to re-engage now very shortly and does. Picks up Kimbo in the feed. Jimbo, the last man alive, and he's going to be desperately trying to play defense with the ball. He's got a big fight in his hands and he comes out on top.
Jimbo takes down one of his ex-teammates in Snipe Drone, and what an important fight it was, because now this time is going to start to chunk up a little bit for Na'Vi, and they've got to make up quite a deficit, down by 25 at the moment. But that can all be gathered up in just one setup, and with the kill feed going the way it is, and camouflage maybe going to be a big factor in a short while, that's going to be a huge kill from Jimbo.
Having a huge round, 12 kills, 4 assists and 7 deaths for Jimbo, and now looking to secure the camouflage. He's been successful, but can he get away? The answer's no.
Something that Onset pointed out to me earlier on today is that Na'Vi very good in the early and mid game, but they seem to crumble towards the latter stages of rounds and series and maps, especially when they're playing against Na'Vi, Ascend, excuse me, because they just recognize that they've never done it before. Remember, if you're watching this for the first time, Na'Vi have never beaten Ascend in a series, so there's a lot of kind of responsibility on your shoulders in every single map.
Every single map, every single gunfight it feels when you play against the caliber of player that Ascend have on show. 47 seconds then for Na'Vi, just about to tick over to 50. They're closing the gap, they're eating away at that lead.
As we do go into that latter stage of the game, and they do have the control of the ball, what will they do with it? Respectful in a really good position that he can work with the rest of the team, but unfortunately Ascend, they just seem to be everywhere. It doesn't matter what corner you turn, there is another member of this roster that is there to drill shots into you.
They do not let you breathe. You get smothered. There's no free space on the map, and as a result of that, we've seen them amount 71 seconds now. This second round just as close as the first, but will the end game go the same way? Snipe Drone in pipes, his home at times. Surveys the land, knows there's a player down bottom pit. That call out has come through for him. Opts to turn his attentions towards long hole. Shady though with the shock rifle, fires a couple towards Respectful, has him down to half shields. Pop that shield. Snipe Drone, who was long haul, picks up that kill, and Shady sizzles the skull of one player, Kimbo, last man alive.
And I was about to say that Na'Vi maybe will want to try and maneuver their way around towards long haul to try and avoid this shock rifle. They are spawning over towards Turbine though, but that means they're just going to be funneled into a place where they can be grenaded consistently. Shady's got to keep hitting shots, and he will do so. And this ball has been gathered up, and Ascend will take map number 1 here against Na'Vi.
That second round so comfortable for Ascend. Na'Vi look good in patches. That early to mid game, they kept it nice and tight, but like you said, end game, that's where the trouble came for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and it really is concerning when you look at the roster of Na'Vi and you look at those kind of final periods and how they do drop off. And I don't know whether it's nerves, I don't know whether it's pressure, but there's clearly something there when they do play Ascend. Granted, I do think that this was a better game type for Ascend, even though, yeah, okay, it's one of the only maps Na'Vi have won out of this series in competitive history. We know they're not great at recharge, and we look at recent scrims, we look at recent results, and I do think the series layout gets better the further we get into this one. But I think Na'Vi will still be disappointed they weren't able to put up a bigger fight.
2 players highlighted before the series. One for Na'Vi was Kimbo. And we heard Wes say, if you're going to have a chance to win, Kimbo, the damage dealer, the main slayer, has to be on point. And in that recharge game, he had a struggle.
A struggle with kills, but he did get 20 assists, so I guess I'll allow it. 7.4k damage for both Jimbo and Respectful as they try to do things, but there he is, Snipe Drone at 9,000. He is quite literally over 9,000 as he does it yet again. His positioning, the way he plays this game, it is a joy to behold.
We compare the 2 players that were on show and highlighted before the series. Snipe Drone versus Kimbo. Snipe Drone had 3k more damage than the German.
I think that says a lot though. They are different players, even though they're both sometimes the main slayers, they are the damage dealers. I think they play in an entirely different style. But when the rest of Ascend were doing what they did, it just allowed and played into the hands of Snipe Drone and what he wanted to achieve. And he just sits back and laughs sometimes with how he gets to play the game of Halo. I think anyone would enjoy playing alongside these 3 French superstars, and Snipe Drone has loved every single moment of it.
We posed the question months ago. Are the French players going to start to learn English? Well, actually, what I think needs to happen is Snipe Drone needs to pick up Rosetta Stone and start learning French.
I think it's a very valid point.
Yeah.
And I think it was something that Clutch brought up as well, that realistically, if this is going to be a team who moves on into international competition, gets into top 6, and maybe tries to break that EU record once more, then maybe Snipe Drone does need to start learning French. I'm sure he would have picked up a few things here or there, like,
rouge,
you know,
red.
baguette tastes good, all the standard stuff. But next map is an important one here.
Yeah, Live Fire Slayer is game 2. Na'Vi need to bounce back. They do not want to go down 2-0 in the series here. What can you tell me about it?
I've got a lot of interesting statistics. I can look at scrim statistics, I can look at competitive statistics, or I can look at most recent results. All of them go against Na'Vi when it comes to this occasion. They've not been able to ever beat them on this map. Na'Vi have always lost this map and mode in competitive HCS history, but in scrims it's about 50-50. So I think you can take from scrims and recent results and how Na'Vi have been improving and they've been able to assess what Ascend have been doing in recent times. But when you look at actually what happens when it gets to the nitty-gritty, Na'Vi often lose it. And again, that goes back to that point of that kind of pressure scenario. Is it going to be a bit too much, this Winners Bracket Finals?
Let's take a step back then as we look at the series layout. Oddball recharge, we've seen it. It was pretty convincing. 2-0. Live Fire Streets game 2 and Stronghold Streets will be our game 3, and if required, we hope we require them, CTF Aquarius and Slayer Bazaar. What do Na'Vi need to do now to break the mold and get that game 2 win?
It's been close in scrims, like 50-47s, 50-48s, and again, it comes down to that final period of play. There needs to be a little bit more structure and an idea of how they want to achieve that victory. It sounds crazy, but in the start and mid-game, there's a very clear plan for Na'Vi. They know their starting strategy, they know what they want to do in mid-game, it's just get kills. But when it comes down to those final moments, it's almost like they're a little bit reluctant to take the initiative and be the team to grasp that moment and get those kills. Instead, it's Ascend who are usually making that play to win the game.
Na'Vi cannot be hesitant here. They have to be proactive in our game 2. They find themselves down by a game. Ascend rarely lose many. Na'Vi hoping to change things here.
Na'Vi would love to change things here, and actually when you look at games 3, 4, and 5, if Na'Vi were to pick up a victory here, they become slight favourites in my mind just from recent results and how they've been playing in scrims, but it's very different when you look at competitive history. But I think Na'Vi, they know that these opening 2 games are not great for them.
Here is Snipe Drone then, the man that performed a miracle in the last game, 9,000 damage. Jimbo picks up 1, 2, Foxy another, but Snipe Drone's got the snipe rifle to try and even the playing field here, and we're seeing Slays go down. Kimbo gets the wiggles, Snipe Drone locks in 1. Early engagements 3-2 in favour of Na'Vi, but we're all tied up all of a sudden, and now Ascend take the lead, 3 dead.
Sika, I remember him having an amazing series on Oddball Live Fire, and he really does seem to recognise how he wants to play this map. He does quietly go about his business at times, but when he pops off, oh boy does he pop off well.
Legend attempting to pop off that sniper rifle and camouflage combination. Game slows down. Na'Vi holding tight. Waiting for players to overstep, setting traps. Body shot to Respectful. JD gets the first pick. That's going to spark the collapse. Kimbo in a brawl gets 1. Respectful takes down Legend. That's shaken out in favour of Na'Vi. They just have to slow it down a touch.
And sometimes you do just get that slower pace of play when the camouflage has been secured, because the one team who hasn't picked it up is very reluctant to push out. They're worried about where that camo might be. They're checking over their shoulder every minute. Now Respectful's got the sniper rifle. What can he do with it?
A couple of warning shots go down. The answer with what can he do? Not a lot on this occasion. Heatwave picked up by Jimbo. 2 of his teammates are in the respawn screen though. He's going to have to wait for them. He's unable to do so. His compatriot Snipe Drone eliminates him.
I do think the Heatwave's going to be very important. I say it once and I'll say it again. You've got to focus on it. If you are any team who wants any success on this map, it can be the difference maker, especially with the Mangler being GA'd by teams. It's very difficult to try and get past a Heatwave. It really does hit hard in those close range quarter combat.
Camouflage about to pop, and that is why we see both these teams tip over that way, but 4 dead for Na'Vi. Catastrophe.
Even worse so when you look at the fact that Snipe Drone's been able to pick up the camouflage and he's got Heatwave. But look how confident he is. He knows that Sika was in trouble over there, so he tried to get some sort of distraction. It didn't pay off on this occasion, but it shows that Snipe Drone, he is a team player. There's a lot of kind of stigma around Snipe Drone baiting his teammates and he's only focusing on himself. That is a very selfless play, potentially giving up the camo, and he's rewarded with a double.
Big plays with the camouflage. Still has a little bit to play with too. Looking to clear out top tower. He wants to be the warden of tower now. 2 Foxy picks up Shady though. Snipe Drone is not overzealous to that engagement. You can see why 2 members of Na'Vi positioned back there. They pick up a kill, but it's not going to be enough. But still only a 1-kill game with 2 kills swinging towards Na'Vi.
And this is great for Na'Vi, right? You stay within a touching distance of Ascend. You don't allow them to get out of control here because we see so many Slayers just snowball into a position where the better team manages to get the power up consistently, manages to get the sniper rifle, the heat wave, and suddenly it becomes a steak dinner. But Na'Vi, they stay just within it here, only one behind.
A player we highlight as sometimes one of the best players in Europe, Shady, having a bit of a slow start to this Slayer. 2 kills, 2 assists, and 5 deaths. He needs to slow it down. He could be a trigger point for Ascend. When things are going good, they're going great, but sometimes he leaves kills out there that he doesn't really need to, and a couple go down, and Shady's going to be one of them.
I think with a map like Livefire, it's very easy to consistently run off spawn and think you're flanking and think you're going to help your teammate, but quite often you run into trouble and 2 or 3 members of the opposition team are there laughing, waiting as they pummel you into the ground, and sometimes even teabag you as well. Maybe that's just my matchmaking experience, I don't know, but either way, 21-21, and this game really is on a knife edge.
A 1-kill game. Snipe rifle in the hands of the German Kimbo. What can he do to help his team secure this win? He's not going to be able to lock that kill in. Shady scampers away somehow with his life. Camouflage up on the podium. And now Kimbo's got intentions of picking that up, but he's got himself in all big trouble. He's been shut down. Snipe rifle's going to get transferred. Camouflage is going to be secured. All the goodies for Ascend.
That's Camouflage again, by the way. Na'Vi have not really been able to secure one and really work with it. Whereas Ascend have been able to have so much fun and freedom because of it as well, but Sicker at the moment is just trying to avoid a heatwave. It's not an enjoyable game for him whatsoever, and if he does go down, then hats off to Na'Vi. A very successful period of play for them.
It looked as though Sika's number was up, but he still managed to get that trade, so damage control comes through. Not too bad, not too shabby. 2 Foxy. Snipe rifle now. Seems to be caught between 2 minds of playing tower or playing mid-bridge. He's chosen the latter this time, over towards Nest. Respectful goes down the feed. Now you're going to have to slow things down.
And I cannot stress enough how important this map 2 is. As 2 Foxy starts to heat up with a sniper rifle, a couple of body shots will whiff that one, and it's probably going to have to give this sniper rifle away.
He does drop it. Both him and Jimbo hit the respawn screen. They fade to black. Just a 2-kill game here. Make it 3 as Sika puts another one in the grave. Going to be respectful this time. This game's on a knife's edge.
If it does become a 5-6 kill game in favor of Ascend, that's when you start to worry really for the boys in yellow and black. Ascend are very good at closing these games out, especially when they have a little cushion to work with. They've only ever lost 12 maps in the history of Halo Infinite. So a reverse sweep would be so difficult for Na'Vi. They need to make sure they win map number 2.
4-kill game though. It is starting to get away from them, and Shady's hitting body shots like that. Shuts one down, but Kimbo gets the trade. Heat waves coming through though and frying Kimbo to the core, but somehow, some way, respectful on hand to help his teammate. But Camouflage again in an Ascend chest.
It's almost like rinse repeat at this point, isn't it? Ascend are going to be more than happy to be able to work with this every time, and what a reward that is for Snipe Drone. Camouflage and the sniper rifle, and that means he could go on a tear here.
2 kills secured. Kimbo answers back, but it's not for long as he's sent all the way down to the boatman. Respectful. And indeed, Na'Vi spawn up towards tower. Snipe Drone gets that information for his team. He has the wig wobbler now, looking to go to work. He's clocked in. Camouflage dissipates, but the damage was done. Still a 4-kill game.
Look how Na'Vi are playing this as well. They're very reluctant to put themselves in open sight lines because they know the sniper rifle's there, but they've got sights on it. This is a big push from Na'Vi.
Big push. 2 Foxy comes out on top though, but it's traded this time. A huge engagement goes down in Garage. 2 Foxy comes out on top this time. A 3-kill game right now.
Has to stay alive, but can't. 42-39. Sniper rifle is going to be there if they want to use it, but Foxy says, you know what, screw the sniper rifle. I've got the heat wave, which can do far more damage in this period.
Heat wave. What can he do with it? Legend just evaded the attentions. Body shot goes in. 2 Foxy drops out of trouble. Little trapdoor, but Snipe Drone wants a piece. He wants a bit of the beef.
Everything slowed down slightly, but there's a big scuffle going on bottom middle. If a bait and switch is successful, which it is.
Beautiful.
Na'Vi bring this within 1. And even though Ascend are pressuring, we're now at a 43-43. It's all tied up, and Na'Vi have all the power weapons. The sniper rifle gets handed over to 2 Foxy.
What can 2 Foxy do? Potentially has the game in his hands. Just YY is at the worst possible time, and as a result of that, Ascend pick up 2 unanswered kills. 45-44 now.
Needs to stay alive, needs to relay the rest of the information to the team that he's being challenged here in-house, but it's just such a good push from Ascend. They get a 3-kill advantage, they know the sniper rifle's out, and now they're going to look to collapse on spawns here because Na'Vi are on a split spawn.
3 kills is all that's required. Shady's got the camouflage. Ascend have secured it again. He's got the heat wave, but Kimbo's picked up one in the feed. This camouflage play could be huge while Legend picks up one. Kimbo's gone down 2. It's a 1-kill game. Into the spine. Snipe drone secures it. Game 2 secured for Ascend. They're 1 game away from grand finals.
And I said this was a big game for Na'Vi. Reverse sweeping Ascend. Reverse sweeping any team is never an easy feat, but to do it against Ascend with the statistics that I've been putting out, they've only ever lost 12 maps in the entirety of Halo Infinite so far. If they were to lose 3 back-to-back, then that throws all those stats out of the window, but that's the job that Na'Vi have to do here. It was a close game, but that seems to be the same old story for Na'Vi. It's close through the mid-game, but then we get to those final moments, those sniper shots. What a difference that could have made if 2Foxy had hit one of those.
What a difference a YY can make. He would have been able to lock in that body shot, at least tie up those engagements. But looking at the stats, Dan, what jumps off the page? I see Snipe Drone again.
Snipe Drone, he bursts through the page, doesn't he?
He does.
On a regular occasion. 17 kills. And again, just the assists coming through from the rest of the team. It's all well and good it being a close 50-46, but what matters is the victory at the end of the day. What matters is it's 2-0 in favor of Ascend as they look to try and secure themselves yet another grand final here in Europe.
Shady having a slow game by his standards, only putting in less than 3k damage, but his 2 teammates, particularly Legend and Snipe Drone, dragging him through there on that Slayer. Game 3 is what our attentions are going to turn to now, and you said the first 2 games were going to be so important. Streets Strongholds is up next as we take a look at the highlights. It was back and forth. It was close, but still no cigar for the guys in yellow and black.
The biggest takeaway has to be camouflage as well. I mean, it was going into Ascend's hand every single time, and the kills they were able to get because of it, sometimes it was a double, sometimes it was a single, but that's enough to give you that kind of 5-6 kill gap that they were able to win by in the end. And I think Na'Vi will be left kicking themselves a little bit. They weren't able to secure those camos.
Well, 2 games in the books. Recharge, Oddball, Slayer on live fire. They've gone towards Ascend. Our attentions now turn very quickly to Streets Strongholds, and Ascend 1 game away from securing that ticket to grand finals, and indeed the insurance policy of a bracket reset. If you fancy Na'Vi to win this tournament, they really want to do it in winners finals.
Stronghold Streets then as map number 3, and I spoke about stats, I spoke about scrims. They've played each other against on this map 5 times in scrims. 4 times it's gone in favor of Ascend, but most recently Na'Vi did win this one. And I think that says a lot. I think that says how they've been changing things, because traditionally Stronghold Streets has been one of Ascend's best game types. We've heard American pros say how amazing Ascend have been on this. If Na'Vi are able to take them down in the most recent scrim, which was just last week, that gives them great hope going into map number 3 here.
What a statement it could be if Na'Vi can take down this game. Otherwise, they're in big trouble. In fact, they will be clean swept. And that is not good for the confidence if they do have planned to make it back to grand finals one way or another. But we're underway in game 3. And it's that man again, Snipe Drone.
Jimbo dead off the rip, so that probably means there's going to be a restart here, so we'll get that one underway shortly. But we can go back to what I was talking about in terms of recent scrims and the fact that they have really managed to match the pace of Ascend. I think that's what a lot of teams struggle with when it comes to it, especially Stronghold Streets, is that Ascend play it in such a fast and sometimes obnoxious way that you're just left going, where do I look? And it is not an enjoyable experience whatsoever. No. So Na'Vi have matched that pace. They've been able to kind of employ a little bit of structure to that pace as well, and that's why they're finding so much success. But can they do it in a competitive environment? That's my real question.
Something I want to talk about and maybe bring up is that there was rumors in the camp of Ascend that perhaps Shady wasn't having the best of times, and there was a bit of back and forth, and sometimes, you know, some of the best players can be some of the hardest players to play with in terms of esports or sports in general, and winning can sometimes be the best medicine.
It can heal any wound, really, can't it? If your 36 grand is available for first place here, and I'm sure that, you know, 8 grand each, that can patch up anything, that can get you plasters. You could probably hire someone to put a plaster on you at that point. So I think when they look at the results and they look at the unbeaten run and how successful they've been, changes would be stupid.
Yes.
They really would. When I heard those rumors, when I heard that Ascend might be making a change and Shady might be getting dropped, and I'm like, why on earth would you do that? Even if you hate the guy, the winning formula is right there in front of you. You look at any other sport. So sure, sometimes you'll have clashes in the dressing room where one player won't like another, but on the pitch or on the court, they match up and they play fantastically. So hopefully they can mend anything, because right now, Ascend are Europe's best chance at kind of disrupting the North American dominance.
Ascend really have been the jewel in the European ship, the European crown, it must be said. And I think you're right. I think your teammates don't always have to be your best friends.
No.
If they're performing in-game, that's all that matters. If you want to secure a championship here, indeed this 100k, the lion's share of 100k, then you've got your attentions on KC and Valencia in the future. I think for this team to build a dynasty, they need to start putting down some LAN performances, and they need Shady for that.
Yeah, and on the other side, you can have teammates who aren't your best friends and are also terrible, like I've got with you. It just doesn't really work out, and I've been trying to drop you for a while. But we do get into a position now where if Na'Vi win this game, Map 4 and 5 actually are really good maps for Na'Vi. I think this is another question mark because they have been able to at least win it in the most recent scrim, but again, it is another game type that Ascend are very strong at. But I do think it really came down to that live fire Slayer. If they were able to win game 2, I'm like, all right, we're here. We're going all the way to a game 5 maybe, but now we're teetering on the edge once more of a 3-0, which we've said already several times this tournament for Ascend. They've still not dropped the map. They've been incredible all Infinite's lifespan, and even now on Europe's biggest stage, for the biggest prize money we've ever seen in Europe's history, Ascend are still slogging it out.
Na'Vi have to do it here and now in this winners finals, or they're dropping down to play Quadrant. And that's not going to be an easy task either. There's no easy games left. 20 teams entered this Super. We're down to 3. Back on board with Snipe Drone. Here we go.
So Ascend are going to start from the higher side here of Streech, which some would argue is the better side, and they've started the better side as well. 2 kills for them. Respectful manages to get 1, but if Rockets go in the hand here of Ascend, then that's not going to be the great start for Na'Vi.
Rockets in the hands indeed of Legend. 3 went down for Na'Vi for the worst possible start, and now all these strongholds starting to get transferred, and desperately Na'Vi are trying to catch their tails. They're fighting tooth and nail, but unfortunately the early engagements have gone down, and Ascend have that triple cap, and it's gone from bad to worse.
It's gone so bad to start this game for Na'Vi because they have to work so hard just to get one single stronghold, which remember will not score them points. Now they have to decide, do we try and fight our way towards B? It looks like they are going to take that fight, and Jimbo, I love this positioning. Just watching out, making sure no one can dive bottom middle and really disrupt the push over towards B.
2 strongholds in control of Na'Vi, but 2 members have gone down. Bulldog barking over towards Arcade, and Jimbo has to settle for a trade. And that means that Arcade starts to transition for Legend, and indeed Ascend. Grenade's going to hit him in the mouth, but not going to be enough to send him to the respawn screen.
It's a very fast-paced and frantic map and mode is Stronghold Streets, and that Bulldog is going to be one of the key areas to victory. If you can have that in your hands and you can have it with a player who is confident to get up close and personal, you really will find extra seconds with those strongholds. A and C is going to be in control of Na'Vi now, but that probably leaves Ascend with an option of, do we want to push A or do we go down towards C? It looks like A is the option here.
Can they secure A? No pressure coming through. B and C, though, have flipped towards Na'Vi, so all of a sudden that option that they had at B, they were unable to defend it while attacking A. Rocket's about to pop. Legend hits a 1v1, wins that engagement. Kimbo shuts him down, though. 3 dead for Na'Vi. Bulldog in the hands of Ascend. Rockets, no doubt, in the hands of Ascend. They've got all the goodies. Oh, Jimbo's picked them up.
Jimbo manages to find some rockets, but he hits the wall, which does get the trade, but there'll still be 1 rocket left, I think, that maybe someone can work with. And there is that final rocket. Fired wayward, doesn't connect with anyone. Ascend scoring once more.
B and C in control. Legend, some lovely shots sent over towards Jimbo. Can he get this trade as well? Yes, he can. 3 go down once more for Na'Vi. 2 down for Ascend. Numbers advantage, and now Respectful getting C.
And that keeps happening. We keep seeing 3 members of Na'Vi down, but only 2 of Ascend. Ascend are winning this numbers game in every single engagement right now, and that's why Na'Vi are struggling to really put points on the board. It's not a massive lead for Ascend at the moment, but if that keeps happening, that lead will very quickly look like a difficult one for Na'Vi to get back into.
Ascend dictating the pace. They're a different breed of animal. Snipe Drone sends Respectful packing. Shady goes down, trying to get pushed tight with his team, and now we're seeing an engagement go down in C.
Oh,
it's going to be Snipe Drone if you're going to take a 1v1 against any of these members in this current form, it's not going to be against Snipe Drone. I tell you something, he's been cooking all tournament long, and he's one of the main reasons they never look like dropping a single map, but Legend wins that fight against 2Foxy and secures the reset.
I guess the reset, so those points were still racking up with the trip cap. Ascender starting to break away from Na'Vi here. And we can talk about scrims, we can talk about how good Na'Vi have looked in recent times, but when we get to competitive competition, Ascend just look like a different team. It's almost like they don't care when they're playing scrims.
B and C though, Na'Vi have managed to catch their tails here. They're scoring. 2 go down, make it 3 for Ascend. Snipe Drone though sends 2Foxy away, also puts Jimbo in the grave. It's 2 down apiece here. But this next engagement is going to be huge. It's going to be Kimbo in it, and he gets eliminated, and so does Respectful. They're winning the numbers game again, and as a result, A and B back in Ascend control.
3 are down. Jimbo's the last remaining player, and because they know he's here, they can collapse on him and refocus on where they think the spawns may be, whether it's down towards Purple or Station. But they could just watch C. They can gather up this time Ascend as they tick closer and closer to that grand final.
Katie with those rockets. Respectful creeping up. Just under the lip, under the eyesight. He hasn't seen him, and Respectful has gotten that back whack. This next set of rockets could be huge of blowing a hole in Ascend's defense.
Naughty little man, Respectful. I love that from you. But what can you do with the rockets? What can you do with that reward? It's such a big play. And okay, maybe this can lead the charge for Na'Vi to start to bring things back. We talk about how Na'Vi has not been great in that late game. Well, they're really going to have to break that curse here in map number 3.
Respectful sends Snipe Drone away, sends him packing. Bulldog will transfer control. Still 1 rocket in the chamber. Gonna pick up 2 with it. Locks in a killing spree too. Respectful trying to claw his team right back into this with that Bulldog. Locks in 1 more onto Legend. And now looks to transfer B.
What a passenger play that was from Respectful. Wins the rocket launcher, gets 3 kills, also has the Bulldog, killing spree, secures the strongholds. That's what you need from your players. That's what you need them to do. Step up to try and say to Ascend, hey, we are here to play. We can match you stride for stride.
Is it too little too late? Ascend, they've got 174 points and counting. Again, they've got numbers advantage. Respectful and Kimbo combined to even the odds here. It's a 2v2 momentarily as Respectful comes off the respawn screen and soars up middle.
There's so much to do, and unfortunately Ascend have been everywhere in the map right now. It doesn't matter which stronghold you try and push. Ascend seem to have an answer, and they seem to respond very quickly. As Respectful, if he can hit some shots here and get a double, that might just be enough for Na'Vi to try and get B or C here and start putting some more points on the board. But again, Ascend get another reset.
Rockets for Snipe Drone. Turns his attentions back over towards B. Has to use 2 of them on the 2Foxy. That's going to be good enough to delay the push and ensure Na'Vi can secure B for the team. 190 to 55 though. It's a long row back, but Na'Vi have a chance.
Look how Na'Vi just backed away from B. They retreated and they said, look, we'll take that fight once more. They're not confident enough to stay within B and take the fight right to Ascend. And Ascend are going to mop that up all day because they not only are scoring points, but they're also picking up quite easy kills, to be honest.
Another fight goes down. Another Ascend win. 4 fresh shots. Wow. Undo 3 4 straight into Respectful, and that means that he goes to the respawn screen. 207 points and counting, and they do not look like wiltering here.
211. And honestly, on the biggest stage, in one of the biggest finals that we've seen in Europe's history when it comes to prize money and the chance of getting to that grand final, this was arguably the biggest series we've seen for Na'Vi. Can they answer the dominance of Ascend? And I think we are getting a very firm confirmation of who is the best in Europe right now.
The top dogs still. They've ascended to the top of the mountain. There's some hungry wolves trying to climb and close that gap. Every single time they get close, Ascend swat them away. And they have to start that climb once more. Every time someone thinks they've worked out the puzzle, Ascend flip the script and show you something else you haven't seen before. Na'Vi though, they're on the back foot here. They need to stop the bleeding.
Can we see the first ever trip cap for Na'Vi? No, we can't, because we see one player just being a nuisance in B yet again. But Na'Vi, you know, this is possible. Even at the moment, it looks improbable. A comeback is definitely not out of the realms of possibility if they play this one perfectly. They're controlling A and C right now. It's awkward, but you can make it work. You've just got to transition to B when Ascend move to either A or C.
Snipe Drone knows he has all the time in the world just to play for Slays here. Not willing to overstep the mark and maybe risk losing more points. As a result of that, he's prioritizing just staying alive here. Gonna try and secure this kill, unable to do so. Jimbo needs more of that and more from his team if they're gonna win this game.
Oh yes, and some more of that as Legend also taking a fight. And look at the confidence from this Ascend roster. They'll take on 1v2s, they'll take on 1v3s. It does not matter as they are scoring yet again.
25 points then is all that's required. What can Navi do to stop this? Snipe Drone picks up one. Respectful and 2 Foxy answer back, but Shady makes sure he takes one with him for the ride. Jimbo tries desperately to get into B. Kimbo, last man alive. There are strongholds being transferred, but they're going the wrong way.
This would be the best comeback in the history of European Halo if we were to see Na'Vi get back into this one now, and they are trying their damn hardest. But Ascend will take A, and they're holding but B. They are scoring once more.
They only require 5 more points. 2 members go down, make it 3. But B is being transferred. They've managed to get a member in there. Jimbo has snuck in to stop the scoring.
Na'Vi can't afford any mistakes now. They've got to watch every single stronghold. It becomes very difficult when Ascend play in the pace that they do. And with one player going down, I think we start to see the beginning of the end now.
3 dead. Shady's transferring B. 1v1 for the ages here with Respectful. And Shady comes out on top. They're going to win the game. 250 to 106, I believe it was in the end. 113. A thoroughly impressive performance from Ascend. They win 3-0, a clean sweep.
Ascend do it again. Another grand finals. They still have yet to lose a map in this tournament, and they still are the thorn in the side of Na'Vi. Their record is incredible. After that series, they are now 121 map wins and 12 map losses in Infinite's history. Things just get better and better for Ascend, and they are looking more and more likely the further we get into this tournament as our super champions. But they still have one match to do in that grand final, but they've done half of the job.
And again, we look at the stats, Dan. It's the Snipe Drone story again. It's 22 kills, 12 deaths, 7 assists. Does he ever switch it off?
Snipe Drone, I don't think ever switches off. I think even when he's not playing Halo, he's still out BRing someone in the real world. And I would be worried if I was in a supermarket and I saw Snipe Drone around the corner. They'd hit me with a back smack.
Oh, yeah.
This man does not switch off ever. 5.3k damage, but of course he did not do it alone. The rest of Ascend were on top of their game, and it really was a dominant performance. I tried to give hope for Na'Vi. The fact that they won the most recent Stronghold Streets in scrims. But unfortunately, when you look at these first 3 maps, the stats are against them. And maybe that is a good sign. Because when we get to a grand final, if Na'Vi were to get that rematch, we probably wouldn't see this same series layout, right? We're very unlikely to see the same maps and modes be used. So perhaps some of Na'Vi's better game types may start to feature. I'm talking your Aquarius, Capture the Flag, Aquarius Slayer. That's when we really see Na'Vi dominate.
So perhaps a silver lining if Na'Vi can get there. But unfortunately now, they've got 4 French players waiting for them. Quadrant looking to bounce back after a slow start on Friday. They've been roaring back to life. Now it's Na'Vi against Quadrant.
Out of the frying pan into the fire, quite literally, because Quadrant are on a tear. They're going to be waiting, rubbing their hands together, saying, I tell you what, Na'Vi, they don't look great right now. Maybe we can take them down. It's going to be a tough loss for Na'Vi to take. But most importantly, Ascend still on top.
On top, in grand finals, awaiting their opponent. That's all from us. We'll find out who's going to join them very shortly. Over to you, Lottie.
Thanks so much, Shaz and Gaskin. I gotta say, my goodness, what an epic showing from Ascend. Once again, absolute shocker to find that they are on top still. The pedestal is very firm at the moment. I think bolts are in the floor for the pedestal. It's made of iron, apparently, steel, whatever you want to call it. It's just not going anywhere right now. It's going to be very, very difficult, I think, to touch this roster. Let's just quickly talk about it, though, because it was an interesting series, and I think, we had high hopes for Na'Vi in terms of the way that they've been playing throughout the entirety of this weekend. It wasn't enough. They didn't even manage to touch the sides, really. The closest we saw was potentially in the Slayer, honestly, when it started getting a little bit closer. But then again, I want to dive into that with you, Lethal. Livefire Slayer, Ascend 3 camos in a row. Dude, how are you letting a team get the better of you 3 times in a row, back to back to back? And then that final camo that we saw Na'Vi have their eye on, literally zoned in Garage, with the sniper as well, right at the back, looking at it. And then the decision, the execution, it just didn't happen.
It was just incredible how good Ascend are just contesting the items every single time. 5 camos available, 5 picked up, and that's very difficult in itself. The first time they picked up, they were outnumbered. The second one was uncontested. Kimbo sadly got baited for the 3rd camo, and the 4th one was a comfortable pickup, and the 5th one, which you were discussing just then, had AR spawn, they flipped the map, they had snipe in hand, still couldn't get it, and in the end what happened was they split the spawn, they forced into pairs with Na'Vi, and went walked away with it. And the thing is though, Na'Vi still did a great job keeping the score as respectable as possible. It was still 50-46. One camo could have been a decisive moment in order to continue on the series, but that final game was just incredible from Ascend. How well they were just suffocating, putting the pressure on, separating every member of Na'Vi. It was just great stuff from Ascend all round.
It really was. And in those final moments, that final game just in itself, I think it just told us everything we need to know about this Ascend roster and how difficult they are to play against, because Na'Vi, they were like scared little boys, to be perfectly honest. And I'm being a little harsher, but they were playing extremely scared. They were backed into corners many a time. They weren't pushing out. They weren't taking risks. They weren't even taking risks or gunfights properly in their rotations either. They didn't know what to do with Ascend. Ascend were like dogs off on leashes, and Na'Vi, they couldn't rein them in.
No, not at all. I think if we learned anything, and there was a question about tiers and what teams fall into tiers over in the European scene, I think the winners finals just showed us that tier 1 and the difference between tier 1 and team 2, that might be a little bit bigger than some of us in the casting crew thought coming into this weekend. Ascend looked phenomenal. Didn't see any weaknesses there in that series, and when they needed to play their best, they sure as hell did.
And the first game as well, it was still very close. Na'Vi were playing great, had good teamwork, good chemistry, set up a lot of traps around control, just baiting the members of Ascend time and time again. But just the objective efficiency, again, the goal control, just some of his counter-attacks, they were just struggling to even break through on a number of occasions. And it wasn't the fact that they were going one side or the other. They were forking it perfectly a lot of the times. But again, Ascend just crushing him once more. And you kind of think the more it went down the line, I think even after that second game, it's in the back of minds thinking, it was only a 4-kill difference. We didn't pick up one single camo the entire time, but the third one was just a complete whitewash.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more, and it really did kind of transcend down the rest of the series, because at the beginning, they weren't playing scared at all. They actually were bringing it to them, and they were kind of playing their game and dictating the way they wanted to play, and then obviously Ascend having the answers that were asked of the questions of Na'Vi, and unfortunately by game 3, I think it just got in their heads just a little bit there for Na'Vi as well, but they will fall down to the elimination bracket, and taking a look at the bracket right now, they will find themselves in the elimination finals. But as you can see, Ascend in the grand finals, they have their golden ticket. They are 1 game away from being the EU Super champions today. That is absolutely huge, and that is of course if they manage to not have a bracket reset as well, because if we move down to the elimination bracket, we'll find that our elimination finals and our finalists have the chance to bump back up, and in the grand finals have the chance to reset a bracket. Of course, our grand finals being a best of 7 as well. Just in experience, Clutch, you know, we've been there many a time where we've seen grand finals, but we have seen some grand final resets, and we have seen some reset wins. What kind of strength does it take, I think, mentally to be able to obviously get caught short, fall down to the elimination bracket at some point in the series, and in the weekend, and then have to reset 2 best of 7 series?
It's a psychological mountain you're trying to climb throughout that process, and you got to take it 1 game at a time. As corny as it gets, as redundant as that sounds, it really is going to be 1 game at a time. And unfortunately, Na'Vi didn't even take a game in the winners bracket. So what makes you think that they can do it 3 times once and then again for another 3? That's tough. But right now, both teams need to focus on that elimination bracket finals, because I mean, you could talk about Ascend, you can think about them all you want, but you got a bigger task at hand. And this next series, it's for a lot of money,
And you got to remember as well at the same time, Ascend, they still haven't dropped a map, winners finals, pool play, anything like that. Only 2 teams so far in Europe have done that. One team back in 2007 summer, and the other one back in the winter of 2016. Only 2 teams have won a major EU event without dropping a map, and it looks like Ascend could be another one on the list.
100%. I think it just puts it into perspective for you right now in terms of how good Ascend really are. They haven't dropped a map, let alone a series. There is some serious job to be done here if you do want to take Ascend down in the grand finals. We'll find out exactly who that's going to be right after this quick break. We're coming back with our elimination finals. We'll be seeing Na'Vi versus Quadrant right after this.
under my skin. You're special. In fact, I'm counting on it. We're lost in the dark. But you give people hope. And I will always be with you. I see this as a new beginning.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS EU Super. It's Championship Sunday. We just saw the winners finals before the break and we actually saw a very confident Ascend going up against a very hopeful Na'Vi. The first game actually proved a little bit more difficult for the side of Ascend. Na'Vi did have some fuel in their tank heading into this one, but unfortunately Ascend proved to be too strong by the end of map number 1 and did close that one out pretty convincingly. Livefire Slayer, it really did come down to the wire there, but a couple of different decision-making problems and executions left Na'Vi unfortunately out for the count yet again. And our third map, Street Strongholds, Na'Vi looking a little bit scared in terms of this Strongholds game, and unfortunately Ascend will power through 3-0, still not dropping a map. Will this team be tamed? That is my question. And my goodness, they're in the grand final, so we only have one game to figure that one out. And so a lot of our teams here still fighting fit, but they're going to have to put a little bit more oomph in their fight if they do want to take down Ascend in that grand final. But moving on, we got Lethal, we got Gaskin on the desk. Oh my goodness. Look at this, folks. I got two absolute homies up in here. We got our elimination finals next. I'm really excited about this one. Someone's going home, someone's going forward. Prize money on the line, of course. This is a nice little bump up in terms of chunk of change. And of course, we do have an elimination bracket to have a look at as well, so take a peep. We do have, of course, our semi-finals done and dusted quadrant. They did manage to take down J-Lings Esports, surprisingly 3-1. I thought that would be a little bit closer, but it wasn't. So, Lethal, in terms of this quadrant squad right now, what are you liking about them?
They seem to be much better compared to what we saw the last couple of days. They did struggle, they had all the gear, but no ideas, sort of actually how to go about things. But this time around today, they seemed a lot more solid, a lot more fluid, a little bit more structured. They are setting a lot more traps as well, which is what I love to see. That's when you know that they're kind of on the ball of things with their small talk and their communication across the board here. But we still need to win this a little bit. We could say Na'Vi were still quite strong in that winners finals, even though the scoreline said otherwise. But there is some hope and promise from Na'Vi to give a rematch to Ascend in the grand finals. But we couldn't know. I'm glad they're looking much better compared to what we saw in the first 2 days.
Yes, I am too. I've got to say, I'm liking the recognizable quadrant that's coming across on our screens. Of course, our elimination finals, everybody. We do have Na'Vi versus Quadrant, like discussed. Let's actually talk about Na'Vi first and foremost. Now, Gaskin, when it comes to Na'Vi, we've seen what just happened against Ascend. They're probably going to be a little bit sad about the result here, and I think not being able to keep it close, or even, to be honest, take a map from Ascend here. But what can they take away from that series to bring into this one?
I think it was one of Na'Vi's worst game types in that series and also one of Ascend's best. And if you combine both together, you've already lost 2 of the series in a best of 5, and it was all going to come down to that Slayer live fire to see if we could get a little bit further. I don't think they'll be too disheartened because they'll just look at those maps and say, all right, we chalk it off the maps. Let's get better when we play them again. But they've got to get there first. In Quadrant, we've seen this happen far too many times where Na'Vi play Ascend, drop down, lose 3-0, and then they lose to Quadrant or Lads or whoever's there waiting in that losers bracket final. They can't afford to let that happen here at the tournament. There is too much prize money on the line. There's too much on the line for their chances of replaying them in that grand final. So I need Na'Vi to stay focused, stay at their very best, and make sure they shut down this Quadrant comeback.
100%. Keep your head up. You know, this is not over right now. You have another series ahead of you where you can get right back into it versus Ascend once again. On the flip side, though, we do have Quadrant, who have been waiting for this moment. Their journey is coming to a halt here because Na'Vi has something to say about it. They're going to try and stop them in their tracks. But Quadrant, in terms of details, going up against Na'Vi, who are going to be a little bit stressed here, especially about the result last time. What can they capitalize on?
What they need to do now is just play their own game, their A game, like they did in that last season as well. Still very strong. I'd like to see Fragger step up his game just a little bit in terms of his damage dealt to give a little bit more support for the rest of the guys here on Quadrant. But what we need to also see is, again, a bit more constructive criticism on how they're going to try and perform and try and hold these setups, their tactics, their strategic aggression across the board. And that's what I mean. They used to flare on the server every single time, and they're loser bracket specialists as well. So give them a series at a time, they'll get better and better. And this is why Na'Vi may struggle a little bit here. But Na'Vi, there's always been contesting for top 2, top 3. I even said beforehand that Quadrant, they shouldn't be top 4 or placing outside of that. But luckily, even though they took a completely different route compared to now, Quadrant need to really put stamp of authority here to prove to Na'Vi we're the better team and give a better run against Ascent.
You know what, Lethal? I love the titles you're dishing out here. I love the fact that Quadrant are our loser bracket specialists, our elimination bracket specialists, and Ascend, I guess, are our winners bracket specialists.
Yeah.
So
they've never been anything else, unfortunately.
Exactly. So we'd have a couple of specialists here, but how special are Na'Vi? You know, this is the biggest question right now. They're kind of in the middle here. And like you said before, Gaskin, something I wanted to pick up on Na'Vi is this seems to be the story that we see over and over again. They lose to Ascend. They had a great winners bracket run, pretty clean, and then they drop down and unfortunately cannot do any more than that. And it seems to be a mental block. What does it take for this team who have bunches of experience on their side to be able to get over that barrier and be able to take down teams that they know they're capable of doing to?
I think the good thing is that even though at the start of Pro Series and the Opens that we had, we did see it happen a lot. Na'Vi would drop down, they'd lose, and we'd see them finish a 3rd or 4th. In more recent Opens, in more recent tournaments, they've still been able to get that job done in that lower final and get that rematch against Ascend. So thankfully, there's not going to be a mental block there, but there will be that little worry. That seed of doubt will certainly be planted after a 3-0 spanking. Yes, okay, some of the games were close, but unfortunately the scoreline reached 3-0, and that's all that's going to be in their heads. As for Quadrant, they got a lifeline in their previous series. I'm not going to beat around the bush. That's not going to necessarily happen again here against Na'Vi. So Quadrant need to be at their very best. I've given them a hard time. I said they looked awful on day one. They've got better as the weekend's gone on, and now this is their chance to prove that they're really serious about being back at the top of European Halo.
It certainly is the time, and gentlemen, I have been told the game is pretty much ready to go. So we've got predictions on the line here. Lethal, who are we going with?
It's going to be a close affair indeed, no matter how you look at it in terms of the scorelines and what we see, because Quadrant aren't looking their strongest, but Na'Vi, they looked great until that last game. It kind of felt like they gave up just a tad, and they're just like, right, you know, let's just think about the next matchup and just crack on from there. I don't want to say this because I love Na'Vi, I love what I've seen so far, my heart is with them, but Quadrant, if they played an A game, I kind of feel like this will be a series for Quadrant.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tough here. Head, heart, where are we going?
I think I probably would have gone for Jay Lings if they were here, honestly. But they're not, so I guess that doesn't matter anymore. I'm going to go with Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi should be able to win this one if they play it correctly, and hopefully maps and modes go in their favor now in this series.
All right then, well, we've heard it on the desk. Right now, we're heading over to our casters to get this one underway. Elimination final. Someone's going home. Someone's going forward. Who's it going to be? We've got Shares and Clutch on the mics.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Elimination finals, here we go. The difference between second and third, almost $11,000. So not only bragging rights on for show, you got the bag as well to secure.
Chunk of change, difference in pools and what you'll play in Kansas City. So caveat it with a little cherry on top if you're able to take the W in this series. It's a very important one, not only monetary-wise, but what the potential on the world stage in Kansas City could be a whole.
Let's talk about it then. They touched upon it on the desk, how Quadrant have struggled in pool play. They've gone this momentous elimination bracket run, but now they come up against Na'Vi, their first big test since possibly Jay Lings in pool play. We're jumping into Aquarius CTF as our game one, Wes. What can you tell me about it? Who has the leg up here?
I'm going to give it to Na'Vi. Having taken a look at the most recent set of scrims for these guys, they actually didn't play Aquarius up until a little bit ago in their second time around. These two teams matched up in their scrims. Na'Vi took it, and I actually like Na'Vi's play style on Aquarius CTF specifically because they have this legacy style Halo map, an opportunity to have some success. It's very familiar for all these players to have that known quantity of success for.
Well, the first couple of slays do go in favor of Na'Vi. Of Quadrant. Camouflage has been scooped up as well. Shad not opting to use it until this moment right here. What can he do with it?
What can he do with it already? It looks like Quadrant in such a good position, and I worry for Na'Vi as this series starts off, Jersey, because let me tell you, I had my rear end kicked several times in the winners bracket finals. Going to the losers bracket finals to play a hot team like Quadrant right now, it didn't go well very many times. And if it doesn't go well at the start of this game, that could mean very drastic measures for Na'Vi.
This first game could be very big and dictating what way this series is going to go. Will Na'Vi now go 4 successive maps back-to-back without reply? Can Quadrant increase the pressure? You've lost to 3 Frenchmen and an Englishman, and now you've got 4 more Frenchmen looking to do even more damage.
I love that Na'Vi was able to eliminate Camo without it doing too much damage. Quadrant looked like they were in a good position to start, but now Jimbo in a better position.
Oh.
A nice double kill from Hinch and open up the map for Na'Vi, and I love how Navi's been able to weather the storms from the beginning mishaps.
So a minute and so into the game here. Both these teams still jostling for position. Kimbo sends Chicken looking to turn his attention towards the flag. But unfortunately for him, he does get shut down, and utility control still here for Na'Vi. SLG, last man alive, back base, but unfortunately for him, he's not able to do much. And 2 Foxy already starting to descend with the rest of his team. Can they get the better of this engagement? Chick's been isolated here. It's a 1v1 now, but 2 Foxy gets shut down by Shad.
There's a 2v2 in the base. It looks like Quadrant did enough to find the defensive stand successful. Now trying to push out towards the Dynamo side. We'll see if they're able to get control of the enemy closet. You're seeing Na'Vi had their opportunity at a potential flag run there, but they couldn't get the slays.
Camouflage did just pop up, but it wasn't for long. It was Respectful who scooped it up, and unfortunately not able to utilize it in any which way, shape or form. He gets sent to the respawn screen. A flag run on the cards here, a 1v1. Shad comes out on top, locks in a killing spree, says thank you very much, I'll have that flag please.
Shad's the most recent pickup for this Quadrant team, having replaced Murex after a little bit of success from them, and already making his name known here in the elimination finals. As he gets the flag all the way across, they punch it in, and all of a sudden Quadrant in the lead.
Quadrant draw first blood then. 3 dead momentarily. Have they giving up map control to secure that flag cap. Trades are coming back and forth here. A big 1v1 in the base. Jimbo does not come out on top. This first flag cap's going to stand. No counter cap opportunity.
And who better than Shad? Once again, coming off respawn to get that kill onto Jimbo to flush the resources of Na'Vi out of his base, and he's not done yet. Another double kill for Shad. He's really starting to heat up here with 10 kills already.
Not a bad time to announce yourself to the world stage in elimination final. Shad looking to show exactly why he's been picked up and Yurix has gone to a coach role.
3 dead for Quadrant as they tried to push into that base though. So once again, a strong defensive stand for Na'Vi. Keep this at a 1-0 lead for Quadrant. But as we talked about it, Jersey, you got to see signs of life from Na'Vi. You want to see some momentum build in their favor because they've lost 3 straight games in tragic domination format on the side of Ascend. It can so easily start to snowball against you if they don't get any momentum in this game 1.
Our Na'Vi starting to spiral. The first 4 minutes of this game have not gone according to plan for the black and yellow. 2 Foxy pushes up over towards P, trying to identify players. Nobody home though. He hears something. He's a little bit nervous, not too comfortable. Camouflage about the pop, and that player he heard is now performing a backstab. He loses his life.
It's top 3 dead as Camo starts to pop, so you have to think Quadrant are going to be able to secure this one again, and they've dominated this story throughout the start of this game.
It was something we've seen with Ascend getting every power-up. It's something we're seeing again with Quadrant picking up every power-up. Na'Vi not prioritizing, and if they do, they're still not managing to secure it. 3 dead now. Jimbo last man alive for Na'Vi. Flag already on the move.
And look at this position from Shad, just in a perfect spot to assist flag spawns and corner spawns. He's actually going to opt to run this flag with the camo. I actually love the fact he's going to drop this one and try and slay, knowing that Na'Vi has now had time to come off their spawn and relocate. Quadrant are going to have to reslay in order to get this flag any further.
Shad also got the information that Kimbo was extending over towards Car 1. It wasn't enough as 2 Foxy and Respectful pick up kills onto Shad and SLG respectfully. What that flag could have represented a flag capture, but somehow Na'Vi survived.
The potential to go up 2-0 would have been so massive for Quadrant, but Na'Vi shut that storyline down. Now with control of the enemy base, Respectful, Dynamo nades in hand, has a massive opportunity to get a couple kills with the flag on the move already.
Na'Vi looking to not only shut that storyline down, but create storylines of their own here. They've got the pen in their hands. They're writing down on paper, looking to tie up this game right here, right now. 2 Foxy slides in, flag secured, 1-1 in game.
Jersey, this could be the best series we've had all weekend. 2 of these teams, different trajectories, but so highly contested when these 2 match up. One of the things that stuck out to me the most when looking at their scrim results as of recent is how close almost every single one of these games were. Already tied up as we enter the halfway mark here of game 1. We can only hope this one goes the distance.
Nothing to separate these 2 teams. Quadrant have gone down by 4 now. Respectful's moving that flag, looking to get back-to-back flag caps in quick succession. He's already gotten it well over the halfway point. They're escorting it all the way home. They've still got a full complement of players. No shots will be received. A clean flag cap for Na'Vi. They take the lead.
Most importantly, they got 3 dead still. Another flag being pulled, so a double cap opportunity here for Na'Vi.
Na'Vi are starting to turn things up now. They're increasing the pressure in the kitchen. The heat's been turned up just a notch. Looking to put down another flag cap. And it looks as though Fragger's going to hit the grave. But there's 2 members in utility to try and get the stop.
Gaskin said out of the frying pan into the kitchen, or whatever the phrase was. But it's a matter of who's doing the frying at this point. And it looks like Na'Vi has weathered the storm, started to do some frying of their own. And with that, now have that 1 cap lead. 5 minutes remaining. We're going to see if Quadrant can respond.
Can they withstand the pressure? SLG doing his best, locking in a killing spree for his team. Chick picks up one in the feed also. That's going to be 3 dead momentarily. 2 Foxy, last man alive. Grenade starting to land at the feet of the flag cap, trying to predict that flag run. Doesn't get the sufficient amount of damage. He's going to keep fumbling that. That could come back to bite him later on in the game. And it looks as though it could be coming back to bite him here. He's been stopped right before the flagpole.
I'll be so mad if they don't punch this in. They get it in, they tie the game, but how many times have we seen flags be fumbled this weekend? It almost costed Quadrant the potential opportunity to tie this one up, and you cannot afford to make mistakes like that in the elimination finals, so you have to think eventually they will be punished.
2-2 then. Shad starting to express himself. Unfortunately, he runs into 2 members painted in gold. He goes down. Chick and SLG answer back though and restore parity to the game. 2-2 here. 4 minutes left on the clock.
Big kills out of Quadrant to clear out their closet. No counter cap opportunity for Na'Vi there. As the map continues to be reset, a couple more slays look like they're going to go back and forth. But Chick, a little bit of an overextension there. And just like that, 3 dead for Quadrant and Na'Vi look to secure maybe their first camo of the game.
Foxy's picked it up. It's the first one he's secured. First one Na'Vi have secured since Respectful got the very first one, but it was essentially a burn. What can Foxy do with it now? Can he be an influence on the map? Those sizzle sticks are sizzling and clinging on to him. He's been taken down to just about 1/4 shields, but 3 go down now. Shad, last man alive.
3 dead, last guy alive in the flag. If you deal with him, you're able to run this flag. Unfortunately, he plays his life well enough to buy some time. Now the rest of Na'Vi have to slay out. Multiple members getting tagged up by these grenades, and because they lose a few players, this flag run is going to be much more difficult. But Shad, last guy alive. Jimbo, last guy alive. The only thing is, Jimbo has that flag across the map.
The straight 1v1, grenade sent straight down, straight stairs. Foxy though has managed to stop Shad. Foxy picks up that flag. He wants to send his team into grand finals. He secures that flag cap, but they've gone 3 dead. Another counter cap opportunity on the cards.
3 dead and multiple members of Quadrant now to deal with in your base. Fragger immediately grabs that flag, so it's a good job by him to recognize the situation, get this flag in hand. Hope the rest of the boys in blue can get the slays they need, and just like that, Respectful is going to be the first blood in this situation. That could potentially be the kill that denies Na'Vi the opportunity to push across the map. But just look at this, Kimbo is in their base.
Pressure being applied to that flag carrier. Kimbo has thrown that flag out. 2 members go down a piece, make it 3. Foxy, last man alive that can potentially get this stop, but he's being backed down all the way into bottom middle. They have to try and get this return. They've secured Foxy down bottom middle. Return will come through. This series, this game is going to be all tied up here on Aquarius CTF. 3-3 as we enter the final 2 minutes.
Back and forth. These two teams have brought the competition to each other so far here in game 1, tied up, 2 minutes left. Now it's going to be up to individuals to try and make plays to create the difference here in game 1. Ooh.
Little body disrespect. Hello, Foxy. You've woken up and you're here to play. Letting it be known. He never backs down from a fight. Always wants a bit of the beef. Picks up a perfect shot as well. Shuts down another Frenchman. Sends Fragger to the respawn screen. Turns his attention to camouflage. Secures that along with the heat wave. But no, he gets shut down by Chick.
Shut down, and that would have been a big job for him to be able to turn the corner, stay alive with that camo. But already, Na'Vi kind of turning that camo story around. We'll wonder if it'll benefit them. Unfortunately, Chick with the heat wave now in the base, in your face, finds one, runs the flag immediately as well. And now Na'Vi have to act quick.
They have acted quick. 3 have gone down. Shad, last man alive. Kimbo, already positioned over towards Car 1, turns his attentions back to his own flag, will send it home. Leaving for his teammate, picking up sizzle sticks and the heat wave, trying to gain territory on the map, trying to get possession of the enemy utility closet, but they scouted this out and they put a stop to that.
Not the best sizzle sticks we've seen, but Jimbo picks up a double. You heard me say it, and that's the last time. Jersey, I promised that'll come out of my mouth, but I had to make you happy. I had to put a smile on your face. But now, what can Na'Vi players do to put a smile on their fans' face? You got 45 seconds left. You do not want to take this one to overtime, but it may just be that because 3 members go down and you need to be focused on defense from here on out.
Jimbo, huge 1v1, gets a fresh 4, gets shut down by Shad though, not able to build upon it. Heat wave in possession of Shad as they look to descend upon Fridge, but unfortunately, Respectful slams the door on that Fridge. You're not eating tonight.
A good predictive grenade from Respectful relieves a little bit of the pressure on the map there. In Quadrant, they go 3 dead, so with 20 seconds left, Na'Vi may be able to turn that defensive mindset into an offensive one, and already Respectful getting into the base, but unfortunately, he's sniffed out, so is Kimbo. Kills being traded across the board. I can almost guarantee this flag's going nowhere.
Flag going nowhere. Time running out. There's no more sand left in the glass. No player in a position to get a flag pull. We're going to overtime.
Oh, baby, we got ourselves one hell of a series, ladies and gentlemen. The series, when these teams scrim, we're so close to game scores, and already, game 1, proven to be true. We got overtime starting now.
This virtual arm wrestle continues. It's been back and forth. It's ebbed and it's flowed. Who's going to come out on top? Next cap wins.
Battle for camo, Foxy. He's been on top of it for Na'Vi as of recent. That's going to beat this camo, and a double kill going in his hands. And Foxy says, I hear the power-up story going in Quadrant's favor. He's changed that in the last few minutes of the previous regulation time already. In overtime, he's got himself an opportunity with camo in hand.
Quadrant recognized that though. Slowed things down to a crawl.
Yeah.
Unable to let 2Foxy get to work. Scampers away, but not for long as he shut down that camouflage door. He gets stopped here in his tracks. But has he attracted the attention of too many members of Quadrant? Yes, he have. 3 go dead momentarily. Okay. He's going to have to try and stop this flag run as Kimbo locks in another kill.
2 dead for Quadrant. Last 2 players have to make a play because Jimbo played this position so wisely, but somehow someone gets right behind Jimbo, gets an assassination. The flag still on the move, but Shad may be able to deny this one.
2 members in the black and yellow soar out front base to try and get the stop here. And it looks as though Shad, trying as he might, also helps Fragger secure another kill. There's 2 members down, nobody watching the flag. They're not prioritizing it whatsoever. Kimbo might be the player to be in position to secure this flag cap. He's getting absolutely lit up here.
I can't believe Shad actually leaves the flag angle, but he actually gets into the base, gets the touch, is able to not throw it out. The flag doesn't make it out the window, Jersey.
Both flags down in the enemy base. Flag's been returned. Na'Vi secure game 1 in overtime.
Oh my God. I thought it was an absolute ballsy move from Shad to give up that angle to leave that flag. Ends up being the right opportunity, but he gets the touch, can't quite get that flag out of the window, and if that flag gets out the window, we might be talking about a different story, but Na'Vi, they find the slays, they get the return, they clutch up in overtime, and for the first time, I feel like this weekend, we're seeing a little bit of ice out of Na'Vi.
That flag hits the wall, and I know if I'm Quadrant exactly what I'm asking. Who put that wall there? Who designed that wall? Who has put that in the base? Wes knows the answer. Well, perhaps we remove them walls so Quadrant can get some flag caps on the board. But looking at the stats, Wes, what jumps off the page?
It's got to be Jimbo, man. 35 kills to his name, 24 deaths. It's plus 11. Might not have the assist to match, but 2Foxy has his help in that category, 21 of those of his own. And with those assists and slays only being a 1 cap difference, but they just about needed every single one of those numbers to pop up in their favor in order to punch this one as well in their favor.
Chick, though, most damage in the lobby, 7,500, matching Jimbo stride for stride. But when you look at the kills category, one player had a little bit of a struggle, as we do admire the medals that Jimbo managed to pick up in that last game.
Good medal.
It was Fragger, and he's been having a tough tournament all weekend long.
He's been having a tough one. Needs to pick it up. We've been asking for it all weekend. Does he have it in him? It's a big question. Taking a look at the highlights now, and Na'Vi, they started pretty slow in that game, but you could feel momentum start to go in their favor. You could feel control go in their favor, and it really was the change in the guard of Camo that told the difference, that changed some of that momentum. Na'Vi doing a much better job in that second half of securing some, or at least denying it from the hands of Quadrant.
Let's break it down. Quadrant had this hot start, but then all of a sudden we see Na'Vi secured back-to-back flag caps and actually threatened to get 3 unanswered in a row.
Yeah, that double cap was massive for them, right? And the fact that they never risked that counter cap opportunity is something that so many teams fail to do. So many teams struggle with when they cap flags. Typically they give up map control, but Na'Vi showing you that when they have map control, when everything is set up for them and they can control the game, Na'Vi is one of the best. But unfortunately, they haven't been able to do that against some of the better teams this weekend so often to where they need it to be. We didn't see any of that in the Ascend series, but it's a good sign of life for Na'Vi that shows you they still have what it takes to get the job done when they have control.
This is the difference between the teams. Yesterday, Quadrant played against J-Lings, and J-Lings opened the door for those counter cap opportunities. Yeah. Na'Vi, they shut them
They're
down.
Not going to give it.
Now we look at Slayer Recharge as our game number 2.
Let me tell you about this one.
Talk to me.
This one, if I told you the series were close, the games were close when these two teams play, it doesn't get any closer the last time these two played this game. It was Recharge Slayer in the scrims, 50-49 in the favor of Na'Vi the last time they played. The time before that, 50-49 in favor of Quadrant. So we had an overtime in game 1. We may just be seeing the closest game possible in game 2 as well.
50-49 is going either way, back and forth, as we hope this series goes, as the game 1 showed us and proved it can. Game 2, though, Quadrant have to bounce back here.
You can't go down 2-0. You got to stop momentum. You have to break the confidence of Na'Vi. We saw how dominant Ascend's game 3 was when they broke Na'Vi's confidence. Unfortunately for Quadrant fans, Na'Vi was building some confidence towards the end of that game, especially having watched Jimbo and 2Foxy's screens. So taking a look at Jimbo early on, we'll learn a lot about how Na'Vi plans on playing this one.
Can Jimbo and team punch a hole in Quadrant's chest and rip out their hearts here
Jimmy.
in game 2. And Jimmy's not messing around. Jimmy Bradbuck locks in 1 kill, but unfortunately for him, Fragger elsewhere has locked in a double kill.
A big double. We asked if Fragger can step up. Answers immediately, and Camo in the hands of SLG now. So already Quadrant getting back to their roots.
Back to basics. SLG, how often have we seen a sniper rifle in his hands and a camouflage and he's just started cooking? Bottom tower, the world is his oyster here. Not the best of angles. A little bit nervous of what's ahead of him. Gets 1 shot, but not going to be enough to get the kill. And now he's in a world of hurt here, Wes.
Surrounded by Na'Vi players. He's got a little bit of help from his friends. Can he stay alive is the big question. He is able to dance around that pole, get his shield back. And although none of the shots resulted in headshots for him, he was able to distract the members of Na'Vi. Would look to be a successful push from Quadrant. They clear out BR Tower, and with that 7-5 now is the score.
SLG managing to dance around the pole and hoping that he can have the result of an extra $11,000 for his team. As he locks in that headshot, but Respectful locks in another double kill, answers back there. It's 10 kills to 7. Na'Vi have a lead, but it's only a little bit.
An unnecessary death, I would say, at the end of that life from SLG. He's going to lose that shock rifle momentarily. Kimbo with sword in hand, slice, dice. Chad, you're gone. Can he get a second? No, he gets taken down as well. So trades across the board now as power weapons remain on the floor. We'll see who can get control of these and potentially gain a lead for their team.
Jim, head on a swivel, locks in 1, unable to punish the second player, but Respectful there. They've got this buddy system in place. They're working in tandem with one another. Perhaps Wonderboy in their ears, making sure they stay calm. 3-kill game now.
Foxy, he's surrounded. He loses shock rifle, actually delivers it. Hand delivers it to the members of Quadrant. Na'Vi in control of the map here, though, and Respectful has done a good job to trade out a few kills in his team's favor. I actually love this play by him. Just bait this situation. You can play this slow. It works out for him anyways, and that sword kill opens up the map a little bit for Na'Vi fans.
And Respectful making chick skewers right there as he sends him to the grave. Kimbo now bottom middle. Heading up towards the staircase, camouflage in his chest. Chick has no idea he's there off the respawn. 3 shots, but I love this patience from Kimbo, not overextending.
Just the fact that Na'Vi have secured this camo is almost enough to give you confidence if you're a Na'Vi fan, because we've seen the damage Quadrant has been able to do with the camouflage so far in this series. Na'Vi changing the story of that, and with that, they changed the lead in their favor.
Chick backs down bottom elevator. Shad takes position top elevator, getting angles for one another. SLG picks up Respectful in the feed. Kimbo gets that information. Fragger backs down into pipes after a couple of warning shots. This game's back and forward. We're all tied up here.
Interesting position from Kimbo there, but nobody quite focused on him from Quadrant, so he may be able to get the jump on some players. Unfortunately, Jimbo gets caught overextending for that shock rifle, and now Respectful answers it back with 2, but unfortunately, it's just Chick and Respectful left on the map to play around, and Respectful, he has his eyes set potentially on that shock rifle. He actually leaves it behind, though. And I actually like that play, because so often do we see players get enthralled by that shock rifle to where they don't push. They're not applying pressure enough on the enemy team.
Sometimes that shock rifle, you can be like a magpie drawn to a shiny thing, but Respectful leaves it where it is, more focused in his battle rifle, more focused on getting the damage his team needs. And as a result of that, they've got a 4-kill advantage.
Did he just slide somebody? Oh my, Chick with the trigger discipline. Lets the first go by. Unfortunately, the second one is the one with the plasma, so it's just a trade, but Chick had everything planned out accordingly. It just didn't work out in his favor that time around. Foxy finding himself a double, some body disrespect, the shock rifle in hand, and camouflage being up with slays going in the favor of Na'Vi now bode well for their opportunity.
Foxy dishing out the gold blend. And Akimbo with his second successive camouflage this time. What can he do? A couple of shots into Shad. Shad answers back though, spins on a swivel and shuts the German down.
Man, Kimbo just isn't on his A game so far today. He had a rough series against Ascent. An easy kill in long haul, you think, when he's got camo in his hand. And what does he do? He actually wastes that camo. He gets removed from the map. A reversal kill for Quadrant. And Quadrant needed that one bad to get back into this one.
5-kill lead for Na'Vi. 7 minutes left on the clock. Camouflage will not be another factor for a minute or so. It's all battle rifles, it's all gun skilled, it's all tactics from here on out. Chick trying to get a little bit tricky, heads over towards the sword now, picks it up, scoops it up. A 2-kill game.
That was all 4 dead for Na'Vi. Quadrant clean sweeping them off the map. respawners over towards the elevator, but they're split spawners. Look how there's only 2 of them, but somehow across the map, a little bit of help goes a long way on these respawners, and Na'Vi are able to compete.
Respectful and Kimbo send SLG and Fragger packing. It's just a 4-kill game now. 37 to 33 and 30 seconds to camouflage. You do not know how hard it is as an Irish person to say 30. But I tell you something, it's worth it here. As Respectful backs down a player, but he looks for more. The reach-out comes through. It's still a 3-kill game. Jimbo restores parity.
Fragger with 13 to his name already. That was a big kill on a Respectful who actually expected him to come from there. Unfortunately, since then, kills have been traded out, and it looks like Na'Vi's still with a 3-kill lead for now. As we approach 50 kills, Quadrant need to figure out a way to trade efficiently enough to close the distance on this gap before it's too late.
Camo has just popped. The last 2 have gone towards Kimbo and indeed Na'Vi. He's not in a position to pick this one up, but 2 Foxy is. The call has come through and he has answered it. There will not be any engaged tones here. It's still a 2-kill game and perhaps the game in the hands of 2 Foxy.
Even keeping this camo out of the hands of Quadrant, as I continue to say, is massive for Na'Vi fans. Wonderboy doing his job as the coach to make sure they secure camos this time around. Can't quite finish that kill, and every kill that gets away is massive because it's a 1-kill game, Shurzy.
Melee comes through to secure and make sure it remains a 1-kill game. 2 Foxy locks in 2, looking for the 3rd.
Let's go.
And he gets it, carves a hole straight through the hearts of Quadrant. It's a 3-kill game.
2 Foxy having one hell of a weekend so far makes it a triple kill to create the 3-kill difference now. 5 minutes left. And look how Na'Vi want to play this. They slow the game down with Shock Rifle in 2 Foxy's hands. They are in every position to end this one in their favor.
Na'Vi setting traps. Will Quadrant step into them? 2 Foxy. Fragger flirt with the idea of stepping out of line. 2 Foxy will make him pay, pinging that location. He knows there's 2 players positioned there. Eyes set towards Chick, top glass. Chick has backed him down for the moment, sending shots over. Respectful's in a position to get in the 1v1 engagement here. Kimbo and Respectful up against SLG. Fragger picks up 1 to help the 2 kills go their way. 2 Foxy picks up 1 as well. It's 46 to 43. Pressure on 2 Foxy. Jimbo's on hand to help out his pal. 3 kills required now for Na'Vi to secure game 2.
Camo coming up in 15 seconds. Did Na'Vi opt to try and end this game before it comes up, or did they decide to try and end this one? Another kill for 2 Foxy, rips the face off, and a killing spree to try and end this one. 2 Foxy taking the game into his own hands.
Where's your head axe? Kimbo puts more bullets in the face.
There we go.
And game 2 is secured. It's cemented for Na'Vi. They take a 2-0 series lead.
17 for 2 Foxy. We saw a majority of those kills collected towards the end, but it was that camo control consistently throughout that game 2 that really made that a much easier job for Na'Vi, and they needed that one to make sure that the momentum they built in game 1 wasn't lost, wasn't discontinued. They don't keep Quadrant in this series any longer than Quadrant need to stay, because you know they want to get back to their chance to play Ascend as soon as possible.
It was as though they learned on the fly from the mistakes they made against Ascend. And indeed, the early engagements in that CTF game on Aquarius, the camouflage was going to be huge. They lost a couple of them and Ascend applied pressure. Ever since then, the priority has been pick up those power-ups, pick up those power weapons, and that's really been the story of this series.
Taking a look at the stats, Fragger having the best performance on the side of Quadrant, and we asked him to step up. He says, I'll do just that. Drops 15 of his own, but it's Chick and SLG that leave you wanting more.
Respectful, 14 kills, 11 deaths, and 8 assists as well. Really helping his team to cement game number 2. Our attentions do turn now towards Live Fire Oddball. Wes, what can you tell me about it?
Live Fire Oddball is a game that was 5-point difference when these 2 teams played. It was 204 to 199. Na'Vi ended up pulling it out, but you know that went to a round 3. You know it was a close one. If we've learned anything from the first 2 games, I don't think Quadrant's just done yet.
Let's talk about it then. The first 2 games you spoke about, how these games have been back and forth, these series have been back and forth in scrims and indeed in tournament play. But these first 2 games, the coin has landed on the Na'Vi side.
You talk about what's different in tournaments from scrims a lot, right? And that's a big discussion point about having ice, having wherewithal, having courage, having confidence to kind of play through this. Na'Vi coming off that 3-0 from Ascend. You think if there's any opportunity for Quadrant to finally get it done in tournament play, it's here and now. And what a moment that would be for them, but Na'Vi have erased that opportunity almost from happening, and they've gained some confidence while doing so. Na'Vi looked damn good in Game 2. I expect to see a very strong performance in Game 3. It's the side of Quadrant. The players that are being quiet in this series so far, the Chicks, have to step up, and they only have one more game to do so.
One more nail then in the Quadrant coffin. If they get one more, they're dead and buried, and they will be eliminated with 11,200. Not a bad consolation, but Na'Vi they're looking beyond the money. They want to get straight back in the grand finals. They're not happy with how that first series went against Ascend.
The money's nice, don't get me wrong, but Na'Vi, this team was put together to build championships, to achieve glory. So far, they have not found that. They have found second place after second place after second place in this region. They have dreams and aspirations of going up against Ascend, rewriting the story, reverse sweeping them in the grand finals. 2 best-of-5s are what it's gonna take, but in order to get there, they're gonna have to win one more game. And they have to focus on that now, because we saw how when they're playing poorly, they can lose 3 straight games to a team like Ascend. And this Quadrant team has had very successful scrim results as far as totals go that make me think Quadrant, if they can get their feet on the ground and get some sort of life with a Game 3 win, this could go the distance.
Let's talk about it then. How do Quadrant get their feet on the ground? How do they build on this? They're down 0-2 in the series. They're playing lights out now. It has to be all guns blazing. And indeed, power-ups has been a major story, a major talking point. Their coach, Nurix, needs to get their team in point and in place.
Yeah, I mean, when they were having success so far throughout the series, they were having the camo in their control. They were using the heat wave to their success. When they were getting beat in these last few games, it's camo control, heat wave, shock rifle in the hands of 2 Foxy. Things are going wrong when the other team has that much power curve in their favor. You have to figure out a way to swing that story back in your hands. And it really is the timing of the Slays that was the big differential moments in that Game 2. Slays always benefited Na'Vi as the camo was coming up, that 15-second buffer to get yourself in a position to compete for that camo as best as possible. Quadrant, on a map like Lightfire, they're going to have to put themselves in good positions before the power-up comes up in order to secure some of these. There will be that opening, though, because if we can take anything from the Ascend series and apply it to here, it is that Na'Vi were not able to secure any of the camouflages throughout their Ascend Livefire game. If I'm Quadrant, that's the shining light at the end of the tunnel that we need to focus on.
Na'Vi then, looking dominant. But will Livefire Oddball be a little bit of an Achilles heel here? Or will this benefit them? Every single game, every single time these teams have played against one another, it's been so close, it's been so tight. There's been nothing between them, nothing to separate them. Quadrant have to get the job done here, or they will be eliminated. Here we go.
Respectful. Gonna try and compete for the snipe and compete. He does just that, but in the kill feed, it's all Quadrant outside of the first pick, and because of it, they look to get early ball time, but Kimbo finds himself a kill and maybe lessens the strength of the potential setup we would have seen early on from Quadrant.
Kimbo with the sniper rifle, lands a body shot and ends up trading out his life though, so the heat wave got the job done. Heat wave versus sniper rifle, they trade each other out. It's all battle rifles until those guns are scooped back up again. With that story starting to come to fruition once more, it's 2 Foxy, it's Na'Vi with the camouflage.
Yeah, 2 Foxy has taken it upon himself so far throughout the series to get some of these camouflages with it. He's got snipe, heat wave, all the power one man can have in his hands. He's forced to trade though, so a good job by Quadrant to get it removed from the map as quickly as possible. Unfortunately for Quadrant fans, Na'Vi look to have this tower set up, and the last time I saw Na'Vi have this set up, they just about ended the game in perfect manner against the Flying Dutchman yesterday.
3 dead now. 1 dead apiece, 3 alive for the moment. 15 seconds to 10. Neither team really able to get the setup that they do desire. Chick looking to change that here, picking up the ball and picking up scrappy ball time as well, milking it all the while, rotating it towards his teammate and putting it in a position to play ball if he needs to, but he's not going to get far enough. But unfortunately, Fragger's the last man alive. Na'Vi have ball and sniper rifles down there too.
Yeah, I love how Jimbo just opts to pick up that ball. Doesn't really care for that snipe. He's going to actually leave it for Kimbo, and he's been very quiet today as of yet, but a great opportunity for him to start getting loud, making some bangs with that snipe. Can't quite hit the first shot, but tries to play his life as best as possible. So Quadrant actually doing a good job there to break the setup early.
4 go down for Na'Vi. This is the opportunity for Quadrant to stake a claim in this series. They're not playing around. He misses that body shot, does Chick. Drops the snipe rifle, but the damage wasn't done. And 2 Foxy has picked up another camouflage.
2 Foxy, too many camos are given away on the hands of Quadrant. And because of it, this setup is all for naught. You can guarantee 2 Foxy's going to turn this into a kill. They're forced to play the ball. Can he get a second? Is the big question.
Lovely shots from 2 Foxy, baiting out that Heatwave player and letting them know that you've fallen straight into my trap with a little bit of disrespect.
Immediately, Na'Vi gets that ball back to tower. Another opportunity at this setup. Such a strong opportunity for them. They're starting to build this lead now, Shurzy.
41 seconds to 34. Quadrant do stop the bleeding. They do eliminate some of the players on the Na'Vi side. Jimbo in a 1v1 back tower, and Shad makes sure he can secure that for his team.
Couple were dead for Na'Vi at the moment. Quadrant, that ball still being neutralized, not able to secure it, and it's in a very difficult spot. Wouldn't be surprised if it resets here shortly. SLG's found the new snipe. Can he put it to use is the big question. Unfortunately, it doesn't find home, and with that, Na'Vi with a great opportunity here to potentially get some slays in their favor as well.
3 dead for Quadrant, 2 for Na'Vi. They have the numbers advantage. What can he do with it though? They're making a real meal of this kill bottom middle, and somehow, some way, Chick has managed to survive that long, and that does nothing but buy time for Quadrant to get back on the map, and they're contesting ball once more.
Quadrant get the slays they need, and like you said, Chick, it doesn't show up at anything but a death in the statistical category, but he buys time somehow. It was the ugliest melee fight we may have seen all weekend, but it was enough for Quadrant respawners to impact this ball, and now with it, they bring it to house and gain the lead themselves.
2 go down for Quadrant. 52 seconds to 41. Very little to separate these two teams again. The pinch comes through though. SLG wasn't left long for the world, and Chick was the last man alive momentarily as he comes off the respawn. Shad gets contested over towards pillars. He's back down, he bobs and weaves, and again, 2 Foxy has the camouflage.
Too many times have we seen 2 Foxy with these camos, and he's done work every time he gets them in his hands already with a perfect kill to his name. A great job to repulse that player, but Shad finally removes him from the map. But every time Na'Vi get these camos, what is it doing? Yeah, they may not have the most successful camo plays with them, but at least they're denying them from the hands of Quadrant.
Is this a testament to how good Quadrant are playing? They've lost every single camouflage, but they still
the
find themselves ahead.
Still have the lead for now, but it's almost a matter of time, right? You can't make that many mistakes this many times and expect to come away with wins. But the scrappy ball time has benefited Quadrant, and because Na'Vi really haven't been able to get that one solidified setup that we know that they're capable of, Quadrant are still remaining in the lead.
74 seconds, and SLG snuck another extra burst into the body of Respectful, just maybe ensuring he was still dead.
You know that's intentional. SLG has seen the body disrespect from 2 Foxy. These two teams do not like each other. They want to claim the opportunity to play in the grand finals later on, and what an upset this would be for Quadrant to create here and now in the EU Super.
9 seconds is all that's required for Quadrant to lock in round 1. Unfortunately for them, Chick is the last man alive, but he's only come up off the respawn over towards green. Na'Vi have control of the map now. They require 48 seconds. Ball was not played.
If you're a Quadrant fan, you want to see them slow this down. Camo's coming up. Jimbo and the boys are already over it, and Quadrant, they just need to get their kills. 9 points is all they need, and Shad with the ball in hand, he's able to take down that carrier from Na'Vi. Turns the corner, and he may just end it here.
1 second's all that's required. Fraggers on hand to lock it in. Round 1. Quadrant show signs of life. They're on life support, but their heart's still beating.
I'm telling you, they win a game 3. This series looks a lot different than just moments ago. Now Quadrant, thank God he didn't run off the map. Jimbo getting a little bit of a bug right there. As so often in matchmaking, when I receive that, I am on respawn very short.
Yeah, I start doing a doggy paddle the minute I see that ledge, but Jimbo manages to be locked in, lasered. That's how focused he is. Doesn't dip off the map into the drink, but snipe shot to the body, BR shot, or a melee would have done. He opted for the latter, gets that, and locks in that kill for his team. 3 go down now for The boys on Navi, ball in control, and perhaps a camouflage, indeed a camouflage for SLG sniper rifle.
Even if you're not able to do anything, at least you get it out of the hands of 2 Foxy in this round. Quadrant having round one with absolutely 0 camo control. Already things looking better.
Shad and Chick pick up kills in the feed. Fragger, though, has joined the boys in yellow and black. SLG patiently waiting for angles, waiting for Navi to expose themselves, and it might be through top middle. 3-man push over towards sandbags, and SLG locks in the one on the Jimbo, and with the help of Shad, locks in 2.
Almost a Quigley from SLG as he lands a body shot on one player, headshot on the other, and a lot of damage done with just 1 bullet. Gives Quadrant the numbers they need to hold this setup a little bit longer.
German shields is cracked. The Frenchman sends that warning shot that will back down Kimbo from making any sort of push, and they were going to need that push to be slowed down as Chick has lost his life elsewhere. Ball rotation coming through, but it's not going to come quick enough. But Shad has that heat wave.
No.
SLG wants a brawl, but he's not going to be able to come out on top.
The no-scope was close, but no cigar for SLG just as yet.
Poor
the
dead.
ball, it does get played, though, so Quadrant somehow get that ball to green, able to throw it off the map and delay some of the time Navi would have gotten there.
Ball down.
SLG.
4-3 down for Navi. And SLG looking to turn his team's fortunes around here. Looking to grab this series, this game in particular, by the scruff of its neck. 2 camouflages now without reply for Quadrant. They're starting to turn the screw.
2 for 2 so far here in round 2. Unfortunately, Fragger, he spotted out, forced to trade, but some good grenades allow him to trade in that situation, and Quadrant deny camo from the hands of Navi. And look at this lead. It's significant. 48 points to 4.
Navi looks so disjointed. They haven't been able to make a full push in a very, very long time. Jimbo's soaring out. Front C, front tower here.
Back it up, Jimmy.
Put it in reverse. 2 Foxy, unable to do that as he is sent to the respawn screen, and Quadrant remain a full complement of players. SLG drops down bottom middle. Chick's looking to get aggressive, and he's getting rewarded for it, as is SLG.
Back it up, Jimmy, says Chick. A great job by SLG, a great job by Chick, and now the Slayers for Quadrant starting to come alive when they need them most.
76 seconds to 4. This round has been dominant. It has not been competitive. Navi remain disjointed. They're not able to catch themselves, not able to get a grip on this game. 15 seconds is all that's required. Ball over towards Nest.
SLG just needs to stay alive. He's got all the power weapons in his hands, and with such a significant lead, 9 points remaining to take this game, you just don't want to hand these over to the hands of Navi.
Ball's being played. Sniper rifle with the help of a meat wave gets the job done. Navi finally get their hands on the ball, but it has to be. The old saying goes true. It rings through. It has to be perfect Halo.
I don't think they're capable of it, man. Quadrant have woken up. It's a little late from the start of the series, but just in time for them to extend this one to a game 4. And Chick, with snipe in hand, finds himself another one.
Quadrant are taking off the wet tires. They're putting on the soft tires, and they're looking to build speed and momentum here.
Speed, momentum, adrenaline, everything going in Quadrant's favor here in Game 3. And because of it, we're going to see a Game 4 here in our Elimination Bracket Finals.
Quadrant then. They're making game of it. They're making a series of it. They're not going out without a whimper. They're showing signs of life. Game 3 locked in. That was much better.
If I had a Game 5 dance in me, I would start doing it because I want nothing more than a Game 5. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be up to Quadrant, and if they're able to replicate the same performance they were just in Game 3, they're not only looking at a Game 5, they could potentially come back and reverse sweep Navi. An unbelievable performance here, and taking a look at the stats. I mean, Chick, SLG, they lead the team, and these are the players that we hyper-focused on all weekend as being the must-have contributors for this roster.
We spoke about yesterday how Chick perhaps has relieved the pressure on SLG being that main slayer, but SLG is back, and particularly in that game, he took the game by the scruff of its neck.
Yeah, that's the best we've seen SLG play, and he's one of those guys that we know he's capable of, right? His ceiling is high. We always talk about it. It's when he gets that sniper in hand that we know he's the most lethal. So often in Game 3 was he able to secure that snipe in his hand, and he did work with it just about every single time.
Taking a look at the highlights. They were back and forth, but let's talk about it. Let's pick holes. Let's dissect what happened to Navi. They looked at me all swimmingly. They were getting every single camouflage, but Quadrant every single time held on in there.
Talk about camo control and how it was immediately erased from the hands of Na'Vi. Ever since Quadrant started picking up those camos, you saw how much success they were able to have with it. It's not just about getting the camo and what do you do with it. It's about not having to play against the enemy team that has that camo. Even if it's one kill can give you numbers that allow for an entire swing of momentum that breaks setups or holds setups longer, that allow so much pressure to build throughout these games. We saw how well Quadrant were able to do there in Game 3. I'm looking at Streets with no power-ups. It's going to be Rocket and Bulldog shotgun control that makes the difference here.
Series overview then. Aquarius CTF 4-3. Slayer Recharge 50-44, but Quadrant, they rise from the ashes like the Phoenix, like they've done all through the elimination bracket in pools. They're looking to continue that run. Live Fire Oddball goes their direction. And now, like you say, Stronghold Streets is our next stage, and it is set and ripe for the next game.
These two teams, they played this twice in their most recent scrims. Each team winning one of the contests, but I'd have to say Quadrant winning 250-83 was the impressive statistic that stuck out to me. The win for Na'Vi, it was a close one, 250-204, I believe. So I expect this one to be close, but I would say Quadrant once again favored in this game going into Game 4.
At the very least, have Quadrant planted the seed of doubt now for Na'Vi?
I would say, if anything, we've seen Na'Vi struggle when they lose that first game. Ascend, the series got uglier and uglier and uglier as it went on, right?
Yeah.
That Game 3, it went poorly for them in that winners bracket finals. For them to be in this situation, they need to stop this train at this stop. They have to shut the door on this series. They have to get to that grand finals as soon as possible, because leaving the door open for Quadrant to gain momentum, to gain confidence. You saw the body disrespect matched by SLG towards the end of that Game 3. That shows me SLG is gaining confidence, and with that confidence, he started to statistically perform better.
Has that body disrespect only awoken the beast in SLG here?
It looked like it. The bright side here on Streets is going to be that there are no snipes, right? And we know how successful SLG is with those sniper rifles. There is that Stalker rifle that acts as a longer range, high damage output rifle, but so difficult to perform as well with it compared to a shock rifle or a sniper rifle in S7. So we'll see if SLG can get his hands on that, see what kind of work he can do with that, but Na'Vi need to do a much better job of controlling the power weapons and getting them out of the hands of SLG and the boys.
Quadrant go once more into the fray.
Here he is.
It's go hard or go home. Red gun secured for SLG. Stock rifle with eyes for the rocket launcher.
High focus from Na'Vi onto SLG. It's like they know what he's about to do. They take him down, and before he's able to make his mark, put his stamp on Game 4. Jimbo and the boys have got the kills, got the rockets to match.
Jim locks in one,
Great
sends
rockets.
one towards the heavens and locks in two. Looking to turn 2 to 3, but shut down SLG in PD. Stays alive for the moment, but not for long.
2 clean wipes of Quadrant will reward Na'Vi with an opportunity at a trip cap here. Now the question is, how long can Na'Vi hold this one on?
Where's the push coming? First pick for Shad. Answered back though. Grenade hits, lands the feet, pops the shields of one. And Fragger locks that one in for his team. Plasma Grenade does land at the feet of Fragger, but he's evaded the attentions, but only for now, as Respectful cleans house.
A big kill from Respectful to keep A in his team's favor. C is something that they lost, but you're seeing how Na'Vi didn't have to overextend in order to lose their trip cap.
4 dead momentarily for Quadrant. Na'Vi are ready for war here on Street strongholds. Fragger trying desperately to control A and stop the bleeding. They've also got their attentions on C. Respectful's flipped it. They flipped C. They traded for A.
You can feel the momentum back in Na'Vi's hands. They have started Game 4 out the exact way they wanted to here to stop Quadrant from being able to do anything. The Slays heavily in their favor, and now the score is starting to get out of hand even early on.
Na'Vi continue to beat the battle drum. 70-second points now to 4. Fragger trying to turn his attentions towards C, but Na'Vi say thanks very much. We'll just take A all over again.
Yeah, they're going to have to flip the map, but more importantly, with rockets coming up, you got to see how Quadrant's able to get Slays here and now to try and turn this one around, because Kimbo finding a double could be just what the doctor ordered to continue to push this Na'Vi lead in their favor.
Kimbo baited into Red Room, and all he was met with was fresh death in the bark of a bulldog, and
here we go.
It bit and took hold of him. Rockets, though, too foxy. He picks them up. Jim had the first set. He lands one on the arcade floor. That's not going to break just games, it's going to break hearts that he secures and resets B.
Too foxy, too smooth right there with the shots onto the player on the staircase. Able to find that double, reset B, and continue control in Navi's favor.
B transferred, but they have captured C in the meantime. A and B now flipping back over towards Quadrant. Our attention's turned towards A. No Navi players in position. First time Quadrant have had real control.
Interesting combination there from SLG. Stalker rifle, Sentinel beam in hand, not able to do any of the damage before he gets taken down. And what seems to be a shortly lived control for Quadrant now as Navi look to swarm just about every one of the strongholds.
Love that from SLG, trying to stay alive, but also I love it from Navi. They completely negated B, left one teammate there and soared towards A, Wes.
They wanted to flip the map. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if they've gotten the slays in order to kind of perform that strategy. Just like that fragger with a big kill on the Jimbo, make it 2 dead. So Quadrant are able to hold A. They actually spawn C as well, so the map flip from Navi a little bit slow, and we'll see if that's punishable by the Quadrant members.
Quadrant, for a moment, had the Perman set up in A and C. It has been flipped back around now, and A in their control. Now Quadrant's attention's turned towards B. Chick turning up, firing all cylinders, locks in a double kill before being sent to the grave. Plasma Grenade will deny that area, and that's going to be enough to get and lock in B for his team. But unfortunately, all the slays are going towards Quadrant, and Navi are on the back foot again.
That's a big double out of SLG too. Those 2 kills are going to keep A and B in their favor, and they need to figure out a way to get some of this control and keep it to get back into this one. You do not want this score to get out of hand, and right now, a 60-point lead benefits Navi. Nice.
3 dead. Kimbo last man alive. A in control, B in control of Quadrant. They're looking to bounce back and eat away at this lead, and they're doing so successfully as they've cut that deficit in half now. 111 to 57. That slide's going to come through. The help of a teammate will get the job done. Navi are like lambs to the slaughter right now.
A bit of a chaotic opportunity for Shat, but he finds the best of it as he gets an assist, a kill with those set of rockets. And Quadrant, with their first set of power on the map, are able to transition it immediately into the score, now just down 30 points.
A and B remain in control. They remain and they keep on scoring. Plasma Grenade comes through the door. It's going to be enough to get 2 Foxy as he slides towards his death. All the slays now, all the momentum in the Quadrant court, and another huge 1v1, and some body disrespect to boot.
SLG, he's starting to heat up. The confidence is back. Whatever lead Navi gained early on in this game, it's removed. It's about a 10-point game. As the map is flipped, A gets controlled, but Quadrant get the kills once again, so Navi will be coming up respawn.
SLG killing Jimbo and his ghost as well, making sure everything will not keep on moving. He is slaughtered. Dies bottom tower though. B and C still in control. Quadrant have taken the lead. Respectful look at the turn. His attention's to B, and he wins that 1v1.
4, says Respectful. Nobody disrespect needed. A statement made with the shots. Wins another big one with this thrust, and Respectful able to keep B in control of Navi. Prevents the trip cap from Quadrant for now.
Maintains B control. A and C though have well and truly been in control of Quadrant. Looking to change that now, Navi. B and C flip. 2 dead for Quadrant. This is the opportunity Navi needs.
Yeah, even though Respectful picks up 3 massive kills, nobody else on Navi finding that level of success, and because of it, control still in the hands of Quadrant. B can't quite be transferred as of yet, but the battle around these pillars is so pivotal to the score of this game right now, and it does look like Quadrant have come out on top.
Quadrant survive. They hold. Rockets for SLG.
Again.
He picks up one. Drop shield comes through, waiting for someone to get out of line. In Cafe, he will not be serving coffee today. A and B reset once more. They hold once more.
Revenge. It's on the menu for SLG and the boys on Quadrant. They want to beat this Navi team in tournament play. 11K on the line, 2nd place at the very least. An opportunity at the giants of a sin, but to get there, we're gonna have to play at least the rest of this game 4, potentially a game 5, and total control for Quadrant could be just what the doctor ordered to get us there.
Kimbo desperately trying to stay alive, gets control of A, backs down towards Cafe, does not want to be the next pick on the map. We're seeing members of Navi spawn over towards Cafe, and here comes the push now. They're funneling over towards A.
Look how smooth Quadrant's gameplay look. They're playing so fast. Shad with the rotation. Sees a player jumping in C, he's gonna have the advantage, the help, the distraction he needs to get that kill. It's easy, and because of it, he makes his way towards B. SLG with that Stalker rifle in hand, focusing on positioning as well. And now B setup has to be the focus for Na'Vi, and that's such a difficult one to try and transition in your favor when you're getting sandwiched from both sides.
3 dead for Quadrant. This is the opening now. They've managed to amass 213 points to just 121. That hot start that Na'Vi had was immediately shut down, but can Na'Vi hold now?
So often do we see a trip cap immediately reverse, and that's Na'Vi's recipe for success here and now. They're able to get A and C controlled for just a moment potentially, but A, is being transferred back into Quadrant's favor. Unfortunately, Chip can't get it done, and 2Foxy slides in, gets a kill, gets an assist, gets the reset, more importantly, 3 dead for Quadrant, and now all of a sudden, Quadrant are on the ropes.
And here comes the Rockets. That can be a compliment to any team. Respectful, look at the secure B and a triple cap of their own. Rocket secures 1. Fire put down some splash damage into tower. Takes that player down to no shields. SLG will no longer be a factor. 2Foxy is just absolutely clearing house right now.
Oh my god, it was almost a 100-point lead from Quadrant from the mid-game, but that set of Rockets, that power control, the positioning from Na'Vi right back in this one.
SLG desperately trying to stay alive. Teammate on hand to capture C. But what does it mean in the grand scheme of things? The picture here is Jimbo soars in. 1 grenade takes care of 2 Frenchmen. He's cleared out C, but now Quadrant's starting to spawn over towards B.
The trip cap back in effect with C being transferred from Jimbo. A massive double to put Quadrant back in respawn, and Quadrant not able to find the slays in the past minute, and because of it, they're about to lose the lead. They've just done that, and now Quadrant need to act quickly. They have to figure out a way to get slays.
Respectful, desperately trying to stay alive. Cannot get that trade as 2 go down for Na'Vi here. 227 to 213. They continue to score here.
They continue to score. B is going to be transferred over. It's up to Jimbo to get the kill. He does just that. The killing spree for Jimmy. Still on this killing spree has allowed the A and C control for Na'Vi, and now Quadrant have 1 life to play around.
This next push, these next engagements are so pivotal. Fragger, you have to move. They're scoring points here. The attention is going to be C. Fragger's playing defense on B, but Kimbo's picked up 1 on the Shad. What can Jimbo do here?
Jimbo's just going to have to play his life, and he's going to win. He gets the kill with it. But A, spawners over at A are going to be able to capture it quickly, but just like that, B goes in the hands of Kimbo.
2 down now for Quadrant, and they're not going to be able to get into a stronghold. The game was back and forth. The series was back and forth, but Na'Vi ice up and they secure. They're going back to grand finals.
Na'Vi have got it done. On the back of those last few sets of rockets, it just gave them the power curve they needed to get not only the first round of slays, but to keep that control, to put them staggered on spawn, flip the map when they needed to. And we saw both successful trip casts from each team, but it was Na'Vi's that was much stronger at the end.
Quadrant had so much control in that mid-game. They were scoring so many points. They were down by 121 to 5 when they start scoring. They bring it all the way up to 222, and it gets whisked away from them in a moment, and Na'Vi roar back into things.
It's incredible. Just when you think we're going to a game 5, Na'Vi, they get their act together, and Na'Vi's best quality sticks out to me once again. Game 4. They get that total control. Everything makes sense. They have the spawners where they want them. They're able to structure their play style so perfectly around it. You can tell when the game feels comfortable for Na'Vi is when they have the most success.
Kimbo had the most kills on his team, but there's 2 players that I want to highlight who went massive in that last game. 2Foxy and indeed Jimbo. Great performances from them.
Jimbo with 5,700, but looking at the other side, 2 players to match them. Chicken SLG having phenomenal games 3 and 4, just not enough to get it done.
We spoke about it as the highlights do roll through. Fragger only able to pick up 3,300 damage, and his tournament has gone from bad to worse. He has no more ways of redemption. They've been dumped out now in elimination finals. Top 3 placement for them. They will go to Kansas City. That will be a silver lining. But up next now for Na'Vi, they've got their sights set on Ascend. And something Dan said in the last series we casted is that they've maybe gotten the bad game types out of the way, but you've got something to respond to that.
Yeah, that's a massive cup of copium Dan's been drinking for him to believe that Na'Vi's going to have a chance here. I'm not sure it really comes down to game types when these 2 match up, but Na'Vi, maybe they put a little bit of wood on the flame and they're able to compete this time around, but that series earlier on, especially the objectives, was not a close one. So if I'm looking at Na'Vi, I'm looking specifically at game 2 being a must-win in the Slayer, and you got to figure out a way to make these objectives close. come this winner's bracket, or come this grand finals.
Quadrant then, they finished in 3rd place. What a monumental performance that was with the way they looked in pools to climb themselves all the way back here. It looks as though they weren't going to make top 4 at times.
Yeah, I was scared they weren't.
They go out with $11,200. 2nd place now. These two teams in grand finals are guaranteed bare minimum, whatever happens, $22,000 bare minimum and a ticket to KC. So
it's not about the money. It's never about the money between these two. I can guarantee it. These organizations, they pay these players plenty of money. I promise you that. This is about pride. This is about trophies. This is about championships. This is about leaving your mark on history. Na'Vi want to get their first title in Halo Infinite. Ascend want to continue their dynasty. It's going to be one hell of a grand finals.
Our Game 5 dance didn't seem to come to much, I'll tell you that, but something...
It wasn't a great dance.
It wasn't. Mainly you, but anyway, back to Lottie and the folks on the desk. Break it down for us.
The Rain Dance Festival didn't happen, gentlemen. The Game 5 didn't come across, but I'm still giggling at the fact that it's all about the prize pool for Scherzi.
All about the money.
It's all about the money. Scherzi is very happy with the chunk of change there for the lads. They're guaranteed over $22,000 for our next match as well, which is huge. But, you know, I've got to say congratulations and commiserations to Quadrant there. Going out a little bit short. I think they're going to be a bit disappointed with that. But there's quite a lot to talk about when it comes to this series here. And first and foremost, I want to give out some respect to a couple of players on the side of Na'Vi. One being 2Foxy. My God, this guy is Mr. Do It All. I mean, the damage he had throughout, I think, the entire series, but not only that, he literally did everything. You know, he was making a decision to prioritize power-ups. I think he recognized that in the first 2 maps, and he really switched that on its head as well when we got onto live fire, despite obviously not actually bringing that ball across the line. But my goodness, he was also then slaying out of his mind. What can this guy honestly achieve next? I mean, surely there's just nothing out of his reach.
I feel bad because I've not really put 2Foxy in the spotlight enough, but I'm going to right now. He's been juggling everything, IGLing and not sacrificing his slaying power. We're going to have to call him the damage-dealing demon because every single game he's been 1st or 2nd across the board, creating these opportunities, and he rectified the mistakes for the power-up. That last series was just not right at all, like we said before. Giving away every camo back on Live Fire Slayer. But this time around, completely different. Yeah, sure, they struggled with the Aquarius CTF in terms of the camo pickups, but this time around, 2Foxy was able to rectify that. Jock Call as well. The man has been doing absolutely everything. Not only that, though, I want to give a bit of respect to Jimbo for the fact his slaying power and his ability to just hoovering up all the kills in that first game in the Aquarius CTF, but also for respectful with the power control he had on Recharge Slayer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also another thing with Jimbo is being able to stay alive. We kind of looked at the stats and we actually discussed that about the damage taking, having quite heavy damage taken, but also having 35 to 24 in terms of KD. Just shows you his survivability as a player is huge. And I think when it came down to that Aquarius CTF, that actually really helped them send over the line, especially because they weren't prioritizing power-ups whatsoever. So the fact that he was able to survive, keep giving them numbers, and it denied a lot of the flag pulls coming over there with Quadrant as well. I quickly want to touch upon that final game though, Gaskin, because it was like Na'Vi hit another gear entirely for the last quarter of that Strongholds. What did you make of the gameplay there to close things out?
I think it was very easily going to be another one of those stories of Na'Vi just not getting the job done in those final moments. It looked like they were going to flop once more. We're going to go to a game 5, and then who knows what it could have happened on Bazaar Slayer. But I think someone in the Na'Vi camp, whether that be the coach behind them in Wonderboy, whether that be 2Foxy as the IGL said, guys, let's step it up now. Like, we've got a grand final. If we're going to go into this grand final with any chance of beating Ascend, we have to take down Quadrant here and now. We can't afford to waste extra energy going into this game 5. Clearly, there was a shift in momentum there, and I'm very impressed with what they were able to do.
And one thing to add in terms of the stats as well, if you see any player tanking the most amount of damage on your team by a mile, they're the ones creating the most opportunities for your team, but also at the same time, they're being extremely proactive and valuing their life down to a T. Some people may say they're challenging too much, being a bit too over-aggressive. It can be, but it depends on the player you are. And the people like that is the ones I respect the most entirely, not just the damage down.
Yeah, I think there is still a few holes, I think, in Na'Vi's gameplay right now that they need to clean up on. I think that actually some of them are quite small mistakes that they can really start to shift at the moment. I mean, Kimbo, for a start, I think he was a player that we all wanted to watch, and he really needed to step up there. And I think, honestly, I think he needs to put down the sniper for a a second, pick up his BR again, get those kind of, I think, more efficient kills coming across the board, because we know he's an incredible player and an incredible player, but he needs to make the difference on these maps at this moment in time, especially for the next game as well. Let's actually take a look at our brackets though and see exactly where we're at in the day. Here is our elimination bracket for you. Of course, day 3 here at the EU Super. We just saw our elimination finals, Na'Vi versus Quadrant, and that one is going to go the way of Na'Vi 3-1. They are now going to bounce back up into the winners bracket, where they will face Ascend once again in our grand finals. Now, this is where it gets a little bit exciting. If you are a Na'Vi fan, you are hoping that Na'Vi take it the distance in this best of 7 and reset the bracket and hopefully seal the deal in the second series. That is going to be a mighty task. And I got to say, Lethal, just being totally honest here, you know, Na'Vi, they didn't manage to touch Ascend once in their winners finals. They didn't take a map off them. What are the chances right now at bracket reset?
It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very tough. What we're seeing against Quadrant, they looked a lot more solid. The one factor I kept seeing was the fact that in terms of power-up contention or any kind of control, it was awful in that series against Ascend. I don't know if it's because it was more in Na'Vi's ballpark or the fact that Ascend were just forcing it every single time. There was times where Na'Vi just prepped a little bit too early in order to make that kind of execution to try and approach it. But there's a lot of other factors as well that kind of adds to a whole. So the question is, can they contest it better? Can they prioritize a little bit more? Can they be a bit more fluid and loose? That's what we need to see from Na'Vi. Just let it all go, think about the structure, just make it more natural when they approach a lot of these objective efficiency and what they want to do across the map, and just do your best against Ascend, knowing that there's no pressure.
Gaska, did you see enough from Na'Vi, do you think, for this second time around with Ascend to be able to contest that one?
I mean, Wes gave me grief because I said, you know, game types weren't great for them in the winners finals, but I've seen the grand final game types and they don't get much better. All 3 of the game types that they lost in winners finals repeat in the grand finals later on. So it's going to be a very tough road, that's for sure.
Well, hopefully they can learn from their mistakes. We're going to find out very, very shortly. We're heading to a quick break, but when we come back, we do have our grand finals up for grabs for you guys. So please stick with us and find out who is walking away as our EU Super Champion right after this.
You're special. In fact, I'm counting on it. We're lost in the dark. But you give people hope. And I will always be with you. I see this as a new beginning.
Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to your grand finals here at the HCS EU Super. We are live from Sweden, and right this second, we're going to be setting up the series that's going to give us our EU Super champion. Joined alongside me, Lottie, I have Gaskin and Scherzi. Fellas, it all comes down to this very moment. And again, we've got Ascend in the grand finals. Who would have thought? Honestly, it's the biggest shocker, I think, of the last 3 days. Ascend being here, real shocker. But I gotta say, Na'Vi joining them, I'm pretty happy about this. I'm excited for this rematch. It really wasn't the kind of match in the beginning in the winners finals I was hoping for. I thought Na'Vi were gonna kind of bring a little bit more of a gun to the gunfight. Didn't quite happen in that fashion. But how are you feeling about this matchup, though?
So this is the 10th time that these two have matched up against each other in HCS competition. And clearly, it's been 9 victories for Ascend, but maybe number 10 is going to be where Na'Vi start to change things here. I'm hoping, I'm trying to generate something here. Game types, as I said, they don't look great. I thought that in the winners finals, maybe the fact they played some of their worst game types, it was going to help them if they would get back to this grand final. But I do think some of them feature again. Certainly is going to be very difficult for Na'Vi, and I think Ascend are going to be confident to maybe go with this whole tournament without dropping a map, which is something we've not seen in quite some time.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very, very difficult. And I think just before we get into the details of both of our teams, though, I got to ask you, Scherzi, there's a lot on the line here. There's prize money, but also seeding going into the pool play for Kansas City as well. The higher you go, the better you are and faring on that world stage. There's a lot of pressure on the shoulders here. Do Ascend tend to fall under pressure? Do you think Na'Vi can pick a few things out of Ascend in terms of the holes in the gameplay that Lethal was talking about?
Well, there's a couple of things that I think happened in Rally. We've seen Ascend do very well against teams we didn't expect them to, and then falling to teams like Space Station who set traps them, and indeed Sentinels seemed to run through them at times. They played slow when they needed to, and when Lethal's talking about the pacing and stuff like that, Shady does tend to overextend at times. He can get punished if you leave that door open. It's whether Na'Vi can close it there and make them pay for it.
That is very, very true, and we'll have to watch out for that one and see if Na'Vi can also recognize that when it is happening as well. Let's talk about Ascend first and foremost. Obviously this roster has just gone from strength to strength, but would you argue, have they got stronger or have they stayed the same, Gaskin?
There was a worry that they might get a little bit weaker because there was kind of trouble in the camp. There was a few questions asked about whether this roster was going to stay together at one point, but I'd say that just like in the real world, in a relationship, if you can get through kind of the hard times, things do get better, you do get stronger, and it looks like Ascend are just going from strength to strength, and that makes it a worrying time here for Na'Vi.
I mean, I think if you say that there's trouble in the camp, and then this trouble amounts to not dropping a single map all tournament long, I'll take that trouble at home all day long.
That's the kind of trouble I'll run into.
Yes.
100%. I think it's a fair question because right now we don't really have much measurement for Ascend, okay? We haven't seen them drop maps. It's very, very rare to see them drop maps, but let alone a series. It's really difficult when you're kind of expecting to have that comparison. We can say, look, Na'Vi are looking good, they're looking better, or, Quadrant, they've definitely got better as well. We can't say that about Ascend. We don't have any kind of measurement for that. So it's really, really difficult, I think, for Ascend here. If Na'Vi do come out full firing and they're not expecting this, then Ascend could be in deep waters. But like you said, it's going to depend on the series layout, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. In the camp of Na'Vi, though, Scherz, talk to me about this roster. Really poor showing in the winners finals going up against Ascend. Do you think that they've learned enough about this matchup to be able to really bring it to them a second time around?
Well, they really set the tempo in that last game we've seen. Now they slipped up in that oddball game, but the other 3 games looked pretty dominant. But the issue is that Ascend look imperious at times. They need to hit the ground running here. I think they need to take games 1 at the very least to really plant the seed of doubt in the minds of Ascend because, like I say, they look flawless.
Yeah, they do look pretty flawless at the moment. I've got to say, looking at their Quadrant match, I was really impressed with 2Foxy. His ability to adapt on the fly. Look, they recognize they weren't prioritizing the right things. They let camos, they let power-ups go to the likes of Quadrant as well, and that's just not going to work against Ascend. We saw what happened on Ascend. They had 4 power-ups back to back to back on Livefire. That is not good enough when you're going up against a Titan and hoping to take them down. So do you see improvements coming in from Na'Vi, especially with adjustments on the fly?
It's all well and good of saying they want to prioritize power-ups, but Ascend won't allow you to do that. The way that Ascend time their kills, I don't know if it's by coincidence or whether it's actually something they strategize around, but certainly when they get those kills, it's usually when the power-ups are coming up. And the timing is actually insane that they manage to do it consistently time and time again. So I think if you are Na'Vi, maybe you've got to try and do something similar. When you know the power-up's going to be coming up in around 20 seconds, you say, okay, now this is where we get aggressive. This is where we try and make sure we make the play to try and get all 4 dead. But Snipe Drone makes that very difficult. He is often always alive somewhere hiding in the map. He might be here. No, he's... No, never know where he is.
You just never know. He could be popping up anywhere. And that's the
well,
yeah.
I knew he wasn't there because I didn't hear exterminate behind me, so I knew Mike wasn't there.
We knew he wasn't there all along. I tell you what, he's at home. He's preparing for this very grand final we're getting into very shortly. But should we take a peek at the series layout, gents, and see exactly what is coming our way? Now, you guys may notice at home there's a fair few more maps and modes on here because it is a best of 7 in our grand final. And Gaskin, he's the guy with the stats. He knows the numbers here. So talk to me about the realistic opportunity that Na'Vi have.
I think Live Fire Strongholds is the perfect way to start here for Na'Vi. They have beaten Ascend in HCS competition on this map, and actually, Ascend haven't beaten Na'Vi on this one. They've only played it once though, so take from that what you will. When you go through the rest of them, Bazaar CTF is another map that Na'Vi have been able to win, but they have the worst stats when it comes to overall. And Recharge Oddball, another map that they have won, but we saw what happened in the winners bracket final, right? Oddball, Recharge, Street Strongholds, and Slayer Livefire all went to Ascend. So 3 of the games they've already won feature in this best of 7. That is not going to be a good sign for Na'Vi.
It's not going to be a good sign, sure.
No.
But can they bring anything away from that first series with Ascend to turn things around in terms of that series layout?
Well, maybe they've learned things, but I'm thinking Dan's clutching at straws, trying to find a silver lining here for Na'Vi. I think he's probably going back to, well, they actually beat Shady in a game of Super Smash Brothers back in 2007. I don't think that matters. I think Ascend are going to dominate this, just like they did in the last series, and we're going to see a very clean sweep.
I like that. See, that is a great outlook. What a positive outlook to have.
Is that positive? That's a bad positive. That's not positive for Na'Vi whatsoever. That's positive for Ascend.
Yeah.
He's saying Na'Vi are going to get absolutely dumped on what he is suggesting right now.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, he's probably right. Because from what we saw in the winners bracket finals, there's nothing to suggest otherwise.
You know what it is? It's the Irish accent.
Yeah, I'm just going to
He's difficult to understand.
I'll get away with
I'm here as a translator. We'll get subtitles.
Just use, yeah.
We're going to have to get subtitles for me right now, especially with shirts on the desk. I tell you what, though, I think you make a point. However, this is a new game. This is a new series. This is also a best of 7.
Oh, it's not Halo Infinite. It's a different game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a new title.
Okay, well, maybe Na'Vi have a chance then.
Drop last night. I tell you what, though, I want to see 2 players going head-to-head right now on our screens. We're going to find out exactly who they are. Excuse me, Snipe Drone, 2 Foxy. We've been talking about them a lot, and rightfully so. 2 Foxy has really been a huge step up. In fact, would you go as far as saying really carrying a lot of the brunt of Na'Vi right now on his back, because he is the shot caller, he is making the moves, but he's also got the KD to go alongside it.
That last series he played against Quadrant, he stepped up to the mark. Both him and Jimbo, super impressive. Grabbed that series by the scruff of its neck. But they're going to need the whole roster to be firing on all cylinders here to match this Ascend roster, particularly if they want to slow them down in some of those quicker engagements on the likes of Strongholds.
I think this is the best I've seen Snipe Drone play though, at a tournament, and I think that's very concerning for Na'Vi, because when Snipe Drone is playing like this, he kind of has to just focus on himself. And the rest of the French guys, they just do what they need to do. They're very quick and fast-paced with how they maneuver their way around the map, and that is always a struggle for Na'Vi, because even if Na'Vi take 3 of them down, where's Snipe Drone? He's often milking a little bit. He makes it very difficult for a ball to be collected or a strongholds to be set up, even a flag to be captured, because he is always that thorn in their side. So you've got to kill Snipe Drone. You've got to find him, sometimes find him first, and then take down the French boys afterwards.
Well, I'll tell you what, after my misunderstanding with Jersey and his Irish accent, not knowing what side he's on, let's get it clarified right now. I'm going to start with you, Jersey, for predictions. Who are you going with for this grand final?
I don't think I can say Na'Vi after all that.
You can't? Not allowed.
No, I think I'm going to have to say Ascend, and I think I'm not even going to say 4-1, 4-0.
4-0, big statement there.
That would be them not dropping a map throughout the entire day
tournament
series.
Yeah. Which is actually, let's be honest, that's not surprising either.
No, not with the way they've been playing. I think I'd have to go for Ascend as well. I'd love to go for a bold prediction and say, I think Na'Vi will... I could see Na'Vi maybe taking a series, but I can't see them winning I can't see them winning 2, right? So I'm saying Ascend. Ascend.
Thank you.
Just say it, man. Just get it out.
I want to try and make things interesting, but I can't. I think Ascend have been too good, and I'd love to see a fight back, but it starts here in map 1.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to give my first prediction of the whole weekend.
Don't say Na'Vi.
I'm going to say Na'Vi are going to reset the bracket.
The one and only prediction.
Yep.
You know what?
Just go down that road.
Why not? If I'm only given one, let it be the boldest one of them all. Come on, Na'Vi. reset this bracket, make it interesting. Let's see a long grand final. And with that being said, Shurs, Gaskin, thank you so much. We're going to head on over to the casters to get our grand final of our HCS EU Super started for you guys at home. I hope you enjoy. We got Onset and Bravo on the mics.
We do indeed. We've been waiting for this for quite some time, everybody at home, and I'm sure you've been waiting for this matchup as well. It's time for the grand finals, Andy. It's everything we live for. It's everything these two teams have been waiting for as well. Both of them solidified for Kansas City, of course, but now is the battle of who can call themselves the best in Europe.
Best in Europe. These teams waiting for this moment for so long, right? Not just since Halo Infinite came out, not for the past year. We're talking years and years and years have led up to this moment, to this prize pool, to this grand final. And now we're going to have to see if all the work that Na'Vi has put in, has it paid off? Have they learned from their earlier winners match where they fell quite handily? It's now Ascend versus Na'Vi. This is your grand finals at the $100,000 EU Super.
Now let's put a little bit of realism into this one for everybody, right? Ascend yet to drop a map, a single map throughout the EU Super. Na'Vi are going to have to beat them not just once, but twice to call themselves champions. Add on the fact to that it's a best of 7 as well. It's certainly a tall order, but we're starting things off here. We've got a little bit of live fire action to kick us off. Ascend versus Na'Vi, and it's grand finals time.
And you almost feel like the best of 7 helps Na'Vi, right? Because it gives them just a little bit more time to maybe get their act together, because Ascend has looked so strong, as you say, yet to drop a map here. Undefeated tournament after tournament in Europe. Right now, the kings of the continent. And now with the biggest prize pool on the line, it is their opportunity to cement that heading into Kansas City. Here we are, game number 1 of your grand finals.
Well, it's Sunday night here in Stockholm, and you know what that means. It is grand finals time as we jump on board with a man who's had some crazy statistics throughout the tournament so far. Arguably the standout player so far for his team. It's going to be Snipe Drone, already has 2 kills to his name, and chasing down the final player alive here for Na'Vi, which is 2Foxy.
2Foxy, last player alive. 2Foxy does well to hit the body shot, but it's not going to be enough. His team is respawning up over on Dummies. Power up will be up as well, so 2Foxy does well to stay alive, hit the body, and grab the camo. Needs to be careful here.
Needs to be careful. And manages to do so as well. Unfortunately, just gets tickled at the last second by
Sika.
1 bullet, I think, from a battle rifle that just stopped those shields from recharging, and now you have Na'Vi with control of A and B. Most of the start of this game, though, Andy, has been a bit of a scrap for map control.
And that really tells you just how much of a difference maker it is. Sika takes the sniper to no scope out of the hands of Na'Vi, and all it took was that 1 extra battle rifle burst over on the power-up to make sure that he could get control of the power weapon. They have control of not only that, but also the scoreboard. The lead will change.
Gets the information of where those spawns are coming in as well. Does damage to Respectful, then adds another kill to his tally. That's going to be 3 dead momentarily for Ascend, but it is going to be a killing spree here for Seeker. So he's going to be able to rotate back. He's going to give up C, allow those teammates to spawn by B, and it looks like the fight will break out towards B now, as that active camo is going to be popping in around 30 seconds as well.
Trip cap momentarily. Looks like C will eventually flip. Na'Vi stops the scoring for just a second, but they'll have to fight all the way out of the base already just like that, despite an early Na'Vi lead. Sika almost cleans that up himself. A teammate will come in and do the work for him. They will be 1 dead aside at the moment.
Legend going to be moving down to that power-up. 5 seconds to it pops. He's got 2 players flying at him, though, from the A-plat, and Legend decides that instead of going for that, he's going to get out of dodge. 3 dead for Ascend, and Na'Vi not only get map control, they also have the opportunity to trip ski with a triple cap, and Kimbo is taking some scalps here, peels 1 off of that big door, and Jimbo has the camo.
Look at this, the brothers Imbo doing the work needed to get the team back on the board. They don't have the strongholds yet. Starting to control the slaying category, though.
Well, Richie Sheridan, a.k.a. Sherzy on the desk, was talking a little bit about Super Smash Bros. What is the Bow Bros we're going to be focusing on in this game? Kimbo and Jimbo, for different reasons, Andy, as well. Jimbo had some really standout performances so far for Na'Vi, arguably, alongside 2Foxy, the standout performer overall. But Kimbo's been a little bit slow by his own standards.
Kimbo able to pick up that one there, and you and I were talking, definitely a player to watch in this series. Kimbo, look for him to go big. When he has the damage numbers, when he has the KD, this team excels. Take a look at the stats as well. 2Foxy and Respectful also on 6 kills. They've caught up to Sika. He hasn't gotten a lot of kills since that first killing spree. And just like that, Na'Vi's back in this game. They will tie it here with AB control.
This play from Jimbo as well. Notice that Kimbo got taken down, so they don't have numbers. So just rerouted to make sure that when he does rotate, he's not going to have multiple players from Ascend causing problems for him. They're going to be able to flip C here. Shady's going to be pushing down from that nest. and drop into the pillars. But look at the movement now coming in from Na'Vi, swiping across the map as a pack, and that's what you need to do to match the pace at what Ascend play. AB in the control of Ascend. Sniper rifle also here in the hands of Legend. Jimbo going to be challenging, but if he hits that shot, that'll be quite some reaction time coming out of Legend.
Jimbo trying to stay alive at Nest to anchor that and already doing some damage onto B. My God. There's a reason this team has been so dominant. Legend actually turns 2 from the grave on 2 Foxy.
Yeah, just left on his own there, Legend, and managed to pick off 2. Like you said, however, picking off 2 wasn't enough because there were still 2 players flying through from Na'Vi. Now, they have BC control. They are scoring, and they will go into a lead here, Na'Vi. The most important thing off the back of that is they had all dead from Ascent. We haven't seen that too many times in this tournament, full stop.
That's right, and still 2 dead. They are looking to trip cap here on A. At the same time, C will start to flip, but regardless, it is a 12-point lead for Na'Vi. A fantastic back and forth between these 2 teams, and if the first opening minutes are any indicator, this might be a closer grand final than our last outing between these 2.
Jim putting pressure on at the moment, flying around the map. You see 2 one-shots are going to be back green here. He's trying to shoot those spiker grenades just to get the damage onto this player. Going to reach out, and he's going to come out on top of that one. A killing spree now for Jimbo, and Na'Vi are rolling here. Triple cap momentarily, but there is a little bit of contesting going down.
Yeah, absolutely, but a lot of contesting on both sides of the map. Legend already inside A and gets some great damage. They will recontrol A, but they do get the stop on C, so they will continue scoring.
2 Foxy trying to be sneaky. Shady not falling for that one. Legend now moving alongside his teammate to make this play onto B. Numbers falling for Na'Vi. A number starting to pile up for Ascend. What that means is they've been able to transfer B and pretty comfortably, to be honest with you.
And look at Legend's movement, flying back and forth between A and B so quickly, knowing exactly where he needs to be across the map, taking routes, as you see, that are not suspected by the likes of Jimbo. He will be the first to fall. Ascend with 2 dead, though, so they need to be careful off this push.
So Na'Vi are making a push onto B, and look at the pressure that they're putting onto B as well. Respectful should be able to finish off this kill onto Legend, who's just being such a nuisance, and by doing so, allows his teammates to move up, but the cover fire coming in from Na'Vi, superb. 3 players fall from Ascend. They will flip B, and now Respectful has the opportunity to stop this play on C as well. He won't be able to stop it, but they should be able to turn that one back over.
Yeah, they'll be able to flip that one there, and that nice job keeping 3 dead as well. Great damage from Respectful, and Na'Vi starting to heat up.
Shady, last player alive here, having to rotate back, and you can see the pressure coming in from 2 Foxy and Na'Vi once again. Shady, with that route, will get 1. Kimbo will be able to clean the kill up, which is such an important piece of the puzzle here for Na'Vi. If Kimbo is cleaning up the damage done by his teammates, Na'Vi are in a good spot.
What on earth? Cannot believe Snipe Drone lets that happen from top tower. You cannot let a player come down there and hit that kind of melee at that range. Nice little 360. And I tell you what, Na'Vi looks the best they have in a while. Kimbo with another nice kill over on A with help from Foxy.
Again, 2 kills in a row here that you don't see very often happening against Ascend. 2 big individual pivotal wins in 1v1 battles that fall in the favor of Na'Vi. With that, they have control for just a few moments. 2 Foxy with this camo is going to pick up some kills. Jimbo's there as well, and they're working not only on B here, but also on to C. Individual battles going down at C means that's going to be 3-4 dead for Ascend, and Na'Vi have a triple cap.
And a triple cap immediately. Look at the efficiency here. This is the best Na'Vi has looked in a while. You could maybe even say all weekend. Really starting to click. Great cohesion with the movement. It feels like every single time we look at their POV, there's 2 players working together on every battle. They will lose C, but they will continue scoring.
And it looks like at the moment, instead of Na'Vi being on the receiving end of being chased down by Ascend are being chased down by Na'Vi now. They have them on those split spawns. They're putting the pressure onto them, and 2 Foxy showing the example here. He does not want to take his foot off the gas. Na'Vi do not want to take their foot off the gas as they fly across top middle to challenge on A.
Look at this, even in a 3v4, they're not afraid to hold forward. Great aggression. Again, we always said the only way you beat Ascend is if you are the one dictating the course of action. You are the one calling the shots. So far, that's what Navi's been doing in this game.
So far, though, how long can you keep it up for? And if you fall 4 dead, are you able to get back into the game, get some semblance of map control? That's what Na'Vi are going to have to find out as well. But at the moment, they're the ones who are controlling the pace. They're the ones who are controlling the numbers. Seeker's going to be caught out by Jimbo. That player actually up on the top of the tower stayed alive as well. And once again, the individual battles, the team battles are being won by Na'Vi.
Oh my gosh, and Jim stays alive again. The buddy system looks incredible for Na'Vi. Their teamwork is so tight. All their movement just in sync with one another. The trip cap happens again because of little moments like that.
Snipe Drone just chasing shadows at the moment. 1v1 again inside of this stronghold. This time it's going to be won by Jimbo. Jimbo will stay alive and move towards that power up, which has just popped up as well, and that's going to help the Na'Vi cause once more. Ascend on the back foot for now. Jimbo with a chance to make a huge play, but it's been spied out. Snipe Drone with an even bigger play.
Big eagle eye from Snipe Drone on the dummy door. Found the camo, starts shooting immediately and shut down that entire push.
B&C in control of Ascend now. So even though it looks like Na'Vi certainly winning the slaying battle if you're looking at the numbers, it looks like Ascend still staying in this game. They haven't let it get out of control whatsoever. And I've got to look at the statistics here, Andy. There's a massive outlier on the side of Ascend. Shady, 11 and 22 at the moment.
Yeah, and look at the stats on the other side. On Na'Vi, they are outslaying, and they're all doing it at the same time on the same page. 17, 16, 17, 19 kills apiece. Ascend scoring, though, so they need to look to regain control here. Still up by 50.
Plays being made on B. Shady going to be challenging Jimbo, but Jimbo's going to be popping back up, and there's that teamwork once again. Spawn's coming down at the back of Dirt and using that repulsor perfectly. And the teamwork once again just working so well. Jimbo just baiting pretty much all of Ascend in there, and there's another triple cap underway now for Na'Vi.
That was a masterclass of how to lock down B there. Oh my God, Kimbo hitting all the shots into A as well. A body shot will come in, maybe pick up another one with the double kill with the damage. That's only one alive, 4 dead for Ascend. Beautiful stuff from Na'Vi. The triple cap continues at the 230 mark.
Well, we were calling them the Bow Bros, but it's Super Bow Bros at the moment because both Jimbo on that flank and Kimbo with that sniper starting to make plays here for Na'Vi. They're linking up beautifully, and now they only need 10 points. One more hold here for Na'Vi, and this is going to be game 1 going in their hands.
A reset doesn't come in just yet. Jimbo needs to get the toes in there, and he does. 248. Guess what? B will stop, so they'll have to make sure that they get a stop on B. It looks like that might be coming in any moment. Let's see if they're able to get that.
No,
there
Jimbo!
It is, and that is a way to end the game. Na'Vi will close out our first game and start to make things real interesting in our grand finals.
Well. Ascend bleed. They lose their first map of the entire tournament in the grand finals, and it wasn't just a loss, Andy.
Nope.
Na'Vi outplayed them on that one. They outslayed them on that one. And they deserve that win.
They deserve that win big time. They were not only playing a little bit faster, they were controlling the entire pace of the game. The second they had 4 dead, they had the trip cap enabled, showing complete dominance on that game type. And if it was not for history this weekend and over the past few months, you would think based off of that game alone that Na'Vi is the far superior team.
I mean, pick your statistic line to write down, put in a frame and put up on the wall, because every single player on Na'Vi popping off in that game. And the standout for me, Andy, look at the comparison in that assists column. How many times did we see it from multiple POVs of Na'Vi players just when you thought they were going to fall over, jump back into that death screen? A teammate was there to keep him alive.
Absolutely, so many times. Seconds away from death, the backwap would come in. They'd be able to get around a corner. The extra BR burst would come in. Those were the difference makers in that game. And taking a look at some of the highlights here, quite a game it was. It was Ascend off to a great opening with quite a lead. In the end, Na'Vi just started to put the pieces together.
They certainly did, and it was such a strong slaying performance. And who did we highlight? Who did we talk about having to have a standout, much improved standout performance if Na'Vi want to even extend this grand final to a reset? It was Kimbo. When he had that sniper in his hands, he was hitting shots this time around. A little bit earlier today, he was looking a bit cold.
The battle's right here, right? Snipe Drone falls at that battle at C. The same thing essentially happens at A. And like you pointed out, Onset, it really came down to individual battles like this, time and time again, that they were winning. Not only were we seeing great individual battles, but also great teamwork, great team shots, great shots like this from Kimbo from top. But look at the damage he does. He kills one, bodies one, and then kills a second. If you have a single player taking down 3, that paves the way for these great triple caps.
It certainly does. And then even these small moments at the end, Jimbo making that play, even though at this level, that's a play you would expect someone like Jimbo to make in a grand final. Sometimes that pressure makes you miss a bullet or so. Na'Vi weren't missing in that first game of the series, and now we move over to Recharge Slayer. Historically, Na'Vi have not done well on this map. This has been Ascend's playground as far as stats are concerned, but this is a grand final. This is a different feel.
That's right, a different feel already, because as you heard, that's the first loss that Ascend has faced all weekend long. And it's 250 to 132, almost doubling that of their opponents. We already have predictions that were made on the desk that are already out the window, right? We already heard 4-0 predictions. Those are no longer possible here, and now we're coming into a very different series. And if you think Na'Vi felt good going into that game number 1, they've got to be feeling pretty good going into this game 2 as well, off the back of that performance.
It's one thing to feel good, though, as I do my best lethal impression there for a second. One thing to feel good, but you can't get overconfident. Right. You've got to recompose yourself, because this is going to be a marathon here for Na'Vi. We have to say, even if they win this one, There is such a long way for them to go, and for Ascend, it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever if they bounce back in this game and all of a sudden we're tied up at 1-1. But this is an opportunity. This is a chance for Na'Vi to really put Ascend under pressure.
That is the question. How does Ascend answer back? Can Na'Vi keep the composure, the fast pace that they brought in that game number 1 into our game 2 Slayer? 2 dead already for Na'Vi.
Make that 3 dead as well. A great start here for Ascend. The perfect way to respond, right? After a game 1, which they were outplayed on, they were outclassed on. Now they get the kills on the board as well as that power up. And like you say, a gift, camo, add a shock rifle to that. Na'Vi could be in trouble here.
Nothing I've seen more there, especially during a Mangler GA, as a little shock rifle pop out around the corner. I'll take that. 5 kills now on the board, make it 6 for the side of Ascend. A very comfortable, calm opening for them. They also have control of this shock camo, and he can go wherever he wants.
Has a chance to hit some shots uncontested as well. 7-2. Legend now. Camo has dissipated. He still has that shock. Shady picks up one on Jimbo. Sika picks up another as well. And now he can jump back out to help his teammates. Just swarm onto Respectful. And it seems like no respect is going to be shown here by Ascend. I think they're pretty pissed off with how that game 1 went.
They've got to be. And it's showing right here. And it's a great start for them. 10-4. Like you said, absolutely swarming long haul. This is a pretty big map. It's not easy to send 3 players into long to collapse on those kills the way that they did. Kimbo, though, answering back to try to keep the game close. He keeps it within 4. Shock rifle in hand.
Trades inside a tower as well. We'll keep that difference at 4. Like you say, grapple in the hands of Kimbo as well as the shock. Now, this is the highlight moments he needs to make connect here. He has the opportunity to pull these games back and pull this lead back by connecting with a couple of headshots. Unfortunately, he's just not going to be given the time to do so. 2Foxy's going to have that sword, but he's going to whiff. Not just once, but twice. Luckily, 3rd time was the charm. Was that enough time as he throws that sword smartly as he gets taken down by Shady?
What a play there. Very rarely do you see that. The actual drop instead of just jumping off with it. You could do that now in Halo Infinite. Shady's not done yet. Wants to put even more on the board. They're up 16-10, and despite some crafty plays from Na'Vi, they're going to need to pull out the absolute best. Kimbo gets taken down by Shady as well. Make that a 7 kill.
I mean, Shady had a pretty poor game number 1, but he is returning to form here in game number 2. He's already 5-2. He's already hitting some pretty gnarly shots with that shock rifle and almost added another kill to his tally there as Kimbo managed to just about escape with his life. That'll be cleaned up now, and look at this score. It's a 10-kill lead for Ascend.
Fantastic stuff for them so far. Jimbo not ready for that one at all. I don't know if 2Foxy is. He's up to the task, but the help will likely come in. That kill will be cleaned up. 2 dead for Na'Vi here, and it's already the halfway mark for Ascend. The same cannot be said about Na'Vi.
Snipe Drone is out of there. 2 players flying at him. Top gold, and to be fair to Snipe Drone, that is a hell of a play just to escape from that situation. Many players you'd see try and fight that, but Snipe Drone, living to fight another day, allows his teammates to clean up those kills. He baits them in, and now he plays his life, and that's the lead being extended once more here for Ascend.
Yeah, once again, doubling the score of their opponent, and what was just done to them in game number 1. They are responding back with a similar score line in terms of ratios. Nice little jumping headshot killing spree from Snipe Drone as well. We'll extend that lead a little further. He's going to continue moving into elevator. Maybe just pin him back on the spawn.
There's been a whacking so far from Ascend. 30-16. Snipe Drone just patrolling around this grapple spawn. Shady trying to move through tower with a teammate, and that buddy system is something so notable whenever you're watching Ascend play. Look, you can see Sika, Shady right behind him. They push together, even though this is a push which not a lot of teams might make, right? Forcing their way through top control. They make it this time, try and make it work, but it'll be a 3-for-1 trade, and that'll be 4 dead now for Ascend. Na'Vi, maybe, just maybe, with a little sniff of a comeback.
Yeah, Ascend there, they have such a sizable cushion that they can get away with making mistakes like that, but you cannot be pushing elevator and trading 4-for-1 too many times, because just like that, the game is within 10 when it was just a 16-kill game.
I mean, it's going to have to be a few more plays like that from Na'Vi if they want to get this anywhere near close. Maybe the camouflage is going to be what is required. 2Foxy going to be jumping up. Shady maybe thinking about it, trying to go for a trade here. He's going to be red, but no, 2Foxy doesn't get the kill. Shady going to take a few bullets as he closed that gap and managed to get the trade, but you have to say Shady made everything he could about that situation.
Great trade for him, and for 2Foxy, disappointing result to that. Needs to stay alive with camo, maintain the kill, don't forfeit the death, and maybe even make a play off the back of the remaining camo. That doesn't happen, so the game will go to 12 to kill difference.
36-37. As Ascend add 1 kill to the tally. Jimbo trying to survive for now. With only 25 kills on the board, survival's not going to be enough here for Na'Vi. They need to string something together. They need to get a shock rifle, a camo, something in their hands to get themselves into a position where they aren't trading in this game.
11 kill difference, long haul push coming in, and Jimbo needs to get out, but not a lot of options for him as Sika's able to push out of control as well. It feels like that really sums up the story for Na'Vi in this game. Not over yet, but it will require, as you say, about 2 to 3 rounds of back-to-back slays if they want to keep this game close and even an option for them to win.
Hey, it's a possibility. You never quite know in Recharge. If you do get a couple of weapons, sword, shock rifle, there is ways back into things, but the problem is Ascend just keep pressurizing Na'Vi now. They're not letting them set up. They're not letting them breathe. Every time they get a pick or a kill, they're pushing off the back of it.
There you go, another one picked up, and this is the part where Ascend will be very comfortable trading. It's 42 to 30, only 8 kills to go for Ascend. Once again, working together at Hydro.
They've stopped the steak dinner at least here, Na'Vi. Ascend are going to be marching, though, towards their first win of this grand finals and tying things up. They only need 7 kills now. Sika, he's got 10. Legend's got 11. But Snipe Drone is that man with the best KD in the game right now. He is 14 and 7.
Enormous numbers from him. And honestly, an enormous score line. Just like that, 47 to 32. 48, 2 kills to go for Ascend to tie up the series.
Shady with the commando. Battle rifle. Old Trusty in his hands as well. Respectful. Unfortunately, I was going to say he might be in a position to get traded out, but at least a big 1v1 win from Respectful versus Snipe Drone, the player who has been popping off, might breathe a bit of confidence for the next game, but only 1 kill to go here for Ascend, and even with Na'Vi the way they performed in game number 1, this is not going to be a Na'Vi win in game 2.
No, it will not be. 1 more kill on the board. All the players are in control, and it looks like maybe a little bit too late for Na'Vi to have found a little bit of composure and pacing in the game.
1 kill to go, couple of grenades going in, then the push is going to be initiated. It's time to go, boys. Shady is trying to escape. Legend and Sika will fall, but Snipe Drone picks up the pieces. Puts the 50 kill on the board now for Ascend. We're tied up at 1-1 with a dominant performance on Team Slayer.
And as you said, maybe the result we expected in that specific game type, especially Slayer Recharge for Ascend, also from Na'Vi's history on that game type. And Ascend will answer back very promptly, very quickly. They will tie the series 1-1.
They certainly will. Now, crazy to say this, but I don't think Na'Vi are going to be too bothered by that. Because Na'Vi don't win Recharge. It really is that simple. They're so used to losing that map at the moment. It's like, okay, cool. 1-1. Okay, cool. Well, we kind of saw that coming into the series as we take a look at some of the stats coming in from that game. Like I mentioned, the pop-off player, Snipe Drone. 15 and 8 for him. Great KDA across the board. Legend also up there with some decent numbers. And Shady returning to form, 11 and 6 with 9 assists as well.
Now, let's remind everyone as well, coming into the day, Snipe Drone leads this entire tournament in KD. That was not the case coming into day number 2, but after such a fantastic Saturday, he came into today on top of the leaderboard, and he's putting up numbers that are going to continue that trend.
They certainly are indeed, and if he can start to find a little bit more consistency in that form against Na'Vi, then Ascend might be getting step by step closer to calling themselves the EU Super Champions. But a long way to go still for them to do so. But like I mentioned, I think Na'Vi mentally won't be too shook by that loss. I think if they were looking at the series layout, they might have been thinking, because they obviously respect their opponents' Ascend, this is one we might have to let slip.
Absolutely. You're watching a lot of kills towards the end, especially once it became that 23-13 mark. Go the way of Ascend. Like you said, fantastic movement in pairs. Felt like they were always there to clean up the damage, always there to clean up that last kill on Na'Vi when we found Na'Vi going down 3 or 4 dead time after time.
You're just seeing multiple individual battles being taken as well by both Ascend and Na'Vi members, and a lot of the time you're seeing the Ascend player come out on top, and with that you saw the final score, 50-37, as now we move to CTF Bazaar. Probably a game type you look at in this series with how those first 2 games have gone, Andy, and you're kind of not sure how it's going to go, because you get the opportunity for both teams to slow things down a little bit.
Yeah,
to have a little bit more of an attritional battle than maybe the pace we've seen in those first 2.
I think this is a good time in the series for CTF Bazaar. Even though CTF Bazaar, right, a little bit of a non-traditional game type, right, love it, maybe not so love it, doesn't matter. I think this is a good place to have it in the series. Things, like you say, are maybe going to slow down a bit. We've got the series tied 1-1. The table is set. Let's see what these 2 teams can do in one of the hardest game types to score a flag. It's Ascend versus Na'Vi. If you're just joining us, this series is tied 1-1 in our grand finals, which I think if you asked Na'Vi if they'd be okay with being 1-1 going into game number 3, they probably would have said, yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah, especially after the last series.
Absolutely. Here we go now. This is going to be game number 3, the go-ahead game. CTF Bazaar, not traditionally a high-scoring game type. We'll have to see which team can get the edge in our opening rush.
Pivotal game in the series. For Ascend, if they win this one, I think they might just break the spirit of Na'Vi. If Na'Vi win it, the belief is still there. Snipe drone from Ascend, the man who popped off in that last game. Top of the leaderboards, top of the KDA. He's looking to lead his team towards victory.
First kill does go the way of Ascend. Jimbo will be the first to fall. Whether they trade out or they get extra kills will be a big difference maker. Make that 2 dead. All the goodies might go the way of Ascend.
Kimbo's still alive in the bar, but Snipe Drone's pushing forward already. You heard that overshield being popped as well, and Legend has the rockets. Kimbo is going to be eliminated. 1 rocket down, 1 kill to be added to the tally.
Kimbo there just trying to stay alive, maybe force a rocket trade, but he was just too far away to force that rocket trade, so there's still 2 off the spawn. All going to be spawning in the back of the base now, and tree side as well.
Respectful manages to pick up 1. 2 Foxy's trapped though, and he will be picked up by Shady, who was pushing in aggressively. 2 dead still here for Na'Vi, and the respawns are going to be coming in. And remember, there's still 1 rocket available for use here from Legend. I think he's used that to pick up a kill onto Kimbo, so you're going to see a little bit of a standoff here mid-map. 2 players have fallen for Ascend. Na'Vi have done a good job off respawn here.
Yeah, it looks like maybe an overextension from Na'Vi. Jimbo tries to fly bottom middle. He didn't know they had dropped to drop and shoot as they actually come back into the base. Now they're going to continue slaying, but a little bit of a base trade here. 3 still alive for Na'Vi.
3 still alive for Na'Vi. 2 Foxy, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. He gets the beat down on the flag carrier, but he doesn't get the stop. Jimbo will be there off respawn, but I don't think he's going to be in a position to really damage this flag carrier, or is he?
1v1.
He holds the line, but there's a grapple there. Coming in from Snipe Drone, who just takes it away from under Jimbo's nose. Legend will get the trade. That will be the first flag on the board. Ascend putting the pieces together, using all of the equipment and sandbox to give themselves a lead.
Oh my god, it was a 1v1 between Snipe Drone and Jimbo. Did you see how far back Snipe Drone was for the grapple? I think he was on thrust when he grappled that. He pulls it all the way back. He doesn't even have to go in the tree. One of the most dangerous areas to enter there. They will score their lead now 1-0.
Chance for a counter cap though. 2 dead for Ascend. 2 players on respawn. Kills very, very important to keep an eye on in the feed. Legend will go down off spawn. Seeker is going to be challenging in the bar as well. So 2 Foxy diverts his attention away as Kimbo's going to be picking up an overshield. And with that can force the flag through the double doors. But there is Shady with a bulldog to get the stop.
He bulldogs the entire overshield off as well. Uses some frags on the double door and going to get some help. That was 3 dead. This is going to be 4 dead. Disastrous. That flag return will come in, and they're stopped at the doorstep. Huge plays from Shady.
Kimbo having to overextend off the respawn as well. He's going to try and get into the bar of Ascend to stop that flag, but he's already been spotted out. Snipe Drone, who did so much work with that first flag for Ascend, is trying to do even more the second time round. However, they've lost numbers here. Ascend going to have to be patient.
An absolute fumble there. They had an overshield player running that flag double door, and they let that overshield player, who was also the flag runner, die in a 1v1. That is tragic, and they have to make sure they do not let that happen again. Otherwise, this game will be over very quickly. Still 1-0 in favor of Ascend.
All focus onto the rocket launcher. Shady is alive inside of the vents. He's going to be the closest player to maybe picking this one up. Great shots onto Kimbo, but there's the shot grenades. They're going to make Shady feel a little bit more crispy than he was a few seconds ago. And Respectful will grab the rockets as Shady is now last player alive here for Ascend.
There's the push. 1 player now spawned up. It's going to be there. You just on your screen in tree. See if they can get these kills as well. 1 more player alive in tree.
Respectful picks up 1. Like we just saw, Snipe Drone alive in tree, like you say. They need to pick up this kill and they need to get it as quickly as possible. Jimbo will do so. Shady trying to push forward as well. Seeker still alive on that return to try and send it home as Jimbo was unfortunately taken down for Na'Vi fans, but what a defensive play that is from Ascend. The wave after wave repelled from the Na'Vi push.
And that is tough for Na'Vi. They've had some great aggression. They've had some great coordination. Has not translated to a flag on the board just yet after exactly 4 minutes of play. 2 dead now for Na'Vi.
A Legend.
A little extra.
That's a meat wave. Worry about the heat wave. As the bags are coming out from Legend, wants to make a point here. Wants to let Na'Vi know they do not deserve to be in this final against them. That they want to be called the EU Super Champions. But for now, they're still going to have to work. Kimbo here on the truck trying to put some damage down.
Was wondering where that 8-minute overshield went that you saw right there as your answer. Went to Kimbo. He's able to do a little bit of damage with it, but not enough. Look at Shady just running that flag.
Shady running that flag and Legend punching Kimbo in the face. Legend also coming behind enemy lines and picking up the most simple double kill of his life. And while all of this goes down, Shady is creeping through the trenches, creeping through the caves, and getting that flag back to his base.
And you know the comms on Na'Vi. Where's our flag? Where's our flag? We have no idea where our flag is because it's being ran, and they're not even dropping as they toss. Finally, the flag's dropped for the first time. 1 dead apiece. They need the kills if they want to bring this flag back home.
Such an important part of this game. Shady's going to bring this one back to respawners. Has the Bulldog, so he will be able to win any close-range engagements. Snipe Drone again. Big kills from him. Currently sat on 10, Legend on 12. Shady a little bit quiet, and so is Seeker. But Shady certainly looking to announce himself now. 2Foxy trying to push through the double doors. He's thinking about that return. Bulldog still might be influential here for where this flag ends up going.
Sol should be a player on the double doors here, probably still causing a little bit of trouble. You can still see 2Foxy is still right there on the double door, still picking up kills.
He certainly is, and Respectful is doing damage as well on the other side of those doubles. There's a grapple, doesn't get away with it though. Shady and Legend pick up kills, but 2Foxy is on the return. He sends that one home. 2Foxy saves the bacon here of Na'Vi.
How about 2Foxy staying alive that entire time? You saw him there, 45 seconds he was alive on the opponent's double door. He gets a key return. The game will stay within 1. Next overshield popping up in 8 seconds.
Snipe Drone once again has his hair standing on end as he gets caught by that dynamo grenade. Kimbo pushes in aggressively to finish off the damage. Unfortunately for Kimbo, he's going to fall on his back now as Respectful will jump over to his POV, not for the first time, with a set of rockets in his hands.
Kill will be cleaned up on Sika as well. 2 dead still. And also Jimbo going to pop a late overshield for a 3 dead scenario. Spawners coming up now, a full 3 dead. They need to find the last spawner, and they need to start the flag run. Here's their second opportunity with numbers.
They certainly do. Jimbo's got no help, though. You can see his furthest player forward. He was being aggressive. Seeker's absolutely milked him dry, and that is going to be such a good play from Seeker to take down Jimbo and not only stop the flagpole, but allow teammates to move back through Treehouse.
They shut everything down there. They shut answer back right away. They get angles from the back of flag. They get angles from the tree. They isolate that battle. As you say, Jimbo did not have the help he needed. His team was not in position, unlike game number 1. They're getting the slays, but they do not have the rest of the composition to support the flag run.
Respectful picks up 1 kill, 2Foxy another. Jimbo pinging where these players are spawning and where they're alive, and that's 4 dead now for Ascend. Na'Vi, this is your chance to put the pieces together. Every single player from Ascend fell at almost exactly the same time, but look at that spawn coming in from Legend. He spawns on the flag.
Back flag spawn, and I'm not going to lie, I can't blame Na'Vi for not anticipating the back flag spawn, but it came in right before our eyes, and it's a free flag return for Ascend. It will go right back home right away.
I mean, someone's got to be blocking something, right, for that to happen. I mean, that's not a popular spawn to see in that kind of scenario when you get a 4 dead. Maybe someone getting too aggressive on a potential looking for overextenders, whatever it might have been. It was a miscommunication again from Na'Vi. This is another chance for them now. 3 dead, Seeker up fresh off spawn. They've got this one inside the treehouse.
Heads up play from Jimbo. This time he knew that he needed to be in a position when they got the 4 dead. This flag run starts much earlier than the last few. They've already crossed the halfway mark.
No one dead though for Ascend at the moment. They've got to pick up some kills, otherwise that overextension is going to come in. There's the first one from 2Foxy. 2Foxy picks up a second as well, and that will clear the way as he picks up yet more damage, and Kimbo picks up 3. 4 dead for Ascend. We have a tie game.
Here we go with under 4 minutes left on the clock, tied 1-1. It looks like Na'Vi is here to play the long game. Got to give credit to Na'Vi. They've made several mistakes early on in this game. They very quickly corrected those mistakes, as we will see a trade come in there for 2Foxy and Legend.
One notable thing so far for Ascend is the games which we've seen Na'Vi really give them a testing so far. Game 1 and this game we have in front of us, there's been an outlier in the statistics. Game 1, it was Shady, very, very quiet. Game 3, Seeker. He's currently 3-16.
I hadn't even looked at the top left yet here, with so much fast-paced action at the center of your screen. Very surprised to see those numbers, 3-16 from Seeker. Undoubtedly his worst performance to date in this tournament.
So far, but it's tied up at 1-1, but Na'Vi have another flag moving. It's 3v3 on the map right now. Every kill that goes in Na'Vi's favor increases the chances of that flag going home. Seeker, though, we say he hasn't picked up too many kills so far in this game. Well, these are vital ones as Kimbo is left on his own.
Kimbo, last player alive. That flag's only there on the bar. You have to assume, based on 3 dead for Na'Vi, that that flag will go home. There you go. You hear the audio cue. Flag is returned. So both flags back at home with less than 3 minutes to play in regulation.
Snipe Drone taken down. Kimbo wrestling control away, but Shady with the rocket launcher. Maybe overextend here, get a flag going, but 2 of his teammates have fallen. So Shady with some decisions to make.
Yeah.
He'll pick up one on 2Foxy, the respawner. Yes, at the moment, Shady can see he's just trying to bait people out, but I like this decision from Na'Vi. They know that Shady's behind enemy line. 2Foxy would have given that information. Now they're trying to force those players back. Maybe think about moving that flag.
They're thinking about it, but they know they need to slay. They made a few mistakes earlier by not slaying. Here they are, maybe even overslaying. It doesn't pay off. They will fall 2 dead, and it's about to be 3 dead. Sika, despite the numbers, make sure that he picks up that kill in the back of the base. Kimbo, last player alive.
Kimbo, last player alive. He's been spotted out as well, and the flag is already moving for Ascend. So this is a nervy moment for them. They need to get kills. They need to stay alive, and it is that pest behind enemy line. Shady again. He stayed alive for so long there, Andy, and he got the flag moving as well.
He stayed alive that whole time, and my oh my, was Kimbo ever loud in the opponent's bar. What was he doing there? Overshield already running back, and he's going to just eat these shots all the way back home. They've still got 3v3 here, one spawner for Na'Vi, so still Overshield in play. They'll pick up more kills. The flag run should be continuing any moment.
Should be continuing, but Jimbo just made a huge play. There is a player though, Snipe Drone, once again, who's going to get his hands on that flag. He's going to run it home. I think it might have been the second grapple pull that we've seen, and with 1 minute 20 left in this game, Ascend go up by 1 flag.
2 flags on the board. Both of them grappled by Snipe Drone to avoid the risky angles towards mid and towards tree. He'll bring that second one in, and now with a minute left, all they have to do is play defense. 60 seconds on the clock.
Playing defense, though, we've seen can be risky. If you don't get it right, if you make one mistake, it allows that flag to move. Jimbo's going to get the first kill in the team fight. Respectful will be taken down. Once again, Snipe Drone just cleaning up every single little bit of damage that is done. Legend in an important 1v1 here. Kimbo trying to assist his teammate here. Turns back his attention to Legend. But Legend again, solid when the pressure was on and wins the important 1v.
37 seconds left. Tick-tock goes the clock. Not much time. It needs to be a very good push from Na'Vi. They have 1 dead. They need to hold forward here because they need to get the flags on the stand before 25 seconds.
2 Foxy's going to be grappling in. 2 Foxy will be taken down. Snipe Drone with that first kill might have just given the win here to Ascend. 2 players in the bar, Respectful. He's spraying, he's praying, but unfortunately they're not going to be answered here. Ascend are holding strong. 10 seconds left as Kimbo goes down again. 2 Foxy, the only player who may be able to get across the map. He knows it's done. He knows it's dusted. And with that, Ascend will go up 2-1 in the series.
It's a great late game performance there from Ascend. They'll close it out 2-1. Certainly not the easiest game that they've ever had in that series. They will take the lead. But I think that's what we expected and hoped to see in Bazaar CTF. Was a tightly contested battle. And if we're honest, it took Na'Vi too long to figure out the recipes to success and to clean up their mistakes, because there's several flags that should have been on the board for them that weren't.
Yes.
Later on, they figured out how to cap that flag to tie the game 1-1. But if we're honest, that probably could have been a 2-1 or a 3-1 win for Na'Vi.
Probably should have been. Let's be real about it. But the flag cap that they conceded as well will frustrate them, without doubt. Allowing Shady to do what he did, and a huge amount of props to Shady with the way that he did it, right? He had those rockets. He thought, I'm going to have to play this one alone. You know, I'm going to have to leave my teammates to maybe die, maybe just slow down a push coming in on our side of the map. I believe in myself and my ability to use these rockets, the power weapon, to make a play. He did make the play. He got the flag moving. He picked up the kills on the way back, and from then allowed his teams to breathe and help him bring that one home. But Snipe Drone, we saw how important the grapple can be, Andy. I mean, both the flags that were converted by Ascend, Snipe Drone was grappling them back.
And the grapple was key. These were not fancy grapples where he could have gone and get it. No, he needed to grapple both those flags. Also got to give credit to Sika, even though he goes 6-20 in that game. I think 16 assists, heavily out-assisting the rest of the lobby. In the end, they will put all the pieces together to take the win. But here's a look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, this is going to be the first flag that was put in as well. That one was a more clean, traditional Bazaar capture the flag run, if you like, and Respectful with these rockets. He had a pretty good game as well. It was just the second part of the flag pulls that weren't quite going right for Na'Vi. You saw it a couple of times. You know, these kind of moments here where Kimbo moves in and then Sika made a great defensive play. 2 Foxy, I think, got the return here right at the end as well, being such a pest on those double doors. But unfortunately for Na'Vi, they weren't able to take the opportunities that they created, and Ascend, even though they didn't have many opportunities, incredibly efficient when they did.
I also got to talk about Shady. He was not only the player that ran that second flag in the back of the base and stayed alive in the back of the base for about 2 minutes, he's also the player that had the doorstop stop with Bulldog to take down the overshield flag runner and bring that flag back home. Got to be the player of the game in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with you. I think if you're looking for players who are making impactful plays, then he was certainly the one, right? And he was certainly the one who got those flags moving and created some carnage inside of the Na'Vi base. With that said, Ascend now a couple of games away from calling themselves the EU champions. And the problem is for Na'Vi, we're going back to Recharge now, which is a scary proposition for them.
Yeah, first thing you pointed out when we saw this series layout was this one could go fast for Ascend just because you have 2 instances of Recharge in your first 4. To be honest, that's a pretty low percentage that often happens, but that's exactly how the chips fell. That's how the game types end up in our grand final, so Na'Vi's going to have a challenge ahead of them in game number 4, and they're also coming back, off the back of a pretty tough loss in that Bazaar CTF.
Yeah, and they're also coming off the back of getting absolutely slapped on Bazaar's, on Recharge Slayer.
Yeah.
So not fond memories here for Na'Vi, but if you're ever going to get it right, there's no better time to do so. Because if they don't, then they'll be staring down the barrel of having to call themselves second place and ascending to an undisputed title of Europe's best team. But for now, we've got to decide where this next game will be going. Recharge is the battleground, and we've got a little bit of an oddball to play.
Here we go, game number 4. Not the easiest walk in the park for Ascend so far. Anyone who's followed European Halo for the past few years, especially the past few months, knows just how dominant this team has been. Na'Vi putting up a fight, but trailing in the series at this point. Kimbo's going to grab the first camo. As we take a look at the bottom middle route, 2 will fall, though, on the team. 3 will fall. He's the last player alive at the moment.
Ball straight into the hands of Ascend as well. Snipe Drone's going to be the player who's picking up the first points of the game. But Kimbo is behind enemy lines. He's got to be so careful not to get spotted out here. I bet he wishes he had any kind of grenades here, Kimbo. If he had one frag grenade, anything, he could have done so much damage to that setup from Ascend. But now they're scarping away. Seeker will be taken down to no shields. Snipe Drone will be taken down, so Kimbo doing a great job here, to be honest, to be the pivot for everyone else to work around.
Wow, even without the grenades, like you said, staying alive, top control, doing the damage, and that was just enough of a presence. He scared them out of pipes all the way into Whirlpool, and his teammates knew exactly where to push, so they will grab some ball time of their own. Keep an eye on the kill feed. These next kills are going to really determine how and if Na'Vi needs to rotate the ball away.
2 kills full for Na'Vi. Legend going to be no shield inside a tower. Somehow Seeker's managed to sneak through, but Respectful should be able to clean that one up and manages to do so. Oddball going to be rotated back towards pipes, it looks like, for Na'Vi. Oh, I stand corrected. Back towards elevator.
You would think based on that setup there might have been an opportunity, but they're swarming, and Ascend is wasting no time. Kills traded out, 3 dead, though, for the side of Na'Vi, and Ascend very quickly gets back control of the ball, not too happy with how it was going, so they'll rotate the ball back to pipes.
Yeah, very interesting start to this game, right? It seems like both teams have kind of just got a 4 dead after 4 dead. Everyone getting 10, 20 seconds of ball time, and nobody really able to hold off that first wave of the push. Respectful picks up 1 kill onto Shady. Lovely little bank grenade as well as he's trying to chase down that ball carry. The only problem is the player he's trying to take on at the moment isn't missing too many shots. Snipe Drone, again, in the kill feed here for Ascend. 360 and a little bit of a pirouette there. A little bit more of a sort of ballet move. I'm not sure what the exact term is for ballet moves, but that is what I'm going to go with. Coming in from Snipe Drone. Push now coming in from Na'Vi, but a considerable lead already for Ascend.
Very nice plays from Na'Vi. That little extra damage coming in from Respectful. It looked careless perhaps with the grapple, but instead he did the damage he needed to over at control to pave the way for a little bit more damage coming in. Now there's 2 dead apiece.
Kimbo with his second camo of the game. Na'Vi controlling the power-ups for now. That's 3 dead. They need to get this off-ball in their hands here, Na'Vi. Need to be efficient. Need to make sure once they get this kill, it turns into time. At the moment, nobody in position to do so, and that's a concern.
It is a concern, and it's something you saw them improve upon during the Bazaar CTF. Jimbo, I think that's a careless peek, if you ask me, all the way to control. Let those shields recharge. That info's not going to help. Need to stay alive in that scenario. Of course, easier said than done. But I tell you what, at the end of the game, Jim knew exactly where he needed to be to pull that flag once they got the 4 dead. As you say, there's been no one in position to grab the ball time off of their 2-3 dead opportunities.
Now this is looking like a little bit more of a messy setup, to be honest with you. 2 Foxy probably got a little bit frustrated that they weren't getting ball time, so tries to force something, and it's kind of worked here for Na'Vi. A couple of kills went in their favor. Jimbo now challenging on the turbine. Lovely little bank grenade will take down Seeker. Now turns his attention back towards that top gold area. Might be thinking about a play ball, though, as a couple of teammates have fallen.
Yeah, Jimbo there getting a little overzealous. Even nades himself might have actually led to that death. Kills traded out, though. They keep 2 dead for the side of Ascend, and still good pressure there on bottom middle, so they will continue to keep 2 dead.
Respectful will get the trade as well. 2 dead once again for Ascend, but ball time. Like you say, ball time. You don't win the game by getting kills here, Na'Vi. You need to get that ball back in your hands.
One thing that you're seeing Ascend and other top teams do more and more is when you have control of pipes, bat ledge, yellow, you need to send a player batteries that tosses the ball up. You've seen it time and time again if you've been watching all weekend. Who tosses the ball up to bat ledge or who tosses the ball up to top yellow, then that player still fights from batteries. 3 dead, though, as I say that for Ascend.
Well, it's not only that, is it? If the player drops down on batteries and you've got those players at gold, it diverts the attention away with the respawns. Where's the first place you look? You're always looking for that ball carrier.
Yeah.
And then you get those free shots down. Speaking of free shots, Foxy does pick up one and should pick up a second here, which will clean the way for Jimbo to start finally getting a little bit of time on the board here for Na'Vi. They are going to go into a lead, and Foxy still controlling this shock rifle. Didn't need to challenge that one, but at least the kill will be traded out.
A lot of pressure. Jim knows he might need to play the ball. He does, and manages to stay alive. 2 dead, but they did also kill Sika off of that. So a very nice exchange, and it will also be a lead change. Na'Vi leading 61-52 in our first round.
Ascend coming off the respawn, trying to get tower control as well. You can see that 4 players are going to be there. Jimbo says, nope!
Yep.
Too much for me to handle. Shady will take him down. Respectful gets a trade, but no, that's so unfortunate. He sticks himself off the wall, and that's going to create the opening now for Ascend to move down and pick up that ball.
Not going to lie, I stuck myself off that wall too. I'm pretty sure that Geo's pretty thick on the right side of that wall. Unfortunate series of events. 1 dead for both sides. Tie game at 61.
Jimbo trying to challenge Shady here as well. Shady just being such a nuisance. Again, he's such a difficult kill. Respectful will move in to finally take him down, and now the push is going to be coming in. Can they catch that ball? No, Respectful just lets that one slip through his fingers. But he's got some gloves on as well, which are going to help him with that grip. He gets the ball back into his hands as Foxy is given the task of now holding down this goal push.
Let's see, needed at least a trade there. Needed at least a trade for Foxy in that scenario, because now they're going to be facing a 4v3 push that's coming in. The rotate does happen to Whirlpool, but they don't have numbers. That's 3 dead already.
71-71 is tied up, and this is where Na'Vi historically have started to let games slip through their fingers. The question is, with the grand finals in front of us, knowing that they have to win this game to tie up the series, are they able to find the ice that's been missing?
Foxy grabs the camo there, and if you're like me, you were just wincing at the unfortunate timing there for Foxy, would have had a free kill, but they're working together here. Already 2 dead, 3 dead. Looks like going to be 4 if they take down Legend back elevator.
Legend's last player alive, and they can't let him get a play ball, but Legend does get the play ball. But Kimbo is there bottom middle, but he's already getting shot on the respawn. Kimbo just trying to survive. Needs his teammates to put that crossfire in, but he knew he was getting shot from there. He needs to take a different angle.
I think it's a lack of communication there. They needed to kill the last player. It was Legend top elevator, and they looked away. They thought that the kill was coming in, and maybe the comms, to be fair, someone might have said, I'll get this kill, and maybe they didn't finish it. That's a possibility, but still, you cannot let a last player alive play the ball like that. They would have had several seconds here. Now Ascend only 14 points away from winning the round.
It's getting so hectic, so hectic. 3 dead, though, for Ascend. Pick up that oddball, please, Na'Vi. Don't let the same mistakes repeat themselves. Respectful. He's looking at where those spawns are going to be coming in. You can see that he gained the information called out by his teammates, and now you're going to see a lead change again with just a few moments left. No, you are going to see a lead change, as it's a 1-second difference between the 2 teams. 2 players fall from Na'Vi. The push, the swarm comes in from Ascend.
Great pushes here from Ascend, from Legend and Sika specifically. It was only 1 player alive. The play ball does not come in. And now with only 10 points to go, Ascend looks to close it out in pipes. There's 3 dead. This should be it.
This is going to be it. And once again, it's that last 10% of a game where Na'Vi cannot match the calmness, the coolness, and the collectiveness of Ascend. It's going to be 1-0 to them here in oddball recharge. But it's the same old story. Ascend clutch up when it matters.
That's it. A tough result for Na'Vi. Some good mid-game performance, but as you say, the coordination, the teamwork of Ascend way too strong on that final push at back elevator. They got all the kills they needed to in the exact order that they needed to. Camo down, bottom middle.
Legend is going to move in to scoop it up. Respectful is the last player alive as well, so Legend will be able to pop this one without taking any pressure whatsoever. Respectful gets a beatdown. Respectful somehow makes a play. Not sure if there was a bit of online shenanigans involved in that one, but whatever it was, Respectful somehow gets away with something to give Na'Vi a lifeline.
Regardless, I don't think Legend needs to force and isolate a 1v1 with Camo on the last player alive. Do not get into control as a Camo player in a weird, awkward melee battle, because that's what's going to happen. It's a great start for Ascend, but it won't translate to any points on the board.
This flank coming in from Legend, though. At the moment, Ascend are just kind of picking away at Na'Vi. Respectful is going to be cleaned up, you would imagine, by Snipe Drone, and there's the difference, right? Snipe Drone does get taken down, but Foxy somehow snuck into gold, which stopped that ball being picked up. 2 dead here for Ascend, but once again, Na'Vi, not with the ball in their hands. They need to get the ball in their hands.
Yeah, Foxy flies down. He realizes this is my job. 2 still dead. He's able to get into control unscathed. They get 3-4 dead now. An opportunity for Na'Vi, but if we know one thing about Ascend, it's off the respawn. They know exactly how to time their pushes.
Now they need to make sure that they get this first kill and they don't get the first death. That is big. Big, big, big. coming in from Kimbo. Now it's a 3v3 if you take that ball carrier out of the equation. That means it's at least going to take a little bit of time here for Ascend to get across the map, but Legend turns on Respectful with that grenade, and Na'Vi find themselves 3 dead.
Absolutely, 2 battles on your screen, back-to-back, that should have been Na'Vi wins at top control, but as we say, instead it's Ascend with a great response. 2 dead for Na'Vi. Ascend will continue scoring. They're down by quite a bit, though. Nice little 26-pointer for Na'Vi, but it looks like that that lead, may shrink pretty quickly with Ascend. Several points on the board and good positioning across the map at top elevator as well.
Na'Vi with some decent time, like you mentioned at the start of this game, but it could have been more. And I think if we're being perfectionists like we need to be, if you want to beat Ascend, it needs to be more. Kimbo has the chance to break a setup, though, and maybe pick up the first kill in a team fight here with this camo. Shady taking down great shots to the back of the dome coming in from Kimbo. But what a grenade that is from Seeker. Spots him out and sends a Heat Seeker towards him.
Doesn't matter what numbers you saw Seeker putting up throughout this grand final. It's plays like that. When you can fly out of Hydro, pre-nade the B boxes, and take down a camo player, those could be game-changing moments.
Plasma grenade coming in from Jimbo. Seeker again with a double kill, or maybe he's starting to heat up a little bit here. He's 6-3. Kimbo versus Legend. Nobody's going to come out on top of that one. Respectful, though. Last player alive here for Na'Vi.
I don't know. Trying to take that battle is going to be dangerous because he puts himself weak here. I think, surprisingly, picks up 1. Maybe even gets damage on Legend as well. He does. He gets Legend to half shield. So, to be honest, it's a great play from Respectful at the end. And that manages to pull out a lot of damage in a tough situation. 2 dead per side.
Sniper and last player alive. He'll be alive inside the turbine here. Kimbo's going to be the player trying to bait him out for Respectful. Does so as well. Players pushing across the mid-bridge. Seeker trying to finish off this kill onto Kimbo, who survives. Ball is down, as are 3 members of Ascend. There should be more time here for Na'Vi.
Question is, can Na'Vi do it all the way to the 100-point mark? It's a very long round, 3 minutes on the clock. They've had some solid setups here and there, but in the end, once again, we have seen Ascend with late-game pushes that are too strong. Na'Vi will cross the 50-point mark, 54-27.
Shady's just walked into pipes. Managed to pick up 1. Jimbo has survived. Jimbo also has that all ball in his hands and will get the play ball. So even though Seeker putting pressure on and picking up the double kill, Na'Vi hold for now.
But strong play ball there. Look at Kimbo. He can go right away. Bottom elevator door. He's able to put on that shot. Look, Legend's still getting shot. It's a good play ball from Jimbo. Big effective play ball. Now Na'Vi grabs again.
Kimbo's going to be there to give 2 Foxys some cover as well from the position he was in a few moments ago. Speaking of which, we go to that POV. Seeker having that cross map battle with him to try and force him to back down and make that cover a little bit more uncomfortable for him. But Kimbo's going to keep peeking. He's going to keep poking. And Shady doesn't need to be asked twice.
Camo up. It's a late camo grab across the board. Shady gets away with it as well. Keep an eye on that. Only 2 alive for Na'Vi.
Play ball comes in, though. Respectful can play slow. He can be a real thorn in the back of Ascend here as well as the players come off respawn. Shady can do likewise as he has the camouflage to play with. Picks up 1 kill without taking any damage. The little things like that are huge.
Absolutely. He's really patient here. Does not want to get naded out. Instead, he's opting to slay and get control, and it pays off. They get 3 dead. They will rotate. This should be a 4th for them. 4 dead. Kimbo's your spawner, but it will mean time for Ascend.
They need to pick up time as well. There's Kimbo, who was trying to be a little bit sneaky there. He gets taken down, sniffed out by Shady. Seeker with the ball in his hands now as Ascend start to mount their comeback here in round number 2. 71-42 and rising. Na'Vi, same story. They have a chance to win the round, but they can't let this slip through their fingers again.
Same story, absolutely. Look at Snipe Drone. The angles that he takes, absolutely devastating damage. It leads to 2 dead yet again. The ball will stay on yellow ledge, which will mean even more time for Ascend. Na'Vi will stay 2 dead, and this is the tale all too familiar. The lead is gone. Only 10-point difference. Ascend about to take the lead again.
They are going to do exactly that. How many times can you read the same story without getting bored of it? If you're a Na'Vi fan. Kimbo trying to make the flank. Kimbo trying to make the play. Has a frag grenade and picks up 1. Respectful is there and Kimbo breaks the setup. Shady going to be challenging against Kimbo, but Respectful backs up a long-time teammate to break the Ascend setup. And Na'Vi finally keep their cool, keep their calm and composure in those final moments, and Kimbo gets all the info they need.
Kimbo comes sprinting back. He's like, guys, I've just seen something terrible. All the spawners are in long haul. He doubles back all the way, but they still get 2 more kills. They get the lead all the way to the 87-point mark, but they're very wise to drop and shoot here. They need to be very careful how they play this.
Snipe Drone's managed to pick up 1. There's a push coming in here as well. Kimbo somehow sends Legend into the stars, but there's Snipe Drone on the flank again. He picks up 2, and Na'Vi find themselves 3 dead.
Jimbo needs to make a play here with camo. Jimbo with camo. Game in his hands.
Who does he shoot, though? At the moment, he's shooting no one. He gets taken down, but he does take down one with him. 79 to 91. Respectful and Kimbo pick up kills. Shady, he's chasing down Respectful. He picks up one. Shady's the player to watch here as the ball is in the hands of Na'Vi. 3 seconds to go. Make it 1, and Na'Vi tie it up here at 1-1. We're heading into a third round here on Recharge.
This will be sudden death. Winner of this round will win this game tie. Big moment in your grand final. Does this series go to 2-2, or do we see Ascend take a 3-1 lead overall? Here we are into our sudden death final round of Oddball.
Game on a knife edge. Series on a knife edge. Camo picked up not for the first time by Kimbo at the start of this game. And another kill. Shock rifle to play with now. Smartly backs down, and to be honest with you, that's something that I'm happy to see from any player at the moment, because it feels like everyone's trying to challenge.
That's right. You even heard him take a few audio ticks of damage. Needs to be careful. Gets a chain reaction off of one. We'll get that first kill. 3 dead again for Ascend. It's a good start for Na'Vi. Looks like they will get the 4th as well. Make that 4 dead. An opportunity to put points on the board.
And immediately, ball time on the board. Like you say, a chance taken, because that's what it has been so far from Na'Vi. A little bit sloppy at times when they do get the kills in their favor. Kimbo, great flank coming in from him as well. Legend's going to be challenging him because Legend fears absolutely no one, but nor does Kimbo as he answers back and wins an important 1v.
He's crazy. He's still challenging. He's still trying to see who might be there. It's a big rotate coming in from Na'Vi as well. Already 25 points on the board.
Take a breath, Robbie. It's just a 1v1. Foxy now going to be challenging Seeker, but the Respectful is on the flank again. Jimbo with the ball in his hands. He's going to see his teammates start to fall. So a play ball will be made, and that's a smart play, a safe play. Legend will take him down, but there should be a trade coming in from Respectful. 3 dead here for Ascend. Kimbo now with the ball in his hands, which is going to certainly calm him down for a few seconds, simply because he can't shoot.
Hold the phone. This one's not over yet, folks. Despite dominating performances so far from Ascend, this one's going the distance. It's a 41-0 lead for Na'Vi in your round number 3. Still 2 dead for Ascend. Good slaying numbers from Na'Vi so far.
Oh, just a little clip of a frag grenade as he tried to engage in that fight. And then Kimbo got taken down. Shady's going to be challenged by 2 Foxy, who dips back behind those batteries, but there is a player behind him. He's trying to just challenge for that camo, but the camo player just disappears in front of him, and it's Shady who gets control of it.
Another time we're seeing Shady make big-time plays. We saw it on Bazaar. You could say the difference maker in that Bazaar CTF that was so tightly contested. Gonna let his team rack up even more points on the board. They now will cross the 15-point mark.
They certainly will, and they have the tools to tie this game up. Shady with the shock rifle. He's going to fizz away at the skin of Respectful there, but doesn't get the kill. Maybe he will this time. No, instead it's another shield broken. But look at the transition of position here from Shady, moving all the way across the map. 3rd time lucky. The shot onto Respectful. Unlucky if you are Respectful.
They keep 2 dead. About to see a lead change as well. Great points, great control, and all of it because of that rotation there to bring the shock rifle to control. It totally flipped the entire Na'Vi push.
A couple of kills come in for Na'Vi, though. They've broken the setup at least. Jimbo and Respectful managed to clean up those final pieces. Shady in an important 1v1 here with Kimbo. Kimbo has to stay alive. He does so. Jimbo, his unofficial brother-in-arms, manages to be there to save his life, and it looks like the ball is back in the hands of Na'Vi.
This is how Na'Vi will win this round. They need to continually back down from those 1v1s, make them 2v1s every single time.
2 Foxy the player with ball in hand. Respectful the player who can do damage behind enemy lines. He's watching those crosses, and Jimbo is going to have to do damage onto Snipe Drone here. Snipe Drone picks up 1. 2 Foxy just in a running race at the moment, maybe thinking about that play ball.
Yeah, right now going to put himself exactly that. Oh boy! When the curb slide goes bad, folks. That is going to be a fly off the map. That will be now 2 alive for the side of Ascend. Going to take the opportunity to grab that ball. It's a premature play ball while there were 2 dead. And you have to wonder if we're going to look back at that moment and see it as a turning point in this game.
Fast as Foxy, boy. Unfortunately, a little bit too quick in that circumstance, like you say, but that's one way to get back into the game for 2 Foxy after a little bit of a dip into the deep end. Picking up kills. 4 dead now for Ascend. Ball is down for the setup as well around blue. Na'Vi answer back after the play ball. They get control, and they also get that first kill and the camo.
That's great conviction there from Na'Vi and 2 Foxy. They answer back right away. They say, actually, we're not going to look back at that moment. Let's make sure that we capitalize here. They'll also get a camo off of the back of that 4 dead opportunity. Rotating again. again. They're now at 85.
Too Foxy, great work from him as well to take the angles required. And look at this sneaky little position just to buy some time. Na'Vi only needs 17 points to take this game. Gotta be cool though, gotta be composed. I've said it 1,000 times so far in this game and this series. Something that's evaded them. Now they lose 2 players, Seeker has the ball in hand.
Not so easy for Ascend at the end of this game. Not over yet though. Na'Vi, as you say, still has to close this game out strong. 17 points to go for them. Less than a 30-point lead.
2 dead per side. Shady closest to that oddball, but being pressured by so many different players here from Na'Vi. Finds somewhere to just crouch, to hide, to hope that he can get his shields back. He will do exactly that. But the battle is going on for that oddball on long haul. That kill from Shady might have opened things up.
Ooh, that's a big trade there from Shady.
Just trades across the board at the moment.
Yeah, 2 dead for each side. That means Sika's going to rotate here, try to go to long haul, and he's going to have a lot of friends and a lot of help.
He is. The spawns are coming in towards Pipe. Respectful is first forward, but Respectful gets taken down. So Na'Vi going to have to push without numbers here. Kimbo trying to get some damage down. Manages to move through that turbine. 2v2 on the map now. Kimbo versus Snipe Drone. This is a huge battle, and Snipe Drone will get the beat down.
There's a reason we talk about Snipe Drone so much. Respectful trying to clean up the scraps, though, and they will clean up the kills, and they have Pipe's control, 14 points to go.
He might just be able to out-rotate. The spawn is here. He's got the info from Kimbo. The spawn is going to be towards Turbine. 93 points and rising here. This is a massive moment. The beatdown doesn't count, and Legend just flies through and somehow gets the kill. Somehow gets a... What is happening?
3 dead, though. This should be it here. 99, 100. Yes! Na'Vi will win the game in 3 rounds. They will tie our grand finals with a score of 2-2. And my oh my, do we have ourselves a grand finals on our hands.
We certainly do, but Legend just went final boss mode for a few seconds there. We've all found that player to play against online. It happens sometimes, right? Yeah. Those shots don't connect, and if he got away with that, that would have been absolutely nuts. But I think we got the right result in the end with Na'Vi winning Recharge. Winning Recharge, which is something big they haven't done.
They have not done. We were worried about that
series here, Andy.
We were worried about what that game 4 would look like, especially after the Recharge Slayer. Na'Vi answers back in a big way, winning rounds 2 and 3, a little mini reverse sweep in the oddball game itself. Here's a look at the stats. It's a 40 bomb from Respectful.
Respectful. A lot of pressure on his shoulders coming into this tournament. Speaking to the Na'Vi players, they were all putting a lot of work in, and especially Respectful knew that he had to step his game up. Saying it with all due respect, when the lights shine brightest in this grand final in a big game, there are the stats you want to see, right? 40 kills, a huge amount of assists, plus he was making plays a lot of the time on that ball carrier, creating opportunities for a team. Big game from Respectful.
Absolutely. 285 to 253 is your overall score across those 3 rounds, and Na'Vi will tie things up, and we had some 4-0 predictions on the desk. If you're just joining us, it's a very different grand finals here at the EU Super. Here's a look at the highlights from that game number 4.
Yeah, some of the highlights here will be kind of not any crazy plays, so to speak. It's more the team pushes that are coming in from both teams, Andy. That was something that was really kind of impressive, I would say, on the offensive side of things. The defensive holds maybe not great from both teams, but the way that both teams were able to surgically pick apart some of those setups was really impressive.
A few things that really stood out in that game. One was some of the pivotal play balls. You just saw one on screen from Jimbo all the way from bat ledge. He played it to bottom middle. That paved the way for a lot of points to come on the board. And really, like you said, it was a battle of 2v2s. It was a battle of what happens in these final 1v2s. And anytime you saw a player that was converting, Shady heating up there with that shock rifle. Here was your curb slide that I think everyone was pretty worried about what was going to happen next, but Na'Vi maintained composure, specifically to Foxy maintained composure to get the next camo, and they get 4 dead. In the end, they're able to close it out.
Something certainly.
But look at this.
Yeah, I mean,
oh boy, this. What's going on? Wait, what is going? Wait,
Legend built different.
The man.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Here's the crazy thing. As you said, there was an audible melee before all that.
Yeah, I mean,
that we didn't even get to see, but we will get to see your series layout. It has been a fantastic grand final so far. If you're just joining us, welcome along. 2-2. Ascend and Na'Vi. By the way, the 2 Na'Vi logos on your screen, those are Ascend's first losses in the tournament.
They certainly are, and we're tied up at 2-2 here. And if you're just joining us, a reminder that even if Na'Vi manage to win this series, we will have that bracket reset and they will have to beat Ascend again. But this is the tightest final there has been.
Yeah.
Full stop in Europe since Ascend started their run of dominance. And Now we move over to a game type, Andy, which Na'Vi really, really like.
Yeah, and how fitting, right? When you have the most money on the line, the biggest tournament, we can safely say, and you've heard players say it in their player interviews as well, the biggest tournament in European history, not just for bragging rights, but the prize pool as well. Next up, we are headed to Aquarius.
We are indeed, and like I mentioned, this is a game type where Na'Vi have had success not just against the rest of the European region, but also against Ascend. Whether it be scrims, whether it be tournament play, this is a game type which they have managed to kind of steal away from them in that run of dominance that Ascend have had. If they do that right now, it'll be the first time in quite some time we've seen Ascend on the back foot. Usually they are the aggressors. Usually they are the team who have it more comfortable. Well, right now they're feeling a little bit uncomfortable. As you can see, the first kill is going to go into the hands of Na'Vi.
That's right. Pressure is on for both sides. They will grab the first two, but make no mistake, these two teams not wanting to be the first to fall whatsoever here. They're going to need to play this slowly.
Snipe Drone left alone on his island right now. He's got the commando in his hands, and you can see that Na'Vi turn their attentions away to maybe push some different spawners. Foxy going to be challenging, but my goodness, those shots with the commando hit hard.
3 dead for Na'Vi here. Off the spawn, though, might need to slow things down just a bit, make sure they're pushing out together. But with a 1-kill lead here, at 5-4, the battle for top mid will commence.
Kimbo has the camo. He also has the heat wave. He's also got easy kills in front of him because that chain from the dynamo grenade is going to light that player up top pick. There's another one for Kimbo. Double kill for him and manages to survive. Oh, nearly manages to survive, but once again just over peaks in a situation that he didn't have.
I don't think he needed to peek there. I do not think you need to peek. That's too risky against a player like Legend. You had help there. Just stay alive if you can. Top middle. We'll have to see if that comes back to bite them. However, still with a 1-kill lead, Na'Vi.
That's how slim this game is at the moment. That's how slim the lead is. Respectful nearly managed to turn that fire on his head. Seeker did get the kill, but traded out immediately. Jimbo will be taken down, though. The player who did pick up those pieces as Snipe Drone once again just lasers Kimbo off of the top middle. The shot that is, you know, synonymous with Snipe Drone is certainly on display here in this game. 5-1 at the moment, Snipe Drone.
Sam will take the lead for just a second as the kills do get traded out. We're going to keep a close eye on Respectful as well in this game. He was the man to really step it up in that last one. Speaking of the Devil, he comes flying out of utility as well. Keep an eye on Brandon Stones, what he's able to do in this Slayer.
At the moment, it's going to be Na'Vi who find themselves 3 dead. Ascend starting to flow a little bit here, starting to grow, and starting to put the pressure onto Na'Vi. 17-12 the score. That's a 5-kill deficit between the two teams. Snipe Drone looking for blood and trying to locate some of these spawners. He's found them inside that blue base.
Nice work from Snipe Drone to do the damage, get the information, and stay alive. Also, Legend with camo in hand might be able to convert this into even more control if they're able to. Keep in mind, Na'Vi, your big underdogs here coming into our grand finals. A lot of people have counted them out, but so far they've kept this game close. Series close, 2-2, and the game close as well. They're still within 5, but Ascend, like you say, is starting to maybe heat up, get some control.
I think the secret for both teams here is you cannot afford to go 4 dead at any point. You're seeing a lot of trading at the moment, and you're seeing a lot of players desperately trying to survive in scenarios where teammates fall around them. Shady, though, going to create a little bit of an opening and space on the map here with that nice double.
Very nice work, very nice use of the camo as well. Just moves around his teammates. He knew he did not need to be the hero. Maybe just grab a thruster pack or 2 and win some big 1v1s in the front of the base. And now they're going to continue on into the utility. They've started to extend this lead by quite a bit. They are up now by 9.
They certainly are. Now Jimbo's getting hunted down as well. And this is what I was worried about. 3-4 dead for Na'Vi. Ascend on the front foot. And when you've got those group spawns coming in, it can be so difficult to get out of those kind of scenarios. Ascend just extending the lead. They're up by 10.
Heat wave in hand now for Shady as well. That's not what you want to see if you're on the Na'Vi side of the stage. And a map that is generally pretty comfortable for Na'Vi, a place that they've had a lot of success. They find themselves down now by 10.
Shady just hunting players down at the moment. Cannot find anyone to locate. Snipe Drone is already getting up in the faces of a couple of different players. Finally, Shady is going to engage and he's going to use that heat wave to make sure that he gets the conversion on the kill as well. 30 kill mark has now been crossed by Ascend. Only 19 on the board here for Na'Vi. It's time to go, boys. You need to step it up.
Unsurprisingly, Snipe Drone leading the way. He's 10-5 already in this game. Shady on your screen now, though, will find 2 dead of his own, so he's going to have to fly into this fridge. Able to pick up 1 somehow. Stays alive through all that. For just a second, it was 4 dead for Ascend. So Na'Vi able to get a camo off the back of that 4 dead.
Now, can you do to Ascend what they've just done to you, Na'Vi? That's the question. Ascend slowing things down. Very, very impressive from them, recognizing the numbers weren't on their side. They also know they don't have the camo. So they're going to try and put themselves in position to at least get trades, as Respectful will fall first. And at the moment, 2Foxy's probably thinking, boys, what are you doing? I've got the camo. Let me make a play.
You can tell 2Foxy's not exactly sure where to look. He tries to look util, then top middle, head on a swivel. In the end, they will get 2 kills out of that. So the game was just within 10. Now it's a little bit different. Na'Vi able to trade that out in their favor. Snipedrone and Shady still leading the way, but this game is far from over.
Jimbo and Respectful pick up kills. Look how close it is now. 2Foxy going to be taken down as the thruster pack is used to get that trade, but it is now just a 6-kill game. A few moments ago, this game was looking very different. Na'Vi making a comeback.
Ascent knows that they really can't afford to keep this up. They were up by, as we said, 11 earlier, and I expect to see Ascent. They're way too talented. They're going to slow this down, or at least try to, and not let this game get any closer than it has.
Respectful trying to push onto Shady. Seeker, though, is going to pick up the kill onto 2Foxy just to keep that cushion. That's something that's so important here for Ascend, right? Keeping that cushion. Yep. Don't let consecutive kills at this point in the game as well go to the favor of Na'Vi. If they do that, there's an opportunity for a comeback. If they get trades, like we've just seen from Shady, they should be able to close this one out.
Great trades. They trade 2 for 2 there. This was just a 5-kill game. Just like that, it's 41-33. So, like we said, Ascend does not want to let this one get anywhere near a 4-kill difference, because if they find themselves in that scenario, it could be a big comeback for Na'Vi. 1 dead for Ascend at the moment.
What a play that was from 2Foxy, by the way. Just completely outfoxed Shady, who was trying to chase him down. Kimbo also picks up 1, so that was 2 dead. Snipedrone being aggressive on the front of the base, and once again, the shots are true from Snipedrone. Now he has a flank, but Jimbo will be there to close the door. Camo goes into the hands of Kimbo. He needs to survive here, but you know that Ascend are going to be chasing him down, and Legend make sure that Kimbo doesn't get away.
They hound him down. Beautiful play from Ascend. Snipedrone with the heat wave in hand as well. That could have been a game-changing camo without a doubt, but instead, you will find Snipedrone here top base, likely having a kill in his sights.
We misses that shot on Respectful, but teammates are there to close it down. 5 kills to go now. Respectful with that death has just allowed Snipedrone to move forward and wreak havoc on this car side of the map, but by the time he arrives, his teammates have already cleaned up the pieces that were left. It's 3 kills to go for Ascend.
This is the Ascend steamroller. It would require a miracle to see Na'Vi come back in this one. Only 3 more kills to go for them, and they start to collapse on the base.
And the form book's been kind of thrown out the window in this series so far, which makes it all the more interesting for everyone to watch at home. 1 more kill to go. Snipedrone will get it. Another monster game from Snipedrone will carry Ascend into a series lead. Now they're up 3-2. And they're getting closer, Andy. Just 1 more game.
The go-ahead game for them, and as you say, only 1 game away from closing out not just the grand finals here, but being in the winner's bracket. That would be the entire tournament here. Yep. They would close it out. Na'Vi now needing 2 games to close out this event and also force us to a second best of 7. It feels like anytime Na'Vi starts to get an inch, Ascend answers back. It starts to put them in their place a bit.
It certainly does, and that was a very, very good performance from Ascend as well. Like I mentioned, Na'Vi would have seen that game type in the series layout and thought this is one that maybe we can put in the bank.
Yeah.
Not to be. They were outplayed, and one thing, it was that one moment, right? Like I was talking about, that 1 4 dead moment. From there, it snowballed. 8 kills, 10 kills. That was the gap that separated the 2 teams.
Shady goes 16-7 with 7 assists in that game, in a game that they win by 11. Big standout performance from him. Big damage as well from both him and Snipedrone.
Once again, it's Snipedrone who just seems to be the damage dealer, right? Most damage done in the lobby. Big performance from him. On the other side of things, what we were talking about, Kimbo needs to put up those damage stats. A little bit of a quiet game from him in comparison to his teammates there. These are some of the highlights from the game, and you're going to see some crazy shots from Snipedrone. There's a perfect example.
And it feels like even though we did see Na'Vi keep this game close at different points, Ascend was pretty comfortable. Only twice did we see them lose a little bit of control throughout the entire game, and Ascend just, once they established that 8-kill lead, they were able to just play with that, play with their food, if I'm completely honest, and make that Slayer look pretty quick.
They certainly were, and Shady's just one of those players who always seems to have a thrust. Whenever you're going in a 1v1 against him, he knows how to manipulate it, whether it's jumping forward for that beatdown, whether it's going to the side to get that extra BR burst that he needs to win a BR fight. He just seems to have an absolute mastery of that thrust. And now we might be moving towards the final game of the EU Super, unless Na'Vi can take home Streets Strongholds.
And I'll tell you what, how interesting that we find ourselves saying that Na'Vi right now has the objective lead in this game overall, actually winning 2-1 in objectives as we get into our next objective game type. Certainly not the way we expected this to go. I think if a lot of people put Na'Vi wins on the board, they might have been in the Slayer category.
Yep.
Instead, that's not how it went. We find ourselves Ascend, only one game away from closing it out. Na'Vi must win to stay alive.
Yeah, just trying to quickly look up the results of a recent scrim that these two teams had, because I've got a funny feeling this actually might have been a game type that Na'Vi took. I need to confirm that. Maybe I've just put a dangerous rumor out there. But we'll have to,
or a strange curse.
Yeah, exactly. Or just straight lie to the viewers. We'll have to see, and we'll have to dig it up in a few seconds. But for now, it's going to be Ascend with a chance to close out the tournament, to become the undisputed kings of the European region, and certainly put themselves in the hot seat heading towards Kansas City in just a few weeks' time. For Na'Vi, this is the last chance saloon. If they want to keep this tournament running, they want to call themselves champion and reset that bracket.
That's right, must win for Na'Vi to stay alive in our grand finals and our tournament here. It's going to be a match of Stronghold Streets, perhaps to decide the tournament.
Now, last time we saw a Strongholds game in this series, it was Na'Vi who took home the win, and in quite convincing fashion as well. But they also did not look too good on this map against Quadrant earlier on, so we're going to have to see an improved performance from them if they want to win this game and send us to a Game 7.
Na'Vi's key to victory in that game number 1 was completely dictating the pace of the game, how the entire game played out, being not just one step ahead, but several steps ahead of this Ascend roster in that Strongholds game. The question is, can they do the same in game number 4?
They have control of A and B and Rockets. Foxy has one left, and that will be a simple kill for him. But once again, the buddy system from Ascend, immediately the trade is there.
Look at the timing push. They collapse on that rocket player at the exact same time to ensure that the second rocket can't even get off. Perfect timing there from Ascend.
Ascend making the play onto A. Two players once again trying to do the damage. Two Foxy's there though, and Two Foxy gets absolutely decimated by Legend in that BR fight. Elsewhere, Seeker is going to be transferring B over. It's a triple cap here for Ascend.
That's great shots from Legend, to be honest. You can't let that happen. In those scenarios, we talk about not being able to go 3 or 4 dead. You need to win those individual battles to prevent that scenario at all costs.
So once again, they're looking to put this triple cap to use. Kimbo's going to be sliding up to challenge Shady. A little bit of grenade damage is going to be done, but not before the conversion comes in. Did he just get the stick there? No, he didn't. As Two Foxy will stay alive, but Legend, his teammate, is there to clean things up, as is Kimbo. 2 dead here for Ascend. It looks like the triple cap is going to be working for now, but the push is coming in on A. But now's the flank coming in from Legend, and they won't get the conversion.
Beautiful flank, beautiful reset coming in from Legend out of Cafe. Did not expect that one, using the spiker grenade so well. He's not done. He's going to keep challenging on B. Look at the confidence out of this man. Wins that battle and tires as well. They secure rockets.
They do, and they also will be able to re-secure B here. C will be in the hands of Na'Vi, but the only problem is you try and push out this driveway, Seeker's going to be waiting for you with a couple of big rockets, which do a hell of a lot of damage.
If we're honest, I think Ascend is starting to catch form here in this game. This might be the best they've looked in our entire grand final. They lead right now 72-75 to 23.
Yeah, again, another triple cap. Snipe Drone versus Respectful as well. Snipe Drone trying to bide his time. He's going to challenge now, and he's going to once again win that 1v1, and that's the difference we're seeing from game 1 to now, right? The 1v1s are being won by Ascend.
They are, and time again, we're seeing it 80-29 now. We will see things flip to Na'Vi for just a moment, but how long can they control this? Ascend right now looking unstoppable, flying across the map, and with the battles that you saw earlier, they're not afraid to take these 1v1s and win them.
So many 1v1s at the moment being taken by different players. Snipe Drone trying to move in to clean up the kill, and will clean up too. Snipe Drone once again, right place, right time. The shots are looking fine as Snipe Drone will be inside of A and converting it back into the hands of Ascend.
It's great rotations coming in from this entire Ascend roster as well. Look at Snipe Drone just understanding that timing, somehow staying alive through the shots, through the grenades. Finally, he'll be taken down, but what a difficult kill he is.
Yeah, I mean, just look how far Na'Vi have to overextend just to get that one kill, right? If they don't get it, Snipe Drone's just a pain. He's going to be shooting them in the back. Seeker with the double kill means that he can get the reset onto A again, and this is just looking like at the moment from Na'Vi POVs, they're just chasing shadows. The Seeker is going to put a few extra bullets into a dead body, and rightly so. Triple cap still in the hands of Ascend.
And with plays like that and the amount of damage that is coming down from each of these players on Ascend, you have to wonder how much more time Na'Vi has left in this tournament.
Big win from Kimbo, though. Needed to do so and needs to convert onto A. Jimbo going to give them a little bit of room to breathe here. 2 dead for Ascend. They have AC, and Jimbo has the rockets. Now, Jim, you got to put these ones to use. Snipe Drone's trying to be a little bit sneaky inside of Arcade, and it looks like at the moment Ascend is just set up trying to bait in some of these Na'Vi players.
There, and the bait works. Look at this on your... Snipedrone doesn't
He
actually
saw
go
him.
for the first. He tried to delay that. Eventually, he'll be taken down. The slow play from Na'Vi is working. 2 dead, 3 dead. They will trade 3 for 1.
That's going to be B turning over as well. 2 Foxy and Kimbo fall for Na'Vi, but numbers still on their side. 1 rocket to play with here for Jimbo, and if it's placed properly, he might be able to get the stop onto A as well. He gets the damage, but not the kill.
Looks like that will flip in the end. A will be flipped, but BC still in control of Na'Vi. They will continue scoring and keep the game relatively close. They're clawing back in this one.
They are, but look, the kills they're just running into Ascend players and giving away their lives. That's 3 dead for Na'Vi. That push just looks so disjointed. It looks a little bit desperate. They do hold B and C, but Ascend at least have a foothold here.
These 2 teams, you can tell, just playing so patient, knowing that they want to play the long game here. So much on the line. Still scoring, though, is Na'Vi. They have not answered back yet. B will finally be start to flip, but after all of that, the game is within 25 points.
It's a really big win from Kimbo as well. Kimbo, unfortunately, won't be able to take down a second player there as Shady puts him on his back, and you can see that Ascend have managed to flip B, but there's a conversion going on at A. Now the move for C is going to be made for Ascend. They get that in their hands, so they will be scoring once more.
Very nice work here. Shady surprisingly stays alive. Na'Vi unable to finish that one. They will be 2 dead, though, as they'll prioritize kills elsewhere on the map. 3 dead. Shady, last player alive.
How is he doing this?
Oh my god.
I mean, Shady is just taking down 2 players from Na'Vi. He gets the trade as well. Again, you can't let that happen. You've just got the information that he's on the B stairs. With 2 players alive, you've got to be facing that.
I mean, Shady, last player alive on B stairs. He gets both kills and the reset. Like you say, completely unacceptable if you're on Na'Vi.
2 Foxy will be taken down as well. Seeker's got that Bulldog, and Seeker picks up a double kill. Kimbo trying to survive. And at the moment, you can say the same about Na'Vi. They're 3 dead. Snipedrone has the rockets, and you can already see they're turning A back over. Snipedrone knows they're inside a C. Spots out 2 Foxy, sends a rocket in the mail, but nobody home to pick up the package.
Only a little bit of hit ticks, like you say. Not the most effective use of the rockets in the end. It will be a double kill for Jimbo and 4 dead for Ascend off the back of that. So even though this is now a 77-point game, Na'Vi here will get control of A.
Jimbo just trying to clean out PD, make sure that there's no stragglers. Just being a pain. They do get control of A, and they also have C. They should make the move on to B here. You're just spotting 1 player out there. It's Legend. A couple of shots coming in. Respectful should be able to get the trade. But again, at B, a player from Ascend makes the 2v1 scenario work for them.
Did you see how Legend did that? He probably spawned Red Room. He sits outside Arcade. He doesn't move. He does not move for a solid 6 seconds. Then, when they aren't looking, he sneaks over to the Arcade machines themselves and gets a double kill in B. It's perfect timing, perfect sneaky pushes from Ascend. That's why they now lead 199 to 105, 50 points away from winning this tournament.
Snipedrone as well. 4 dead here for Na'Vi.
Oh boy.
And this is not looking good for them. For Ascend, it's looking like another lap towards yet another title here in Europe. Legend chasing down Na'Vi players. He says, come here, boy, I want another kill. But no, 2 Foxy at least gives some sort of footing on the map here to Na'Vi.
Trading out 1 for 2 here, though. Ascend still with the lead in the slaying department. And look at this trip cap here, the 237 mark. This could be over any second.
This could be over. Such an important kill. And again, the battle for B has been consistently won here by Ascend. 248 and rising. It is done. Ascend are your HCS EU Super champions, the undisputed champions of Europe.
The biggest prize pool to date for the Ascend boys. Much congratulations to you. Hey, we got some fireworks here for the boys. Congrats to Ascend. Your dominant team throughout all of Halo Infinite and even the years prior. They were dominant leading up to this tournament. We said it would be a heartbreak if they didn't take this event. It wasn't the easiest road for them. In the end, was not the easiest grand final, but Ascend will be your HCS EU Super champions. We'll take a look at the stats.
Yeah, amazing performance in that final game as well. It was domination, but so many of those pivotal plays were made around B.
Yep.
And it was different players who did it. And I think that gives a huge indication to how strong this lineup is. It's not just one star player. It is a unit who works so well together, who all have the ability to make game-changing plays.
Overall, it tells us that Na'Vi has started to close the gap against Ascend. However, they have not done what they need to do yet to take an entire series off of this roster. Ascend still the kings of Europe. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from that dominating performance from the boys in red. It's Ascend.
This 1v1 from Legend just seemed to set the table right from there. It just seemed like momentum kept going into the way of Ascend, and the way that they were just able to survive a lot of the time around A was instrumental to just causing problems and decisions that have to be made by Na'Vi that maybe they didn't want to make. Snipe Drone again, just so much damage across the map, 16 and 11 at this point.
Ascend steps up when they need to, as we said, the biggest tournament Europe has ever seen, not just in terms of prestige, but also in terms of prize pool. In the end, they close it out with a score of 250 to 105, a dominating performance in that final game, and it really cements their victory.
It certainly does, and I think that nobody can argue with the fact that at the moment, as it stands, that they are the best team in Europe, and certainly one of the best teams in the world. I'm sure they're all looking forward to getting over to Kansas City as well and testing themselves at the top elite level. But Andy, that's going to do it for us. Bravo, always a pleasure to cast with you, buddy. Looking forward to the next time, but for now, it's going to be throwing it back to Lottie and the guys on the desk to close us out.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Hey, look, fist bumps all around, gents.
Fist bumps.
Love
deserve a fist bump.
We do deserve a fist bump, and fantastic stuff. And I'll tell you who does deserve a very big fist bump. It's the logo behind us, the Ascend lads. Undefeated this season. This is absolutely insane. I think we're talking about the best of the best in Europe, and Ascend is the absolute picture-perfect version of that. They really are Europe's finest. Coming into Kansas City, they are going to be the ones to look out for, especially to make moves, I think, with the rest of the regions and, of course, North America as well. I want to ask you about this series, though, because I did predict Na'Vi, and gosh, it got close, didn't it? It got really, really close. Na'Vi, but come on, they came out of the gates not bad, was it, from Na'Vi?
I said game number one, map number one was going to be their best chance.
Yes.
It's the only map they actually had a better record in competitive HCS games against Ascend. But you know, you look at everything else that was coming out from Ascend. Like, I think they're just, especially when you look at these four players together, the amount of teamwork they have, the individual ability they also offer, it's a little bit of everything. It's the perfect recipe for the top team right now. And even though Na'Vi have done very well to get close and give us really good competitive games, they're not quite on the same level as Ascend just yet.
I think it was also really nice to see Ascend kind of get knocked back a couple of steps as well in terms of maps, and watching them come back and kind of have to fight with a challenge on their side. What did you make of the Ascend roster, Shaz?
Well, I think Ascend, they weren't quite flawless. I expected to see 4-0, but there was a couple of wobbles in there. Maybe that can be exploited in KC. So they have a couple of things to work on, a couple of things to tighten up and get ship shape. But Na'Vi, they huffed and puffed, but unfortunately couldn't blow the house down.
They could not blow that house down, Shaz. No, they could not. I got to say, though, I'm pretty impressed with the way that Na'Vi kind of bumped back a little bit. If we look at the series layout here, you know, they did take that first map, and like you said, Gaskin, this was a must-have for Na'Vi here. But you know, quite the showing out of them, considering the winners' finals was not only, you know, nowhere near a kind of winning capability for Na'Vi, but really they didn't touch the sides in any of the maps here. This was actually quite highly contested in terms of some of the gameplay. You look at the, you know, the CTF as well, which was really impressive. So, you know, Na'Vi, I think, are on the come up, and I think when it comes to Kansas City, do you think they're in good shape in terms of peaking at the right time?
I think they are. If you look at the fact that Ascend have now only lost 14 maps ever in Halo Infinite's history in HCS competition, and 5 of those are Na'Vi, then that is a good sign. If you are the team that is kind of bringing the best team in Europe, the closest they could be to losing, then Na'Vi are second best right now. This is online, though, and LAN does change things, and Na'Vi did outplace Ascend when we go to the rally performances, so maybe there is something to be said about how they perform when they get to Kansas City.
It's also quite it's worth noting that Ascend won both Slayers. So Na'Vi have some things to tighten up there, and if they win at least one of those Slayers, this series has the potential of going the distance. So they're not that far away. They won a couple of objective game types. Just win a Slayer, and we're having a different question.
Yeah, indeed. Let's just talk about some of the things that you think maybe Ascend need to shape up on, especially ahead of Kansas City. You know, obviously coming in as the best, undoubtedly best team in Europe right now. But to compete with the likes of North America, what do they need to start to really shape up on here?
They need to get to North America, and they need to scrim American teams because it's an entirely different pace. It's an entirely different passage of play that we see North America try and get down. I will say that Ascend are the closest we have to North American styles of play in terms of how quick they like to play the game, but to get better at that style, you have to play against the best. And unfortunately, they've not really been given the room to do so because they're constantly having to play European teams who sometimes play a little bit slower. But maybe that practice will be able to come through with KC now definitely on the line. They can perhaps look to maybe get a boot camp or so.
Yeah, I think essentially what's happened is Ascend's progress and they've hit a ceiling. They're playing the same teams over and over again, so they're not really improving. And I'd really like to see all 4 teams head over a couple of weeks early, get that boot camp in, and hit KC hot and heavy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be vital for them to obviously get that kind of practice or familiarity, would you say, with the North American teams under their belt. You know, Lethal kind of talked about a few different things that, you know, he's expecting to be kind of, I think, corrected on the side of Ascend. And that was like pacing. You know, they are very, very fast paced, but I think sometimes they don't know when to rein it back in and have the patience. I don't think they really needed to have patience yet with some of the teams here. But also the fact that, you know, really structure needs to come in form at certain points in time. I think for some of the more detailed games, like when you're looking at CTF Aquarius, when you do have to be a little bit more structured with what you're doing, arena-style gameplay, you know, filling in those kind of blanks in those moments is going to be really vital for Ascend. Is there anything else you think in terms of maybe the composition of the team? Is there anything that might be falling short there for you, Shezi?
There was a couple of moments in Rally that stood out to me, and that was one game against E United on live fire, and it was the first time that I had seen E United basically made Ascend stand still. It was the first time I've ever seen a team do that, and it was another moment against Sentinels where Shady was just pushing Cafe, dying time after time and time. He kept falling into traps time after time. The whole team did. So they need to work on that, work on the pace that you talk about and that Harry's brought up so many times. There is times to do it, there's times to pressure advantage, but also don't step into those traps.
Yeah, they don't seem to know what to do when another team matches their pace and is quicker than them. So it's about them trying to learn from those mistakes. So it would have been amazing for them to take what they got from Rally and say, okay, well, this is what we need to do. Let's assess the tape. But a pre-LAN would really help all of these teams. I'd love to see all of them go over, as Shezi said.
There you go. Pre-LAN. It has to be in the books. Get it in there, get it in the calendar. We want to see it happen, especially for Ascend, who really have been on top of things here in Europe as well. But I tell you what, we have an AMD power play for you guys, and that's going to be in the form of Shady and this massive flag run on Bazaar. It was actually a series-defining moment here as well. And Gaskin, if you remember, rightfully so, with this, I think, you know, being able to run a flag on Bazaar is hard enough in itself, but having perfect swinging moments like this, getting ahead of the curve, especially on Bazaar, it's really, really difficult to come back from.
I think what Shady did in particular on Bazaar was he stayed alive and he was a real nuisance. And just prior to this, he was able to get a triple kill, and then he got another double kill afterwards down where people were trying to push him out of front door, people were trying to get out of the base, and the fact that he stayed alive this long allowed the rest of his team to all spawn up, pick up that flag, and then get it punched in. If they hadn't have won that Bazaar game, Na'Vi could have been very much really dominating the series, and I think that maybe just reeled Na'Vi back in to say, okay, maybe we're not going to be able to quite topple them just yet.
I know. I was gutted, to be honest. My prediction nearly came into fruition. I would have loved that as well. I was ready to celebrate.
That's why Lottie doesn't do predictions. See what happens.
You had one chance and you threw it away.
I did. I was in the green room thinking, this is happening.
She was in the green room saying, if I get this right, I'm going to go out here and call myself the prediction queen.
She did say that. She said she was going to bring the trophy out, put it on the table and say, I'm the prediction queen. And put a crown on and stuff.
Look,
I can't believe
I got way ahead of myself there, but can you blame me? It got really close in that series. I've got to say, I was thinking to myself, wow, I've really brought the trap card there, bringing my only prediction. This is happening. Na'Vi have heard me. The Halo gods are blessing me. Didn't quite happen in the end, unfortunately, but got close there for the dream.
And now look at it. It looks like Disneyland Paris behind you. You've got fireworks, and it says Ascend as well. The French roster plus Snipe Drone, they've done it again. And honestly, I've been very impressed with how they've dominated this tournament, but we have to give our hats off to Na'Vi for their performance getting to finals, Quadrant, and of course Jay Lings for getting to KC as well. It's all very exciting for Europe. I think this is going to be a very strong European side that we're bringing over to KC.
It certainly will be. Let's take a look at the journey though, folks, because our brackets have been filled to the brim by now. Of course, we had our winners bracket here. Ascend really made the trip all the way into the grand finals pretty flawlessly, only dropping 2 maps in their wake as well. So insane stuff from this European roster, of course. And going into Kansas City, they're definitely going to be the ones to watch here to challenge North America and the rest of the regions there as well. We've got to say hats off to Na'Vi as well for bringing that competition to them, especially in that grand finals. Big bounce back. You know, I'm really impressed and really proud of the way that Na'Vi performed there, especially with that winners finals being pretty I would honestly say pretty upsetting for them. So what a way to come back and combat that one. Elimination bracket, though, moving on swiftly just below that in our safety net here of the EU Super. We did see, you know, quite a lot of mishaps happening for some of our teams here. And Quadrant, honestly, has got to be, for me, I would say not really a disappointment, but the biggest disappointment in terms of their pool play. I think this really could have been a different journey for them, Jersey. I think Quadrant, if they had won pool play the way I think that they were anticipating, honestly, it could have been them in the finals.
Quadrant on Friday looked a shadow of themselves.
Yeah.
I think they limped out. They tasted elimination bracket far too early by their own liking, and as a result of that, they had a much more difficult run than they would have perhaps anticipated. So they need to bounce back. They need to tighten up on some things. And, you know, they lost a series to J-Lings, but they won the most important one towards the end.
They certainly did indeed. And of course, we can't forget the money as well that has been on the line all weekend long. 100,000 on the line. It's just ridiculous, actually. That is the most incredible prize pool that Europe has ever seen. And the fact that Ascend get to have the lion's share of that one is pretty big in itself. But also, all of the teams getting a portion of that fund as well is massive for Europe.
It's almost as much as he got paid for this event. So it's great that they're able to, you know, be up there with the likes of Jersey as, you know, the most popular caster in this room. But I will say that, you know, KC was the aim for all of these teams. So even though Quadrant might be a little bit disappointed with third place when they look at it, they get to land, they get to play in the biggest competition. And there's still 2 more spots available. Next weekend, 2 more teams can still get to KC to play through the Open. And the likes of Blackhand, the likes of Flying Dutchman who weren't able to get there, plus all of the other teams that are desperately trying to put together a squad to do so. There's still a lot to play for in Europe.
It's also worth talking about the fact that Navi and Ascend reach grand finals means, although it's not a lot, but they get to avoid Cloud9 now in pool play for KC. So although they're probably going to play some more heavyweights, they at least avoid the biggest dogs in the groups.
They do indeed. They avoid the absolute titans when it comes to North America as well. Let's take a quick peek though right now at our distribution. Let's have a look at our top 8 teams here as well. And the prize pool is looking pretty damn fine, may I say. Ascend going home with $36,000 to their name. And you may notice also the gorgeous handout of HCS points on the right as well. What are you seeing, Jersey, here?
Well, I'm trying to look under Vex Gaming. It's Jersey Esports down there somewhere getting a nice hand on some cash. It doesn't look like it.
A nice little something.
I don't have to talk to
It's something that's in development, Jersey Esports. We are looking to pick up a team. I say we because I'm jumping on the bandwagon here. I'm merely the manager as he gives me the money as we look for a squad.
Okay, I like that. So are we looking at, you know, CEO Jersey, or are we getting right in there coaching? What are we thinking?
Well, I'm definitely not getting hands on the sticks. I'm not good enough. I'll anchor somebody. Unless Snipe Drone and the boys want to carry me to a victory. You know, I hear, you know, trouble for Shady. Look no further than it.
Look, we'll leave
Replace
the Halo.
a Shady for a Jersey. Look, it's not that different.
We'll leave the Halo on the sticks to the rest of the family
please
shows.
do.
You can keep it on the desk
Please
here
do.
or in the casting booth. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always, gentlemen. Thank you so much for wrapping the rest of the day up with me. Folks at home, I hope you guys have enjoyed the 3 days that we have had here at the HCS EU Super. We have your EU Super champions, and of course, it's going to be Ascend. They are the best in Europe. My goodness, are they going to make some noise in Kansas City? Thank you so much for joining us all weekend long. We hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you guys next time.
The HCS EU Super is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and Paramount Plus.
so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. You're special. In fact, I'm counting on it. We're lost in the dark. But you give people hope. And I will always be with you. I see this as a new beginning.